There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Well, hello there. Thank you for joining me today. Today I've got a lot to cover, and it's going to be rotating around Nazi Germany and where a lot of these things got started. And the big question is, was George H.W. Bush actually George Scherff Jr.? And that's Scherff, S-C-H-E-R-F-F. And George Scherff Jr. was the son of Nikola Tesla's longtime associate, George Scherff Sr. For decades, researchers have debated a collection of photographs, documents, testimony, and alternative historical accounts that suggest a hidden connection between the Bush family, Nazi Germany, intelligence networks. And at the center of the controversial claims is a man named Otto Skorzeny, and I'll just be calling him Otto today. His last name, though, is spelled S-K-O-R-Z-E-N-Y. Otto was Hitler's famous Commando and bodyguard. And he is at the center of this whole thing. So we're going to have to take a really close look at our new best friend, Otto. So we're going to be taking a look back even to the Third Reich. And also, I have some more information about these other Reichs. I'll be kind of touching on a little bit of it today, and I'll be going more into the Reichs at a different time. Much too much for today. Today we're just going to be laying the groundwork for all this activity. Because they do talk about the Antarctica and all that. And, well, some of it may sound a little bit crazy, but I don't really know at this point. So we'll just be exploring what I've dug up so far. But let's put this all into context. Why did Great Britain lose its empire? And why hasn't the United States lost their empire yet? Well, Britain faced rising domestic opposition, bankruptcy after 2 world wars, inability to hide their violence. The U.S. has so far avoided this fate by shifting costs offshore, financializing conflict, keeping domestic populations insulated, and turning force into abstraction means taking something physical, visible, and direct and replacing it with something less obvious. So the underlying contradiction remains. An empire like the UK and now the US that depends on coercion eventually faces moral, economic, or structural collapse. Britain's empire collapsed because its violence was too visible. The American empire persists because its violence is systematic, outsourced, and deniable. And I'm going to be taking a look back at a lot of these things that we kind of thought were, well, we thought they came from the Nazis, but really they came from further back than the Nazis. I used to think that I knew a lot about World War II. When there was a documentary that came out, I was all over it. Couldn't watch it fast enough. But back then, I didn't realize the connection between, well, who funds these documentaries, who writes the history, and all that kind of stuff. So we're taking a fresher look at this point. You know that goose step walk? They marched during the Nazis, a high stepping march. That was not invented by the Nazis. It originated in the military of the Kingdom of Prussia in the 18th century. By the 19th century, it had spread to many armies, including those of the German Empire. The Nazis simply continued using it because it projected discipline, precision, and military power. Yes, it sure does. It's a rather impressive walk, if you ask me. So, many countries have used it or still use versions of it today, including Russia, China, North Korea, and Chile. So, it got influenced by the Kingdom of Prussia in the 18th century. And then Iron Cross they all wear. The Iron Cross was so significant for me because when I discovered the Romanovs were also wearing the Iron Cross, I did a backflip around to the other royals. I was zooming along over in Russia, paying my attention, looking for all those children that were missing, and then I noticed those funny things about those Romanovs. So let's look at that Iron Cross. It's also not a Nazi invention. It was first established in 1813 by Frederick William III during the Napoleonic Wars. It became a Prussian military decoration for bravery. It was revived in 1870, 1914, and then again in 1939 by Adolf Hitler. The Nazi version added the swastika to the center, but the basic black cross design was over 125 years old by then. Those military uniforms, the famous gray uniforms, evolved from earlier Prussian and Imperial German uniforms. The Nazis modernized them, but did not invent the basic style. And that eagle, we'll get into that eagle more later. Germany has used imperial eagles for centuries. The Nazis kept the eagle, but placed a swastika underneath it. Then we have the military bands, all those parades and the big rallies. Well, large military reviews and torchlight processions existed long before the Nazis. The regime greatly expanded them and used modern film, lighting, banners, and architecture to create dramatic spectacles. And here we are, Hollywood. Yeah, get those Nazis in the right lighting and stuff, right? One reason Nazi symbolism became so recognizable is that the regime deliberately blended older German military traditions with new political symbols. By reusing familiar emblems like the Iron Cross, the eagle, traditional marching styles, and military ceremonies, they presented themselves, and that's the Nazis, as the heirs of Germany's historical military past rather than as something entirely new. So let's take a hop across the pond here. The early leadership of the Central Intelligence Agency in its wartime predecessor, the Office of Strategic Services, or the OSS, was disproportionately drawn from America's social and elite educational people. Some examples include this. William J. Donovan, or they called him Wild Bill, was head of the OSS, was a successful Wall Street lawyer and a decorated war hero. Allen Dulles came from a prominent family of diplomats and lawyers. Before joining the OSS and later the CIA, Dulles worked at the Wall Street law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. John Foster Dulles, Allen's brother and later Secretary of State, also worked at Sullivan and Cromwell. Richard Helms, who later became CIA director, attended elite preparatory schools in Williams College. Many early OSS and CIA officers were recruited from universities such as Yale University, Harvard University, and Princeton University. This reflected a broader pattern in the U.S. foreign policy establishment after World War II. Many senior officials in intelligence, diplomacy, and national security came from wealthy or well-connected families. Ivy League universities, elite law firms, banking and business circles, prestigious military backgrounds. Historians have sometimes referred to this network as the American Eastern Establishment or Foreign Policy Establishment. Yes, they're quite a tough crowd, aren't they? Those are the people that founded all this stuff, right? So on one side, they like to project that they're all tough and rough, right? We founded the CIA because we're going to control you people. In their next generation, I got disconnected. Let me continue on. So, anyway, so they present themselves as being all tough, right? Running around being the CIA and stuff, hiding around, sneaking around. And don't forget, they had the Operation Guido going along at the same time. You know, that sly operation that they didn't let anybody know for years and years. So, yeah, they play all tough and rough, right? So, but what happens when a few people heckle them? They're so tough, right? The royal palace over in the UK follows a strategy of never complain, never explain, waiting until criticism becomes overwhelming before acting. King Charles III has been publicly heckled during walkabouts and public engagements on several occasions now. So, historically, public engagement by the British royal family have generally been marked by applause, cheering, or quiet observation. Openly heckling the monarchy during official walkabouts has been comparatively uncommon. Let the heckling begin, I say. Another point I'd like to point out before I get started, because Peter Thiel, his family does come from Germany, so it does make sense to put it here. And, you know, I personally would not have the time nor the interest to make this stuff up. Peter Thiel, his name, what does it mean? It means the reptile. It's actually an anagram. Peter Thiel goes into the reptile. Yeah, I couldn't make this stuff up if I spent the next 100 years. Yeah, I could see his parents sitting around cooking up his name. So, yeah, that's out there. Peter Thiel is an anagram for the reptile. And yeah, it is an anagram, so it is true. Another thing I'd like to point out as I'm going along today is there's a marvelous man named um, he did all the work on Morehouse Hall Studios. And I put a link to him because he also has Walt Disney as Hitler. And he did some very interesting ear analogies. So you're going to have to kind of be thinking about, well, who really was Hitler? So, anyway, so for example, there's other continuity between the Nazis and the USA. The Nazis had the East German Stasi, and that's short for the Minister for blah, 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 the secret police of East Germany. The Stasi employed about 91,000 full time employees. It also relied on roughly 170,000 unofficial informants. At its peak, there was roughly one Stasi employee or informant for every 63 East Germans, making it one of the most extensive surveillance systems ever created. In terms of human surveillance, the the Ministry for State Security is still widely regarded as one of the most extensive domestic spying organizations in history. Hmm. So they did some pretty incredible things as far as spying. Will old Peter Thiel, the reptile, be able to pick it up from there? I don't really know about that. But anyway, so yes, the Stasis and the Germans really had their surveillance thing down, right? But the U.S. does not have millions of human informants like the Stasi did. Instead, much of the information people gather today is created automatically. Cell phone location records, credit card transactions, internet searches, social media, license plate readers, security cameras, government databases, commercial data brokers. So yeah, surveillance is certainly on the rise now, right? Just like the old Nazis, right? But the ones now have all this surveillance cameras. And you know, I've said this before, and I certainly don't mean any ill intent toward these people because after all, they're smarter than all the rest of us, right? Well, those cameras they're installing everywhere are relatively, I would call them simple to take down. All it takes is a simple laser pointer. So, if I were out and about and younger and not old and crippled in my house from these people, I would be out and about. Let's say when people were protesting in certain parts of town, well, I would find myself on other parts of town where the cameras were and my handy dandy little laser pointer. They really don't like that information getting out there. But yes, a simple laser pointer that you could buy right now on Amazon, have it delivered by this afternoon, will take out as many cameras as you want to point it towards. So, anyways, so yeah, so they learned that from the Nazis, but I would say they're not doing it quite as well as the Nazis did. They don't have quite the same fever after it, right? Because they have somebody like Peter Thiel running it, right? And there's another thing, and I've talked about this. One similarity people often point out is that the Stasi developed a method called Zerzetang, which means decomposition. And I want you to pay very close attention to this because this is what's going on now in our own homes. Rather than arresting someone outright, the goal was to psychologically wear them down by disrupting relationships, careers, reputations, and daily life. Historians have documented that this was an official Stasi tactic. So, yeah, the Zuristang program was indeed intense. Rather than relying primarily on imprisonment, the Stasi often tried to quietly disrupt a person's life over months or years. Sound familiar? Techniques documented in Stasi records included damaging careers through anonymous reports, creating distrust among family or friends, interfering with housing or employment, constant surveillance to create uncertainty, anonymous letters, rumors, and administrative obstacles. Yes, I've had all that going on. They called the cops on me a couple of times, which made my family kind of wonder, like, gee, Diane, you've lived there for years. Why all of a sudden are your neighbors calling the cops on you? So yeah, it is the simplest thing, and I've done shows about it, so I'm not going to wander all the way there, but it is the simplest things, and I'm talking the simplest things that create distrust with other people. And their big thing is that they kick you out of your house. As a matter of fact, Rusty Nelson from the Franklin thing, he was the photographer during that event. He ended up here in Norfolk, Nebraska, and he got rousted out of his housing by the cops because they used some drummed up charges against him because that's their first plan is what they do is they go after your landlord and say, hey, you got a troublemaker that's renting from you, so you better kick them out. And 9 times out of 10, it will work very, very well. The problem they ran into with me is that my family owns this house. I don't own this house. My family does. So kicking me out became a little more complicated, right? So, yeah, they do all of these things to make you look crazy, unstable, and all of that. And that all came from the Stasi. So, regarding Palantir, with Peter Thiel, the comparison some people make is not that the software performs Zuristung itself, but that a platform capable of integrating many sources of information could, in theory, make surveillance and investigations much more efficient if used for that purpose. And you have to remember anybody can gather a whole lot of data, right? Now they're trying to organize all that data. So, well, if you gather up too much data, well, it becomes harder to figure out what to do with it, right? And I wouldn't say that we're operating at genius level operations at this point. So I'll leave that alone because their biggest asset is tricks and deception, right? So putting cameras on every corner could work if people are so dumb that they let those cameras just persist, right? So if you've got a crowd of people in a town that let those cameras exist and the people just complain and then return to their couches to scroll around online, well, those cameras are likely going to keep existing, right? These people fold when they get heckled. What do you think they would do if everybody got off their couches and went out and zapped all those cameras? Well, they would be in a heck of a lot of trouble because you realize those cameras are very expensive and cumbersome to replace. And another thing, the modern eugenics movement did not originate in Germany. It grew out of ideas from Francis Galton in Britain in the late 1800s. In the early 20th century, the United States became one of the strongest institutional supporters. Before the Nazis even came to power, many American universities taught eugenics. Several American foundations funded eugenics research. More than 30 U.S. states enacted compulsory sterilization laws. Tens of thousands of Americans were forcibly sterilized under those laws. American eugenic literature was read and cited by German racial theorists. When the Nazis enacted the law for the prevention of hereditary disease offspring in 1933, they drew on multiple influences, including American sterilization laws. Historians have documented that some Nazi lawyers and officials examined U.S. legal precedents while drafting aspects of their racial legislation. Where Nazi Germany differed was in taking those ideas much further, expanding them into forced sterilization to systematic persecution and ultimately mass murder during the Holocaust. Well, we're also heading that way right now, aren't we? Ring of Fire. I hear that ring of fire. Yeah, Johnny Cash did a song about it. I can't sing as well as old Johnny Cash did, but yeah, whatever. You ever notice Johnny Cash, his initials are JC for Jesus Christ, I guess. They are freaks for these symbols. But anyway, let me get serious and back on track here. So, the United States was an important influence on early Nazi eugenics policy. And here's roughly what they claim is the history. Ancient Rome, there is no clear evidence that ancient Romans used a standardized. Oh, wait a minute. I'm here on the salutes. Wait, I forgot to put my page breaker in here. So now we're talking about Nazi salutes. We're going to really go over those Nazi salutes, okay? Hitler. At the end of the show, I will have you yelling Heil Hitler at the top of your lungs. They're all going to be yelling it soon. So, okay, now we're on to the Nazi salute. Okay, so ancient Rome, there was no evidence that I could find that anybody used a standardized raised arm salute in everyday life or military ceremonies. So couldn't find anything there. But rolling forward to the suspicious time, 18th and 19th century, a lot seems to happen around this time. Artists and playwrights began depicting Romans with raised arms. A famous example is the Oath of the Herati. These artistic depictions helped create what people later called the Roman salute. So, early 20th century, Benito Mussolini adopted the raised arm gesture as a symbol of Italian fascism, presenting it as a revival of ancient Roman tradition. So, in a long rolls Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party adopted a similar salute, which became universally associated with Nazism. After World War II, that association largely overshadowed its earlier use. But there's a fascinating connection here that everybody seems to want to glom over. And I talked about this briefly, but now we're going to really understand this Nazi business, right? In the United States, we had what was called the Bellamy salute, Bellamy. And how did the Bellamy salute work out? Well, before the United States entered World War II, American school children often recited the Pledge of Allegiance using a straight arm salute known as a Bellamy salute. Because it looked so familiar to the fascist and Nazi salute, the U.S. changed the official gesture in 1942 in placing the hand over the heart. So when people say it's the Roman salute, they're referring to the tradition popularized by 18th and 19th century art. You hear that word art, right? Remember how I was talking in the past about the artwork being changed about those pyramids. So now we got another art example. So what they're saying is they're referring to the tradition popularized by 18th and 19th century art and then adopted by fascist Italy. The complication is that for most people today, the same gesture is overwhelmingly recognized because of its use by Nazi Germany, regardless of its claimed inspiration. So, how did it really work out? Well, here is how it really worked out. 1892, Francis Bellamy writes the Pledge of Allegiance for the 400th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the Americas. Bellamy also described how students should salute the flag, stand facing the flag, extend the right arm straight toward the flag, palm slightly upward. This became known as the Bellamy salute. It looked like this. I pledge allegiance. The right arm is extended toward the flag. But here is the question, where did Bellamy get the idea? There is no evidence that he copied it from ancient Rome. Most historians think the gesture reflected the late 19th century artistic idea, right, of a dignified public salute, the same cultural tradition that had already popularized the so-called Roman salute in paintings, sculptures, theater, and civil ceremonies. At the time, it was not associated with fascism because fascism did not yet exist. Or another theory to think about, maybe some of these salutes got painted back into those pictures, right? Like they did with those pyramids. Just something to think about. So here's how it works out. 1892, the Bellamy salute is introduced in the United States. 1922, Benito Mussolini comes to power and adopts the Roman salute. Or so they're calling it, right? Because they're calling it the Roman salute because they saw it in pictures and stuff, right? Not that anybody's saying it's there. They see it in paintings. That's all we're seeing this is in paintings, right? The only proof comes from paintings, okay? So 1933, Adolf Hitler and the Nazis make it famous worldwide. 1942, so the United States wrote out this deal the whole time from 1892, and they did not decide to change it until 1942. And that was what? Oh, 9 or so years after Hitler made it very famous, right? So they call it an ironic twist. The United States was using a straight arm salute decades before the Nazis. But after World War II, the gesture became so strongly identified with fascist Italy and Nazi Germany that Americans abandoned it entirely. That is why today people are surprised to see photographs of American school children from the 1920s and 1930s using what appears to modern eyes to be a Nazi salute, which predates Nazi Germany. So yeah, well, I mean, they're the ones that wrote the history, though, so they seem to be the ones attached to that salute. Before the U.S. entered World War II, American school children often recited the Pledge of Allegiance using a straight arm salute known as a Bellamy salute. Because it looked so familiar, or maybe because it came from there, right? But this is what they're claiming. Oh, we didn't know. It just looked so familiar. How did all this happen? We're so confused. My God, I'm confused. So, just like remember that second snake got added to the medical logos in what was it, 1906, and like they're like, hey, we don't know how that snake got added to the medical logo. We know the Army did it, but hey, it was a mistake. Well, I got news for you. If it was a mistake, why didn't you change it, right? Why did it take you from 1933 to 1942 to change this little mistake, right? Well, I think because probably photographs, people had more access to literature. But anyway, the facts remain the same. It appears to me the Hitler salute came straight out of the Americas, right? So, okay, so and the historians claim this is pretty funny. It seems obvious that it had to go. In 1942, however, Congress was dealing with a tradition that existed since 1892. Yeah. And changing a long established national custom wasn't something they had done lightly. That's likely why it wasn't abandoned in 1933 when Hitler came to power, but only after the United States was fully engaged in the war against Nazi Germany. Yeah, interesting, right? It's very, very interesting when you look at these timelines because at the time that they were cooking up that Bellamy salute and stuff, well, what was going on? Well, we had the American Civil War, we had the Gilded Age, and 1892 was right in the middle of the Gilded Age. Francis Bellamy introduces the Bellamy salute in American schools along with the Pledge of Allegiance in 1892 is right there in the Gilded Age. So that is where it came from. So, yeah. And then Benito, yeah. So that's where that whole salute and everything came from. It started here in the good old United States. So now we have the history of the salute. Oh, also, they went through a big deal. Congress, they codified the flag code. Oh, here's the suspicious part. Okay. So for some reason, when I was looking at this timeline, things weren't adding up. And right after um, 1933 to 1941, Americans continued using the Bellamy salute despite the Nazis adopting a similar looking gesture. Well, it was the same gesture, right? So then 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor brought the United States into World War II. And remember that attack was very well photographed because some famous Hollywood guy just happened to be there on the ground with all his camera equipment. It's just miraculous how these things happen, right? So then, right after Pearl Harbor gets attacked, supposedly, um, Congress changes the American salute in June 22nd, 1942. Congress first codified the flag code, but it still included a version of the Bellamy salute. So then that was in June of 42, but it looks like they came to their senses because December 22, 1942, exactly 6 months later, Congress amended the law and eliminated the Bellamy salute altogether, requiring the right hand over the heart instead. So, yeah, before World War II, Americans viewed the Bellamy salute as simply the salute that accompanied the Pledge of Allegiance. It had been used for 50 years. By 1942, the United States was at war with both Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. Newspapers, newsreels, and magazines were filled with images of Hitler, Nazi rallies, and the Hitler statue. The visual similarity had become impossible to ignore. American school children were making a gesture that looked almost identical to the salute of the nation's enemies. Congress did not publish a lengthy explanation saying, we're changing this because of Hitler. However, historians generally agree that the reason was obvious to eliminate confusion and avoid any resemblance to the fascist and Nazi salute. So, yeah, they codify it into their codes in June, they get it out of there in December. The 6 month interval suggests lawmakers recognize the problem after the initial law was passed, or that concern over the resemblance became strong enough during wartime to warrant an amendment. So, yeah, so that was how that all came about. And let's talk about Heil Hitler. Heil means hail or salute. Hitler is, of course, his name. So Heil Hitler literally means hail Hitler or salute to Hitler. Before the Nazis, Germans commonly greeted one another with phrases such as Guten Tag or good day. The Nazi regime deliberately replaced many ordinary greetings with Heil Hitler as a way to denounce political loyalty in everyday as a way to demonstrate political loyalty in everyday life. Refusing to use it could draw suspicion and, in some cases, lead to punishment or denunciation. So, Heil Hitler. Yeah, so that's exactly how it worked because this Iron Cross, it starts out in 1813 with Frederick William III, that king, okay? Then the first members of the House of Romanov and the House of Habsburg received the Iron Cross while fighting alongside Prussia against Napoleon, and that would be 1813 to 1815. If you go looking online, what they'll tell you is, no, that's not really true. What'll happen is this is they have programmed all of these chatbots like AI, and Yandex has their own chat box now. They've programmed them all based on official US history, right? It doesn't consider anything besides that, right? And if you go, I did a little test, and I did a test between Yandex and ChatGPT, and they both gave me completely wrong information about the Iron Cross. So for some reason, they like to muddy that Iron Cross. But let me tell you how it really worked out, because the Iron Cross was how I looped all the way back around, because it was only when I was over there in Russia trying to figure out why were those white women being sold in Turkey, and then also trying to figure out were those the same children that ended up on those orphan trains. I got started by that Iron Cross, right? So here it is in history. The first members of the House of Romanov and the House of Habsburg received the Iron Cross, 1813 to 1850. And then the House of Hohenzollern, I can't pronounce this one. It's the House of Hohenzollern, and that's Hohenzollern. The House of Hohenzollern rules Prussia and later the German Empire, 1871 to 1918. So yeah, I followed the whole every minute this Iron Cross. I tracked it down. So 1870, the Iron Cross is reissued during the Franco-Prussian War. 1914, Kaiser Wilhelm II reissues the Iron Cross for World War I. 1914 to 18, additional members of the Romanov and Habsburg dynasties received the Iron Cross during World War I. Habsburg recipients were allies of Germany through Austria-Hungary. Some Russian recipients received the decoration before Germany and Russia became enemies in the war. It's just because they supposedly became enemies, the whole thing can become really a big spin, right? So by 1918, Adolf Hitler received the Iron Cross first class as a soldier in the German army, right after the Romanovs and Habsburgs got it, right? 1939, after taking power, Hitler revives the Iron Cross for World War II, adding the swastika to the center of the medal. So, yeah, those goose stepping, that came from before the Nazis. The military uniforms, they came from Prussia also. The Iron Cross also came from somebody else. The ceremonial reviews and parades also came from Prussia and Imperial Germany, not Nazi Germany. Even the military music, many marches played at Nazi events originated in the Prussian and Imperial German eras rather than under the Nazi regime. Talk about a copy and paste operation, right? The officer tradition, the Prussian officer corps had long emphasized discipline, hierarchy, obedience, and military professionalism. They inherited much of that institutional culture, although the Nazis regime also imposed ideological loyalty to Hitler. So, why did the Nazis keep these traditions? Well, they gave the regime an appearance of continuity with Germany's military past. Many career officers had served in the Imperial German Army during World War I and were already familiar with these customs. The traditions carried prestige and were widely respected within Germany. So, yes, it all traces back to Prussia, not to the Nazis. So, the monarchy that created it, meaning those Habsburgs and all of them, but the decoration itself continued because successive German governments regarded it as an established symbol of military valor. So I think we've settled that Iron Cross, right? After the American Civil War, oh yeah, here's another thing. Here's another really big point. I almost scrolled past it. There's a guy named Van Steuben. He served in the Prussian military, and he wrote what's called the Blue Book when he was serving under the Prussian army. Okay, the Blue Book. It's regulations for the order and discipline of the troops of the United States. So in 1979, this guy Van Steuben wrote this Blue Book, right? It's standardized drill, camp organization, inspections, and discipline in the Continental Army. But after the American Civil War, American officers closely studied the successes of the Prussian army, especially after Prussia's victories in the Second War in 1864, the Austro-Prussian War of 1866, and the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871. The United States adopted or expanded ideas such as a professional general staff, military academies, formal officer education, staff planning, standardized training, and large scale mobilization. So basically, the Prussian army influenced many armies around the world, including the United States. German Empire inherited much of the Prussian military system. Nazi Germany inherited many ceremonial and organizational features from the German Empire and Prussia. So, for modern military organization, a lot of roads really do run through Prussia, right? So, they told us that all roads lead to Rome. But when you follow modern military ceremony and discipline, a surprising number of roads actually lead to Prussia. So, next I'm going to tackle this eagle, the darn eagle. So, there's this thing called the Order of the German Eagle with Star. It was not the Iron Cross. It was a Nazi diplomatic honor created by Hitler on May 1 in 1937, mainly for important foreigners, diplomats, industrialists, aviation figures, and political allies. The design of the German eagle with star had a Maltese style cross. You'll look and see the Maltese style cross is similar to the Iron Cross, but it has like little flares on the arms. So let me just keep going point by point here so we don't start to get them all confused. So the Maltese, I don't know. I think they're basically also from Malta. So you start to see that Maltese things enter here, but the Maltese have like a little flare on the arm. So it's not the same cross, okay? But this German eagle with star, that design had a Maltese style cross. It had German eagles and swastikas. And higher classes came with a large breast star. So basically, Hitler came out with these awards to give to people that honored them. And it was called the German Eagle with Star. So the Iron Cross is seen as a military bravery award. The Order of the German Eagle, that is a political diplomatic prestige award. So, who got the Order of the German Eagle? Well, Charles Lindbergh received the Order of the German Eagle with Star on October 19th, 1938. Henry Ford received the Grand Cross of the German Eagle in 1938. Thomas J. Watson of IBM received it in 1937, then returned it in 1940. James D. Moody of General Motors received the first class in 1938. Bottom line was this: Nazi Germany was handing prestige medals to useful or admired foreigners before the war fully exposed what the regime was. It was a soft power medal. So pretty interesting that certain people, probably of the same class of Hitler, right? They wanted to award their own class who didn't wear the military, so they came up with another cross that looked like the Iron Cross, but it was the Grand Cross of the German eagle. So yeah, these crosses and stuff can get rather confusing if you're not looking right. So then let's take a look at the eagle. Well, ancient Egypt did not primarily use the eagle as its royal symbol. The dominant bird was the falcon, and the falcon represented the god Horus. Remember the god Horus that ended up with only one eye. That's why you see celebrities and politicians covering one eye. So the Egyptians did not use the eagle as its royal symbol. They used the falcon, which represented the god Horus. So the falcon became kingship, divine protection to the pharaohs. Another common symbol was the vulture, which represented the goddess, I don't know, Nebuchadnezzar, whatever. So modern people sometimes call these eagles, but Egyptians primarily, their royal bird was the falcon, okay? So if you're looking at Egypt, the bird they love are eagles. So then moving along to ancient Rome from 107 BC, the eagle became one of history's most influential military symbol under the Marian reforms. Each Roman legion carried an aquila, which means an eagle standard. Losing the eagle in battle was considered a national disgrace. The eagle came to represent military strength, imperial authority, and victory. This Roman use influenced many later states. The Byzantine Empire popularized the double headed eagle, symbolizing authority looking east and west. That emblem later spread to Russia, the Balkans, and Central Europe. The Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire adopted the double-headed eagle as an imperial symbol. Prussia and Germany, under the House of Habsburg, used the Prussian eagle as its emblem. Later, Kingdom of Prussia used it, German Empire used it, Weimar Germany used it, Nazi Germany modified it with a swastika, and modern Germany without the swastika. They all use versions of the eagle. The United States has the Great Seal of the United States. In 1782, it adopted the bald eagle, chosen as a native North American bird representing independence and strength. While it is an American species, using an eagle as a symbol of state authority also fits within a long European tradition, likely drawn heavily from Rome. Yeah, they're all using those eagles, right? And Egypt's iconic royal bird was the falcon, whereas Rome made the eagle the enduring emblem of imperial military authority. So let's refresh ourselves about Horus. Horus is one of the most important deities in ancient Egyptian religion, commonly depicted as a falcon or as a man with a falcon's head. He was associated with kingship, the sky, divine protection, and the legitimacy of royal rule, making him central to Egyptian religious and political life for thousands of years. So, ancient Egypt, they chose the falcon, especially the god Horus, because it fit the environment and their beliefs. Falcons are common along the Nile. They fly extremely high and have exceptional eyesight. They are seen as watching over the land. Horus became the protector of the pharaoh, so the falcon symbolized kingship and divine authority. The Romans chose the eagle because it projected military and imperial power. Eagles are larger and more imposing. They soar higher and were associated with Jupiter, the king of the Roman gods. The Roman aquila, or the eagle standard, became the sacred emblem of each legion. To a Roman soldier, the eagle represented the state itself. In the Arabian Peninsula, falcons became central for a different reasons. Falconry was a practical survival skill. Falcons were trained to hunt birds and small game in the desert. Owning and training a falcon required skill, time, and wealth. Over centuries, the falcon became a symbol of nobility, heritage, patience, and mastery. Today, countries such as the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia still celebrate falconry as part of their cultural identity. Falcons are highly prized, and some are worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, we started in Egypt with the falcon, became the eagle, right? Interesting how it moves forward. Many later empires, especially those influenced by Rome, such as the Holy Roman Empire, the House of Hohenzollern in Germany, Imperial Russia, and eventually modern states adopted the eagle as a symbol of sovereign authority, while the falcon remained more closely tied to kingship, hunting traditions, and regional cultural identity. Let's talk a little bit about one of my favorite subjects, Horus, and these weird myths they come up with. One of the most influential Egyptian myths tells of Horus's struggle against his uncle Set. After Set killed Horus's father, Osiris, Horus fought to reclaim the throne and avenge him. The conflict symbolized the triumph of order over chaos and became a foundational narrative in Egyptian religion. Horus's mother, Isis, played a crucial role in protecting and raising him. So, yes, the falcon was sacred because of Horus. Pharaohs were often regarded as the earthly manifestations of Horus. So the falcon represented divine kingship and protection. In Rome, the eagle became associated with Jupiter and, more importantly, with the Roman legions. The eagle evolved into the emblem of imperial authority. So, why does everybody have the eagles? Well, because they all connect to each other, right? And they all seem to connect to a suspiciously recent time around the late 1800s, right? Just something to think about. And something else I've mentioned in the past, here in the good old United States, we actually had Nazi camps. There was one called Camp Siegfried. It was in Long Island, New York, probably the best known. It opened in the 1930s. It was operated by the German American Bund. It had youth camps, parades, and Nazi symbolism. Streets were named after Hitler and other Nazi figures. Then we also had Camp Nordland, another major Bund camp. It hosted rallies, festivals, paramilitary style events. They flew swastika flags alongside American flags. Then, of course, in 1939, there was a big Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden held in New York City on February 20th, 1939. About 20,000 people attended. The stage featured a large portrait of George Washington flanked by swastikas and American flags. So the Bunds themselves presented themselves as both American and pro Nazis. These organizations existed before the U.S. entered World War I. At that time, the United States was not yet at war with Germany. So while the Bund was controversial and closely watched, it was legal for a period. Oh, come on. After the U.S. entered the war in December 1941, the Bund quickly collapsed. Many leaders were prosecuted or interned, and the camps were shut down. Boy, isn't that a shame? So 1982, they're given the Nazi salute, but they call it the Bellamy salute in American schools. 1930s, the American Bund Germans operate camps in the U.S., including Camp Siegfried, Camp Norland, using Nazi symbols and salutes. 1933 to 1941, American school children are still using the Bellamy salute. 1942, Congress replaces the Bellamy salute. Boy, it just really seemed kind of, I don't know. Maybe I am just a very suspicious person. I didn't start off this suspicious. I'll tell you that much. I started off thinking all this stuff was true. So, yeah, I become a pretty suspicious person in all this time because it has to do with they keep changing these words around and stuff, but the meaning stays the same. And they will deny it all day long. No, no, you didn't see that person wearing that iron cross, and you'll show them a photo. Well, yeah, it could be the iron cross, but wait a minute. They'll try to spin you in a million directions. So why is that? Why are these programs programmed to kind of spin you off that iron cross? I can guarantee you they all wear that iron cross. Some of them have modified it. I saw one on the Romanovs. It was the iron cross, and they had their logo right in the middle of the iron cross. The Nazis took the iron cross and put that swastika in the middle. So that iron cross seems to be quite popular with all of them, right? Along with these, what I would consider kind of nutty stories about ISIS and all this stuff. And well, you got to decide for yourself. But in the meantime, I need to take a break here, so I'll be back on the other side. Okay, we will continue on our little learning lesson about Nazi Germany. The word Reich, R-E-I-C-H. In German, Reich simply means realm, empire, or state. It has been used for centuries. For example, the Holy Roman Empire was called the, oh, I can't pronounce this, the, or the Holy Roman Empire. After German unification in 1871, the country was officially the Deutsches Reich, or German Empire. Even after the monarchy ended in 1918, the official name of Germany under the Weimar Republic remained Deutsches Reich. When the Nazis came to power in 1933, they did not invent the word, they inherited it and gave it a new ideological meaning. They also popularized the phrase Third Reich to present their regime as a successor of two earlier German Reichs. So the word is really much older. The Nazi political use is modern, okay? So I'm going to be getting into some of this very, very interesting information about the Nazis and the Scherffers and my friend Otto. And let me just start off here. What you'll find if you choose to look further, you'll find that a lot of this information I have originated from the 90s. People were blogging back then, okay? And back then, things were very different. If you read the blogs, you'll hear things like, well, you know, the other day I was looking into this photo, and then I talked to so and so over at this place. And yeah, we both noticed that there's something quite wrong about the upper left hand corner. So we both put it into, and so they go on and explain things, right? It's very conversational. It that they didn't really get corporate with their websites for many, many years after that. But anyways, the early days, and I've checked out these bloggers as well as I could. I didn't find a single red flag with any of them. Bloggers you don't usually ever see on social media hanging around. And so, yeah, so a lot of the information I will be referencing from that era of some very good people who dug up a lot of really interesting information. So when you go to look, you'll notice that their websites are just different. I mean, they just speak differently back then. So let me start reading here. The true identity and Nazi planned subservient mission of George Herbert Walker Bush, 41st President of the United States, alleged to have been brought into America with Otto as his bodyguard and covertly adopted by trading with the enemy convicted Prescott Bush. Otto claimed that GHW, or George Herbert Walker Bush's real birth name was George H. Scherff Jr., son of George Scherff Sr., German-born assistant to inventor Nikola Tesla. So you got that part straight, okay? Curious young George allegedly spent his first years in America snooping around Tesla's lab, helping his father, George Scherff Sr., in the 1930s steal or glean whatever they could of Tesla's work and report back to Germany. Tesla had casually remarked to an artisan couple named Ray, who had recently immigrated to the United States, of the mischievous and deviously prying nature of the little monkey around his lab, who he had dubbed Curious George. This character would later become the basis of the children's book stories and series Curious George. So, here is the claim. The claim is this, that Otto supposedly told a man named Eric Berman that George H.W. Bush was connected to a network of former Nazis. Otto supposedly revealed information shortly before his death. His money was allegedly revenge over money disputes. The story then expands into the idea that Martin Bormann's organization survived after the war and influenced major corporations worldwide. And that's Martin Bormann, a key figure, Bormann. So here's how the story goes. In 1998, 29-year-old Eric Berman of Florida began dating a local girl whose 6'4" and 90-year-old father possessed the largest hands I've ever seen, he said. Over time, Big Ed, as he was known locally, revealed to the younger man that his real name was Otto, legendary commando of World War II fame, personal bodyguard to Adolf Hitler, and subsequently lifelong CIA operative. Keep that in mind. But that was just the beginning. In the months prior to Otto's death in December, and you're going to say, wait a minute, Otto died in Spain earlier. No, this is, these stories all get made up and twisted around. The official story, of course, is that Otto died in Spain, okay? After the war, Otto had a very interesting, interesting dealings with people, okay? He actually, I don't know, I kind of got the idea he became like a trainer of mercenaries, right? So the idea of Otto ever giving up the war would be kind of a stretch because Otto seemed to really be in there this whole time. So to find out that he was also a long-term CIA operative, you need to put that into your thinking cap, okay? So in the months prior to Otto's death in December, and this is his death in Florida, not the death in Spain, okay? In December of 1999, Otto revealed to Berman some of the most mind-boggling information ever made available concerning the whereabouts and activities of major personalities of the Third Reich and who were either declared dead by historians or otherwise reported to have been living in undisclosed locations abroad. Otto's lifelong circle of intimate associates, many living in the United States, included Martin Bormann, Joseph Mengele, Alois Brunner, Walter Ralph, and Reinhard Gellner, Gehlen. And even more surprising revelations from Otto, however, involved two domestic Nazi operatives, both well known to the American public, Prescott Sheldon Bush and his son, George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States. To buttress his story, Otto produced a shoebox full of over 100 photographs spanning a period of more than 60 years and gave them to Berman. The photos were of the usual family poses taken at weddings, anniversaries, holidays, or family reunions in the decades between the 1930s and the 1990s. But what made these photos highly extraordinary was the identity of the individuals seen within these photographs. The shoebox photos show Otto posing with the above named Third Reich personalities, along with additional photos showing Otto posing with Prescott Bush, his wife Dorothy Walker Bush, and their son George Herbert Walker Bush. To say that Berman was in the right place at the right time and was handed what may may turn out to be the biggest story to ever come down the pike is an understatement of the century. Following Otto's death on December 31st, 1999, Berman gathered additional information about Otto's Nazi cohorts and put the entire story together with 60 or 70 of Otto's shoebox photos into a copyrighted unpublished manuscript called The Bush Connection. I looked and looked and looked, could not find that actual piece, but I did find all the photos, right? So anyway, and here's a picture that stands out. It's all of them. I mean, all of them at some holiday family event. So, and this was like a holiday, a Christmas in Germany. So this wasn't like some random, random group of people, right? And who do we have in the picture? Well, we have Martin Bowman. We have Mrs. George Scherff. We have George Scherff Jr. We have Joseph Mengele, Prescott Bush, Otto, Dorothy Bush, and Reinhard Gehlen. So they're all in this picture, right? And the picture is being referred to as the Christmas time group photo. And it was in Doltisch, Germany, circa 1929. So the photograph was reportedly taken in Dolitz, Dolits, a neighborhood of the German city of Leipzig, Leipzig, around 120 miles southwest of Berlin. Otto told Berman that his motive for revealing his information was to extract revenge against George Bush, along with his former Nazi cohorts, for cheating him out of large sums of money during his lifetime. Otto apparently knew he was going to die and felt that Erich Berman, who is Jewish, would get the story out. It's hard to know for certain if this is true and the motivation for Otto's revelations. Well, the motivation sounds pretty good to me because these people constantly cheat each other out of money and stuff. So I'll keep reading. Considering the vast power that Martin Bormann and the Bormann organizations held with many of the biggest corporations around the globe, and it's supposedly over 750 of them, it could be that Bormann and other Asian Nazis may want the story out as a testament to their triumph of the will, so to speak. The late Paul Manning suggested such a recognition legacy scenario in his 1981 book. And the book is called Martin Bormann, Nazi in Exile. But this is really just speculation, so let me just keep reading here. So, Otto supposedly told a man named Erich Berman that George H.W. Bush was connected to a network of former Nazis. Otto supposedly revealed information shortly before his death. His motive was allegedly revenge over money disputes. The story then expands into the idea that Martin Bormann's organization survived after the war and influenced major corporations worldwide. Well, Otto was in fact a real SS officer who survived the war and later lived in Spain. Martin Bormann was one of the most powerful figures in Nazi Germany. George H.W. Bush was, of course, a real historical figure here in the United States. So, in his book, Nazi in Exile, they did argue that Bormann's financial network survived the war and continued operating internationally. So, yeah, so that those were the people that, so it makes sense that they would try to cheat Otto out of the money because it's kind of how they operate, right? But here's the things that were also well established. Otto was a real SS officer who survived the war and later lived in Spain. Supposedly, that's one story, right? Of course, Martin Bormann was one of the most powerful figures in Nazi Germany. So, yeah, all these people are real, right? So, how did they all get together? I mean, they're hanging out together in this picture. The picture looks legitimate to me, right? So, and here's what Otto told Berman about his supposed death in 1975. Otto told Berman that the date of his supposed death in 1975 was faked by the CIA, as were the supposed deaths of many of the Third Reich's most notable names. The Third Reich intelligence apparatus under General Reinhard Mueller towards the end of the war faked many deaths as well in anticipation of losing World War II. Martin Bormann went so far as to have a look-alike prisoner in one of the Nazi concentration camps fitted with the exact dental work that Bormann had, so they could use this person's body to fake the forensic dental evidence of Bormann's death, which is exactly what was perpetrated in the news in 1972 and again in 1998. So yeah, faking deaths and all that, nothing new with these people, right? They do it all the time. If somebody gets into a lot of debt, they help them out, right? Well, so and so died in a tragic plane crash. Have you ever met so many people who died in tragic plane crashes than these people? So anyway, so no central figure of the Third Reich has generated more speculation and controversy than Reichslander Martin Bormann. He proved to be the most cunning, capable, and intelligent master chess player of the Third Reich. Toward the latter half of the war, no one could get to see Hitler without Bormann's approval. Hitler invested his total trust in Bormann alone and assigned to Bormann full control of the Third Reich in his last will, signed in the final days of the Berlin bunker. Bormann came to realize that Germany could not win the war and made extensive preparations to export Third Reich brainpower, personnel, stolen assets, and technological secrets out of Germany before the Allies could seize them. Yeah, Bormann, pretty integral part, right? So I'm going to take a break in the middle of this Bormann business because there was something I didn't clear up about the Iranian nuclear plants that you really need to know to put the whole thing into context, okay? They claim Iran has only one nuclear power plant, okay? Like other uranium reactors, it creates plutonium inside its spent fuel. So, in fact, the one reactor that they admit to having in Iran can, in fact, produce plutonium inside its spent fuel. So what I'm saying is this, is that Iran has a capability, if you believe my theory or following it as far as its dirty electricity, Iran, in fact, has the capability with this one reactor that everybody's arguing over, right, to create plutonium, which is in this spent fuel. So Iran has the capability to spread that dirty electricity to all the people that live within the country of Iran because they are able to produce the plutonium they need within that power plant that they have that everybody's arguing over, right? And they can take that plutonium from there, mix it with the sulfur, create the dirty electricity, and then they got their solution to how to pump that stuff into the Iranians' home. So it's not as simple as it looks on the surface, but they do, in fact. So if somebody says, well, Iran can't have dirty electricity because where would they get their uranium from? Because everybody's watching them. Well, they already have the uranium. That's the trick, right? Because that Bushehr is the plant we're talking about, right? The only plant they have in Iran that makes powers houses with Iran. So anyway, so what they're saying, here's how it works, okay? U.S. nuclear power plants also produce plutonium in its spent fuel. The same basic physics applies at U.S. reactors, French reactors, Russian reactors, Chinese reactors, and Iran's reactors. Uranium fuel goes into the reactor. The reactor runs. Some uranium atoms absorb neurons and become plutonium. When the fuel is removed, the spent fuel contains plutonium mixed with highly radioactive waste products. The distinction is not whether plutonium exists, it does. The distinction is whether the fuel is left in the reactor for normal power production. Or they could remove it to maximize weapon grade plutonium to use during war, right? or they could use it to chemically reprocess to separate the plutonium. So right there, the one place in Iran, don't be tricked, okay, because it's what's called a pressurized water reactor, or a PWR. That is one of the most common reactors in the world, okay? All of these can produce plutonium in the spent fuel. So Iran is not unique in producing plutonium inside their nuclear reactor. Every major uranium-fueled nuclear power program does the exact same thing. The real question is this: what happens to the fuel after it leaves the reactor? When people hear the word plutonium, they often stop thinking. But the first question should be, what kind of reactor are we talking about? Iran, at their Bushnell reactor, is a PWR, pressurized water reactor. That's the same broad category of reactors throughout much of the civilized world. So all of them can produce plutonium within there. But they can also, places like the US, they're importing uranium. So why is that? Well, I don't know, because the United States is an experiment. So they're using more uranium in our electrical supply probably than other countries, is a simple answer. So then you have to wonder, why does France bring in all that uranium from Africa? Well, I would argue that France is probably the central point for dispersing this stuff to get into our homes right there out of France into Europe and stuff. So one of the interesting observations is that having a nuclear power plant and having a nuclear weapons program are not the same thing. Australia has no power reactors and no nuclear weapons. But France has a large civilian nuclear power sector and nuclear weapons. But Iran has one power structure, but remains the focus of international scrutiny. Well, okay, so let's get back to all this business today. Since we're going over logos and slogans and all the tricks that we've had, I'm trying to put them all into context here, because it appears to me like, well, it appears like we're still operating under a Nazi state, right? So let's take a wheel back at some of these things. The word Draken, Draken, literally means dragon in Swedish, okay? In the book of Revelations 12:9, the great dragon is explicitly identified as that ancient serpent called the devil and Satan. Throughout Revelation, the dragon symbolizes Satan, deception, in opposition to God. Okay. The guy that's currently running NASA, making billions and billions of tax dollars, and I can't see how they're possibly going to space. Okay. But the guy currently running NASA, that was appointed by Trump, I think in January of this year or something like that. His name is Jared Isaacman. He co-founded a company named Draken. So what do you mean about Draken? Well, Draken means dragon, dragon means Satan, right? So before he got put in charge of NASA, here he's from this country. This man Jared was founded a company called Draken. The money that they sent to NASA comes from U.S. taxpayers. Then NASA awards contracts to private companies like SpaceX to build rockets and fly missions. So SpaceX is paid with that NASA contract money, right? So SpaceX becomes one of the world's most valuable private companies through a combination of NASA contractors funded by taxpayers, U.S. Department of Defense and United States Space Force launch contracts, commercial satellite launch customers, and revenue from Starlink internet service. So the all of NASA gets funded by taxpayers, and NASA is run by a guy who started a company before he got into NASA that associates with Satan. Okay. The official explanation from the NASA, they have a logo, okay? And a lot of us seem to think that the red part on the NASA logo is a serpent. Okay. Here's what the official explanation is. The blue circle represents a planet. The white stars represent space. The white orbital path represents a spacecraft's orbit. The red V shape, they call it a swoosh or a vector, represents aeronautics. But some people, some of us crazy people, we look at that red vector and we see a forked snake tongue. So, yeah, to me and to a lot of other people, it happens to look like a snake, right? Right there on that logo. So, there is no way that I could possibly understand the money involved here, but there is a lot and lot of money, okay? SpaceX receives billions in revenue, including government contract revenue. They have reportedly reported substantial losses. So SpaceX roughly brings in about 19 billion per year, but they have a loss of about 4.9 billion as of last year. So, well, not profitable, very questionable. Well, no one's gone to space. If you can explain to me how they got past the Van Allen radiation belt to even get to space in the first place, I'd be glad to listen. But they come up with answers like, well, when they got to the Van Allen belt, which is the dangerous part, they just went faster. Well, that's not how it works. You don't just run through radiation. And they said the same thing about the people in Ukraine over that thing when they had the big nuclear spill there. They said, well, the people left the area really quickly. Well, leaving quickly, you still got hit, right? So they seem to come up with these rather, I would call them adolescent type of excuses. But anyway, so the bottom line is between the space and the other thing, and remember, space is what they brought over all the Nazis for, right? So between, I haven't even, in the last show I talked about 400 or 500 million or billion. I really can't remember that went to the missiles that were run on floppy disks. Now we have SpaceX that's literally just sopping up money so fast they can hardly breathe. And if the leader of SpaceX is really Elon Musk, how is he online full time? How exactly is he online all the time? You run $1 billion company worth mega billions of dollars company worth all these government contracts, and yet they want us to believe that that lunatic is really online full stop. Every time there's a microphone, he's in front of it talking. And nothing adds up. So anyway, so let's get back to the other part of this deal. I've been talking about the Scherffs, right? So what does Scherff mean? Well, Scherff is an old German word meaning a small coin or a small amount of money. And the name Scherflin means a very, yeah, okay. So as a surname, and the reason I'm going over this name is because I wanted to identify, were these people, the Scherffs, were they German or were they more specifically Ashkenazi Jewish? Okay, and that was my plot here to try to figure this out. So the name Scherff can also be found among both Germans and Ashkenazi Jews. So now we got a dual connection here, right? So it is saying the name likely came from a place name in Germany or an old money related term. So Scherf means small coin, and the surname was used by both Germans and Ashkenazi Jews. So that brings up another million questions, right? One thing I'll be talking about now that will come up later is there's a lot of talk always about this UFO business. And what'll be coming up later, believe it or not, they actually have this whole bit about Antarctica. And yeah, I'm going to go through it all. But anyway, hold on a second. So I. Okay, I am back. In case you wonder why do you keep cutting off and dropping off the line, well, I'm dealing with a wobbly computer right now, so I'm trying to get this show through the hoops it has to go through. So because I can't replace what I need to replace until next week. So let's just keep moving along. So let me explain this Antarctica business a little bit because if you go looking for Antarctica, you're going to run into, well, kind of the same cast of characters. And here's what I think about Antarctica. it'll come up in this Fourth Reich or something, the big plans for Antarctica, and I'll be talking about it soon here. But there's a military person, Richard E. Byrd, Byrd. He reminds me of Curtis LeMay, General LeMay from Japan. If you talk about UFOs, you'll still find people today in chat rooms talking about UFOs and General LeMay saying, well, I wonder if he meant this. I wonder if he meant that. Well, it's my opinion that's where the UFO lie got started. And in my opinion, it was a total spoof, okay? Because a lot of stuff comes out of the military. Just because people say they belong to the military, it doesn't mean that their family really shows up and does military like things like you might imagine, right? So anyway, so if you read about this Antarctica business, I think what you'll find is statements from this guy named Richard E. Byrd. And Byrd made a famous statement, and he talked about aircraft flying from pole to pole. And people seem to want to read that as a warning about future strategic threats and about, oh, I don't know, UFOs buzzing around the sky and that kind of stuff. So I would have to say that Bird is probably bluffing. That would be my opinion. These people all weave in and out of things. Like, for example, this Otto guy that we're focused on today, you'll find that, well, he was up to all kinds of things. But remember, he was also CIA. He was also Hitler's buddy. The stories that are out there aren't necessarily going to be true because after World War II, he was like a mercenary guy. He set up military operations. He trained military people and stuff like that. And I also found a piece that said that Otto was recruited as a military advisor in Egypt, where he trained Egyptian and other Arab forces, including Palestinians, who he helped organize raids into Israel. And there's claims about him training Yasser Arafat. So, did he do all that? Well, you're going to have to leave that to your own imagination to figure out. I'm inclined to think that, yeah, he probably did, right? He probably did. Um, so anyway, so yeah, would I consider the military at the top of this UFO lies? Well, yeah, probably. I would say pretty good chances. So if you go looking for UFO stuff and it has to do with Antarctica, well, just look for the bird guy, and I would say that he's military. He sounds a lot like Curtis LeMay, so probably a bluff. So anyway, so here's the reason, and that they're calling all this stuff the Fourth Reich, this Antarctica stuff. The Third Reich, Germany, obviously, right? And the reason the Fourth Reich idea attracts attention, well, it isn't because everybody believes everything, but if the Third Reich collapsed in 1945, what happened to the people who ran it, right? Financed it, supplied it, researched it, right? So those people didn't disappear from the Third Reich, right? So, yeah, there is a lot of validity that what's going on right now is, in fact, the Fourth Reich. But that whole what's going on now is the Fourth Reich, that's got to be a separate subject for next and later, but not for right now. But just so you know that the Third Reich ended with Germany. Some are proposing we're in the Fourth Reich, and I think it makes a great deal of sense. So, anyway, so because all these people didn't disappear. You heard in the last segment, Otto was talking about they just get rid of people, right? They just acted like a lot of these war criminals. Maybe they acted like they got killed or something else. Who knows, right? So, anyway, so the Third Reich, I'll give you a little explanation. The Third Reich is the first Nazi regime under the control of the SS and Adolf Hitler. Their goal of purifying the Aryan race was encouraged, and this is where it gets fuzzy. They was encouraged by an extraterrestrial group known as the Aryan ETs. But the Nazis were also influenced by the Draco reptilians. See, I was talking about that Draco business earlier, right? So that's what they perceived the Third Reich was all about. And the Fourth Reich, Third Reich Nazis embedded in governments and corporations through Masonic, Illuminati, and State Department influence. Well, yeah, they came in through the CIA and all that. They themselves confirm all this stuff. So this isn't like some wild guessing, right? And they also claim that most members came from base 211 or 211 in Antarctica. and were part of the Project Omega takeover. And there's where we really wander off into la la land, okay? Now, maybe it's all true. I don't personally believe all this stuff about the UFOs taking over, but I'm going to keep it all in context. Just because I don't believe it doesn't mean I'm not going to tell you about it. And so then suppose, to me, this sounds like people sitting around taking way too many drugs, okay? So anyway, so then supposedly the Fifth Reich. So, and the Fifth Reich is supposed to be Third Reich Nazis who settled in Antarctica and later established colonies in outer space throughout time. They don't consider themselves Nazis, but compare themselves more to the Teutonic Knight Order, which defeated Christians during the Crusades. They prefer to be known as Germans and have their own breakaway civilization. The Fifth Reich call themselves the Federation of Free German Worlds, according to Penny Bradley, but they aren't free of the Draco by any means. So what all that means, well, it's pretty nutty, okay? But I'll get back to that whole Reich stuff later. Let me go ahead and we're going to read an interesting article that I found on one of these blogs, okay? And I explained before, this is kind of how blogs sounded in the late 90s, okay? And this is exactly the tone, okay? I'm going to cover a couple articles. I had to compile my notes, so hang in there. It will all come together. That basic premise is this. Excuse me. Tesla connects with the Bush family when they were called the Scherffs out of Germany. The name itself tells me they were for sure German or Ashkenazi. So Tesla is working with the Bushes, who are really the Scherffs, and they are sneaking around stealing their patents. Oh, this is my summary. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so I write myself little summaries in between so I don't forget. This sulfur stuff is pretty much madness to deal with. So what I'm trying to do is keep moving ahead and recording what I know while I still can, obviously. So yeah, I made this note to myself. So I'll read it correctly. It says, and this is me speaking, not the article. I'm going to cover a couple articles. I had to compile my notes, so hang in there. It will come together. That basic premise is this. Tesla connects with the Bush family when they were called the Scherffs out of Germany. The name itself tells me they were for sure German or Ashkenazi. So Tesla is working with the Bushes, who are really the Scherffs, and they are sneaking around, stealing his patents, etc. It is a long story. In the end, it is alleged that someone murdered Tesla, who was poor and living in a cheap hotel after it all collapsed. It also talks about the Fourth Reich. That's why I'm doing this show today. I was planning on the Reichs, but this puts it into more context. Yeah, I was going to do a show today about the Reichs, but all this other stuff, well, way too much for today. So, anyway, so I'll keep reading from my own notes to myself. Oh, God, this is crazy. So, anyway, so they also had plans with Antarctica and UFO flying machines. This story goes all over the place. From my notes, then I will read a couple articles that I'll put into perspective. So, anyways, okay. Okay. This is a story about Otto, okay? Herbert Dorsey, in his book, The Covert Colonization of Our Solar System, also had this to say. Because what you'll find is all of this Antarctica stuff, all kind of like, well, the reason I'm explaining it all is because it all kind of like folds in together, almost like these people consider it a fact or something. I consider it a little bit delusional. But anyway, so I'll read what they said about this book. Otto funded the Nazi International, and at the same time, he was employed by the CIA after the war. He assisted, meaning Otto, assisted Martin Bormann in recovering Nazi loot deposited in neutral countries for this organization. The original idea came not from Otto, but from Martin Bormann, Hitler's private secretary. At the secret meeting in the Hotel Rot's house in Strasbourg on August the 10th, 1944, Bormann met with key German industrialists. They realized that Germany would lose the war and developed plans for a post-war world. They would immediately start transferring money, machine tools, specialty steel, and blueprints for advanced technology abroad to neutral countries to be used after the war. Otto was Hjalmar Schatz's nephew by marriage, and both men were involved in setting up the Nazi International. The financier of the Third Reich, Hjalmar Schatz, which is Schacht, advised the industrialists on how to camouflage their assets on paper. Otto would handle the actual physical transfer of this wealth. Both men knew the secrets of the Nazi treasure, where it was looted, how it got there, who controlled it, and the purpose it was intended for. Also, Otto was the most important man in organization something, and it means Odessa, which is the organization for the release of former SS members. Odessa would become an important part of the Nazi International and would assist Nazi war criminals escape justice. Well, this is fascinating because I've been covering up until, well, how they got the loot, right? They got all the loot, put it on those trains, rode it up to Switzerland, and I guess Otto and the team were the ones who figured out how to disperse it. So then I found this article called How the Nazis Won the War: Infiltration of the USA, NSA, CIA, etc. via Operation Paperclip. It is an interesting fact of history that the U.S. was almost overthrown in a coup in 1933 known as the Business Plot, led by the very same people who were fundraising and closely associated with the rise of Nazism in Germany. Decorated war veteran Schmeldy Butler, famous for his book War is a Racket, was recruited for the coup, which he later blew the whistle on after he had gathered enough information about the conspirators. According to this documentary, among the plotters was Skull and Bones President Prescott Bush, father of Bonesman CIA chief and U.S. President George H.W. Bush, and grandfather of Bonesman and U.S. President George W. Bush. I'm going to be covering a lot about these skull and bones part in a bit here, but let me keep reading. And you can see by the way I'm reading how conversational these old blogs really were, right? I'm trying not to interject as I'm reading, so I'll keep reading. Professor Anthony Sutton has written books exposing all the details of how Wall Street funded Nazism. Certain key American businessmen were Nazi sympathizers from the start. Yeah, remember they got those awards too, right? So by the time the war ended, by the time the war ended, and around 1,600 Nazis flooded the U.S. military-industrial complex and military intelligence complex under Operation Paperclip, these Nazi scientists, engineers, and technicians were capitalizing on an already pre-existing underlying ideology. There were enough people in key places of power to enlist top Nazis and help them avoid trial and punishment. These Nazis, once safely ensconced within the CIA, NASA, and other military agencies, then began to harness the astoundingly amount of money and productivity of the USA to help turn it into the world's first global superpower. Yeah, and then I was looking back because they really weave all this stuff together with all these Reichs and stuff. But here's the basic. This stuff wasn't really that long ago. The Holy Roman Empire ended in 1806, yet the Habsburg institutions continued. Okay. The German Empire ended in 1918, yet many of its military and bureaucratic elites continued into the Weimar era. The Soviet Union ended in 1991, yet many Soviet-era people and institutions remained influential afterwards. So why do we assume Nazi Germany was uniquely capable of disappearing overnight? Well, it's because of all these people, right? So what I'm going to be doing is read this story now, and this is from another article about Otto. Okay, you kind of get the idea that this information, what happens is that there's a few people that will write the information, and then it may appear in different publications, and they may gather something else. You see how it works? So, gathering together all these little bits and stuff, right? So anyway, so let me start off with this article, which will give us a better picture about Otto. In 1997, a Florida man who goes by the name of Eric Orion, Orion, started dating the daughter of a tall, elderly, retired home builder named Ed in Boynton Beach, Florida. Eric never got to talk much with Ed for the first 2 years he was dating his daughter because Ed didn't seem to be too interested in talking to people, except for the occasional "how you doing" type of greeting. All that changed in December of 1999 when Ed had three profound and highly revealing conversations with Eric while Eric's girlfriend and her mother were shopping, leaving Eric and Ed alone. Ed told Eric that his real name was Otto, Alfred Adolf Hitler's personal bodyguard. He said he was a World War II SS commando that had rescued Mussolini from captivity in a mountaintop fortress in Italy and flew him directly to Hitler, who was waiting for the plane on the tarmac with newsreel cameras rolling. So then I found a piece called "The Most Dangerous Man in Europe." Who was Otto? Okay. Otto earned himself the nickname of the most dangerous man in Europe. But how did this German soldier manage to achieve this title? Well, Otto was born on June the 12th, 1908, into a middle, if you guess Austrian family, you win the prize. So Otto, born in June the 12th, 1908, was a middle class Austrian family. He had an aptitude for languages from an early age, and apart from his native German, he became fluent in French and proficient in English. At school, Otto was an avid fencer and often engaged in dangerous duels with live steel. He took part in 15 personal duels, the 10th one particularly important as it left him with a large scar across his face. Yes, Otto has this massive scar all across his face, and that's what it was from, okay? So Otto joined the Austrian Nazi organization in 1932 and the Austrian branch of the SA in 1934. He was known as a highly charismatic character, and during this one thing, according to his own account, he saved the Austrian president, Wilhelm Milkus, from being shot by Austrian Nazis. Otto argued that executing the president would create a martyr and provide an impetus for anti-Nazi Semitism in Austria. After the invasion of Poland, Otto tried to join the Luftwaffe, but he was told he was too tall at 6'4", and at 31 years old in 1939, he was already too old. Instead, Otto joined the Waffen SS and trained with SS Adolf Hitler, which was the Führer's personal bodyguard regiment. Otto fought in Operation Barbarossa, was awarded the Iron Cross, second class, and was wounded in the back of his head by shrapnel. He was removed from the front and given a staff job, at what time he developed his ideas of unconventional warfare and envisioned the creation of a unit able to commit various acts attributed to commando roles. And this was from another piece. Operation Long Jump was a supposed plan to assassinate the Big Three, Churchill, Stalin, and Roosevelt, at the Tehran Conference in Iran. The Soviets claimed they had received information via counterintelligence that Otto was heading up a team that would attempt to kill the leaders during the conference. Churchill later claimed this was Soviet propaganda, and Otto later claimed the operation never existed. So Otto, from 1908, and he allegedly died in 1977 in Spain, but we know now that that may or may not be true, was Hitler's most famous commando. He became famous for rescuing Mussolini in 1943, carried out special operations across Europe, escaped post-war detention, later worked in Spain and the Middle East, and remained a controversial figure until his death. Yeah, I would say quite controversial. So this one is about some of the background of the Bushes. George Herbert Walker Bush was born in Germany. His birth name, well, this is according to these reports, okay? His birth name was George H. Scherff Jr. His father, George Scherff Sr., was the illegal alien accountant and chief assistant to Nikola Tesla, who worked for and with Tesla in his New York City lab on Houston Street since 1896. So the dad, the senior, worked for Tesla. And that's where they came up with the Curious George from, because the son, George Scherff Jr., who's really George Bush Jr. Oh, God, this gets confusing. But anyway, that's where they came up with that Curious George thing. So here's how the story is told. Hitler sent Otto as chaperone and protector of 14-year-old George Jr. to live with his biological father for a time and steal inventions and secret information from Tesla's lab and then send it back to Hitler. Tesla commented to a Jewish couple from Europe who came to visit him at the time that his accountant's son, who was forever snooping about his lab and papers, was called him Curious George. The couple, who he told the story to, went on to publish a well-known series of children's books about a mischievous monkey called Curious George. One of Otto's black and white photos from California, dated 1937 or 1938, shows 14-year-old George Jr. standing with Otto and Prescott Bush in a backyard, likely at Prescott's home. A forged birth certificate was created and covertly filed at City Hall stating that George Jr. was born in Massachusetts to Prescott and Dorothy Bush. 2 years later, about 1940, 16-year-old George joined the U.S. Navy with forged documents that said he was 18 years old. George trained to become a Navy pilot of an Avenger torpedo bomber and was witnessed by another Navy flyer on September the 2nd, 1944, bailing out of his undamaged plane while returning to his squadron carrier in the Pacific, resulting in the deaths of his gunman and radio man who went down with the plane. The purpose of ditching his plane may have been the recovery by a Nazi submarine of the then top secret bombing site used on the Avenger bomber. I don't catch that part at all. But anyway, so Otto and Adolf Hitler were flown out of Berlin bunker into Austria by SS pilot Hannah Reich on April 22nd, 1945, in a small plane painted to look like a Red Cross emergency relief plane. A double, Hitler's cousin, took his place for 1 week before he was killed on April the 30th, 1945, by a single bullet to the center of his forehead and then buried outside the bunker in a shallow grave. But what they're claiming is this, that Adolf Hitler died at the age of 114 years old in a Maryland hospital on February. I'm sorry. This story just starts going and going and going, right? So there's allegations that in the end of his days that that Hitler was in a Maryland hospital, and he spent the last 35 years of his life living in Glacier National Park, Montana. And then he was known as William Coates. So is that part true? Well, I don't really have any clue, okay? But I have everything documented, so you can certainly take a look for yourself. So now we've also got Hitler's double, and he's over in Montana, right? So let's talk a little bit about this SS business, because this is pretty key here. Where'd they get those, those SS? They look like lightning bolts, right? That they wore, those logos they wore. Well, the SS, they call them runes, Runes. So that caught my attention because I never saw the Lord of the Rings, read the books or any of that kind of stuff, but I just know a few of the symbols from it. Okay, so it caught my.
Okay, in this segment, I'm going to be doing a very, very short little clip here because I need to clarify something about the photo that's going to be coming up in the next segment here. There is a lot that has to do with the dates of all this stuff. And what I'm also doing is I'm testing to see how loud the fans are in this room. So, because it's summertime here. And also you should be aware that all this talk about the heat, oh my God, heat waves, heat domes. Well, that is to work up to something else down the road here with blocking out the sun, but I'll get back to that later. But anyway, so yeah. So pay attention now in the next week or so, how often you hear them talking on the news about how hot it is outdoors. There's a reason for all that. So anyway, so let me stay on track with this stuff. So, oh, speaking of fans, don't forget, when you're shopping for fans, hopefully you're getting those windows open. You need to understand one thing, CFM, because that is how the fans operate. So they sell fans for hundreds of dollars based on the marketing, but what counts is the CFM. I found some CFM fans recently on sale for $45 for over 5,000 CFM. That is an extraordinary amount because an average box fan has about 2,000 CFM. So always use that as their measurement. Don't fall for the marketing trick. So anyway, so while I was researching for this photograph, there's a photograph that's going to be coming up soon about Otto. Otto Skorzeny was Hitler's guy, and he had a box of photographs, and those photographs got handed over. Now, no one can confirm that they're real photographs, but they are real photographs. But the chain of commandos, they came from Otto right after the war. So here's how it worked. I went through and checked out all the photos and all that, and it makes a huge difference. Some allegations are the photos were taken in 1929. The other allegation is that the photo was taken on 1938. That is a massive difference because it opens up the question, what were all these major Nazi people doing sitting around Christmas together before the war even started? So that will get very interesting here up ahead. So, because here's the discrepancy. The interpretation changes dramatically depending on that date, because if the photograph was actually taken in 1929, it would suggest that the people like Mengele and all these people we're talking about today, Mengele, Otto, and all of them, it would suggest that they were acquainted years before the Nazi regime even came to power. But if it dates to 1938, it would depict a gathering after the regime was already established. So for that reason, determining when the photography was actually taken is central. Because, I'm not claiming that the date was intentionally charged, but when I'm pointing out that conflicting dates exist in the sources that I reviewed. Because, and I'll get into this more in the next segment, but if it dates to 1938, it really changes because in 1938, Adolf Hitler had been in power for 5 years. Nazi institutions were firmly established. many scientists, industrialists, physicians, and military officials were already working within the regime. So, yeah, if they were gathering in 1938 for Christmas, well, that's much different than if they were gathering in 1929, way before the time. So, because a lot of things can happen, I looked it up. Historians encounter mislabeled photographs all the time for many reasons. Simple filing errors, incorrect later captions, mistaken identification of people, intentional propaganda, or deliberate falsification. So, you don't really know, but if I were in charge of, and I ran across these photographs and people were out there talking about them, I would for sure want to make sure the conversation got directed toward 1938 as the date of these photos versus the 1929. So that will clear it up. And also, before I get started, I had been talking about a lot of things to do with rape during World War II. A new report just came out. And, the United States and Israel are joining forces through their war, through the different military things and whatnot. But what I want to understand is this, is this really sexualized violence when they're raping the Palestinians? Because a new report came out, and it's how to show that Israel's sexual violence against Palestinians is systemic and has gone on for decades. And there's a new report, and I have it down below, that, excuse me, that, Israel, or the people occupying Israel, who I believe are Ashkenazis who came out of Eastern Europe right after they changed their names, well, that group, they have been doing sexual violence against Palestinians since the very beginning, like the early 40s, ever since they showed up. So that broadens my question. All this rape business, is it control? Is it, is it, I don't know, what is it when men are raping other men? Or, are they just plain out sodomites? I think probably for now I'll just refer to them as sodomites. So another thing that I want to bring up, which is very interesting, because I'll be talking, we're talking a lot this show about Germany, obviously as part of the Jews, and the term crypto-Jew. Because right now, Donald Trump has amassed like $1 billion in crypto coins, okay? And I did a show several years ago about crypto coins. So there's the expression called crypto Jews, okay? In the 1490 to 1600s, people living at that time did not call themselves crypto Jews. The common terms were conversos, which meant converts, or new Christians, or Marranos. And Marranos became a derogatory term because that translates to pigs or swine. And then there was another word called Anus, A-N-U-S-I-M, and that is Hebrew for those who were forced to convert. Because, there's claims that, the Jews and the Gypsies always end up together for some mysterious reason. And they always end up getting kicked out of places. So that is where the term comes from, this crypto business. But in the 19th century, historians generally continue to use Marranos and conversios, okay? It was only until the 20th century that the term crypto-Jew, which meant hidden Jew, okay, began replacing Marrano in academic writing because it is descriptive rather than pejorative. So anyway, and by the 20th century, so crypto-Judaism became common in academic writing during the mid-20th century. Crypto-Judaism, okay? So crypto-Jew likewise became widely spread scholarly during the mid to late 20th century, especially after the 1960s to 1980s, as historians increasingly avoided the word Marrano, because Marrano is an insult. The Spanish and the Portuguese word Marrano literally means pig or swine, which was used as a slur against Jews and also against the Gypsies who had converted to Christianity. especially those suspected of secretly practicing Judaism. So, the late 1400s, Jews in Spain faced increasing persecution, culminating in the Alhambra Decree, which ordered practicing Jews to convert or leave. And this is a very key time here, okay? So then 1490 to 1500s, many Jews who converted voluntarily or under pressure became known as conversos, or new Christians. Those suspected of secretly practicing Judaism were later called Marranos by their opponents. Around the same period, the Romani people, often historically called gypsies, a term many now consider inappropriate, were spreading across Western Europe, were also subject to expulsions, discrimination, and restrictive laws. Because both groups experienced persecution in roughly the same era. Isn't that just amazing, right? So the word Marrano, because they were pigs or swine, well, I don't know how much has really changed, right? So, yeah, because all these timelines start to really become interesting, because the 1390s to 1500s, they start expanding and then they start getting kicked out, okay? So my point here in all of this business with the crypto business is, so crypto Jew is someone who secretly practiced Judaism while publicly professing another religion. So crypto Judaism is what they call the practice itself. So yeah, now they have crypto money, right? And I'm not sure where the word crypto money came from, so that's why I went looking. So the word crypto in cryptocurrency, the Trumps just made $1 billion on, has a completely different origin from crypto Jew. So let's take a look at that. The word crypto from the Greeks means hidden, concealed, or secret. So this money they're all after, called crypto, means hidden, concealed, or secret. So cryptography means secret writings. Cryptoanalysis means breaking secret codes. Crypto Jew is someone who secretly practiced Judaism. Cryptocurrency is currency secured by cryptography. So yeah, so I tracked down the financial word crypto. So the history of the financial term crypto looks something like this. 1970s to 1990s, crypto in computer science almost always meant cryptography, meaning encryption and secure communications. So crypto meant secure, right? Which is really the opposite, right? Because, yeah, so 1983 to 1998, researchers such as David Chem proposed encrypted digital cash, followed by projects like DigiCash, eCash, B-Money, and BitGold. They were usually called digital cash or electronic cash, not cryptocurrencies back then. 2008, the Bitcoin white paper was published. 2009, Bitcoin software was released, and the word cryptocurrency entered common use. Merriam-Webster, the dictionary, lists 2009 as the first known use of the term. Okay, crypto, the hidden stuff, right? So basically it went like this. Crypto Jew is a modern historical term mainly popularized in the 20th century to describe people who secretly practiced Judaism after forced conversion. Cryptocurrency, coined around 2009, referring to money secured by cryptography, not because the money itself is hidden. Well, that's what they say, right? So, it's also worth noting that the standalone abbreviation crypto, meaning cryptocurrency, is even newer. Before about 2013 to 2017, if someone in computing said they work in crypto, that almost always meant cryptography. After Bitcoin and other digital assets became mainstream, crypto in popular language shifted to mean cryptocurrency. Yes, and in my mind, it shifted all the way from being crypto Jews, right? I'm going to put this on hold for a second. So along talking about all these days of the crypto stuff, I want to back up for a second here. There's a lot of talk about Hitler and those brown shirts, okay? And that'll be coming up here in an article that I'll be reading. In the late 1500s, brown shirts were known for something else. So brown shirts were Hitler's, they called it SA Strummerbiller. They called that because of their brown uniforms. The SA was founded in the early 1920s and grew out of the post-World War I Germany paramilitary politics. What strikes me is this, is that those brown shirts, well, they had the brownest. What started all my work really going about in the trainer to figure out who these people are was when I realized that the group left the UK over religious persecution, so they claimed, right? And they became the Puritans. But before they left, when they left, they were called the Brownists. And then, so the Brownists left the UK over religious disputes. They ended up in the Amsterdam. Some of them left on the Mayflower and ended up over here. Some of them remained behind, okay? My question is this, is that the group that left the UK was called the Brownists. And then later, under Hitler, we have the brown shirts. So is there a connection or a nod to the original name Brownists? I think there is a connection. I couldn't find anybody else agreeing with me, but that doesn't really mean anything, right? So anyhow, so yeah, I think there's some connection here between why Hitler called those people Brownists. And it'll make more sense when I'm talking about it here in a second. And also to follow up on one other thing about from the first segment I did, what happened was that in between I had I recorded the first 2 hours of this show. Then I had my laptop issues. So in between I had to wait for a new laptop. Well, a refurbished laptop. So anyway, so what I tried to do was not keep adding to my notes in the meantime because this file is confusing enough. So what I'm trying to do is insert some things to clarify what I said before the laptop crash and now. So yeah, so that's my thought about these brownish people. There must be some connection. And also the word crypto and crypto money right now. And I don't know. I've already talked enough about this, but I think crypto money is the biggest trick they got going on, and it's likely just some sort of magic trick, right? So all this financial stuff. So anyway, so there was another interesting reference to the word eagle. I'm talking about how the eagle started off with actually the Prussians, right? Well, let me read this piece because it's actually quite interesting. On a cold, rainy night, March the 1st, 1932, in the remote rural area near Hopewell, New Jersey, Charles A. Lindbergh Jr., 20 months old, was kidnapped. Sometime between 8 p.m. when his nurse, Betty Gow, checked on the sleeping baby, and 10 p.m. when she once again checked on him before retiring for the night. Guess what his name was? The Eaglet. E-A-G-L-E-T. So the story continues. So when she checked on him before retiring for the night, the Eaglet, as the newspapers called him, had been removed from his crib. The name, the Eaglet, came directly from his father, Charles Lindbergh. Lindbergh became one of the most famous people in the world after his historic nonstop solo flight across the Atlantic in 1927. Newspapers gave him nicknames such as the Lone Eagle because he symbolized aviation and soaring achievement. When his first son, Charles Augusta Lindbergh Jr., was born in 1930, the press affectionately called the baby the eaglet, or little eaglet, meaning the young eagle, son of the lone eagle. So if you ever wanted to know any weird details about the eagles, well, Charles Lindbergh had a baby called the eaglet. And somehow the eagle ended up from the Nazis to everybody here, right? That eagle kept flying around. So anyway, this is something that's actually quite serious, and I'd like to include as part of this. And I will be getting back to this. Here's a direct statement. I mean, I'm talking direct statement from our friend Larry Fink, okay, who I believe all this money goes directly to the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, okay? Here's the quote. If we can get more and more Americans to think about growing with the United States, we will have far more than enough money to invest in this infrastructure. He's talking about AI, said the banker. Although altogether, Fink estimated the nationwide build-out of data centers and energy infrastructure could total $10 trillion over the next 10 years. So what he's saying is that Americans need to invest in these data centers. And I believe your retirement funds are already fueling this colossal spending spree, because as of April 2026, Americans collectively had $20 trillion in index funds and all that tied to their retirement funds. And this is a direct quote by Larry Fink. If we can get more and more Americans to think about growing with the United States, we will have far more than enough money to invest. So see how they're wording it, right? To grow with the United States. See, it's becoming a national thing because they're changing the wording, because soon this thing will likely become, it will become nationalized, right? So it'll become a national infrastructure. So all the debt they rung up so far, well, that'll go away because it's going to be part of the national, they must have it when it becomes part of the national infrastructure. So anyway, and that also ties into all this stuff about the headlines are just screaming, thousands are dead after worst Euro heat wave in history. So all of history is hotter than any place else. So I will be back on the other side with much more about this Hitler business and all that. This was just really a test and to clarify what's going on with these pictures, because Otto had this box of pictures, and it matters greatly if this picture was taken in 1929 or 1938. I believe strongly, and I'll get more into that in the next clip, I believe strongly, very strongly, that it had to be taken in 1929, just based on looking at all the people there. So that brings up a million other questions because they were all there together before all of this happened. So it really certainly shows a lot about who exactly are these people and what are their plans for us. What about all this deadly heat stuff that's coming up? Well, I have ideas about why, but anyway, I'll be having to get back to that later. Okay, in this segment, for some reason, I'm on another laptop. So for those of you that complain about the volume being too low, well, it might be too loud, but hey, nothing I can do about it today. So in the last segment, I talked about these SS symbols, right? And I'm going to be inserting this in the middle of that, just to keep things going here. And in this section, I'm going to be talking about this cast of characters that are in that photo that Otto had. And also, what happened with the files of records from World War II? Pretty key detail. And remember all those trains that were going up into Switzerland from Germany and other places to store that stuff for people? Who was actually coordinating that stuff? So there's so much in this section that I thought, well, it may take me hours and hours and hours to get this file, but this file is going to be all the weirdo things about the Nazis and all of this stuff. So, and also I'll have more information about the rape that went on after World War II. So let's get started. So there were several things that happened at the end of the war. They were capturing German scientists and engineers. They were seizing military technology and research. They were recovering government and intelligence archives. And there was an effort to locate Nazi leaders before they disappeared and to secure industrial patents and corporate records. And a lot of these things overlap, like the race for the scientists. It was the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and France all competed to recruit German scientists before the others could. So that group of them was hunting the area for scientists, okay? And the best known U.S. effort was called Operation Paperclip. And scientists sought for that group for Operation Paperclip were for rockets, aircraft, jet aircraft, aerodynamics, chemistry, nuclear physics, medicine, electronics, and guided missiles. To me, that's much wider than, at least my impression of watching World War II documentaries was Operation Paperclip was, well, bring in the Nazis and let's expand the space program, right? So, anyways, so the most famous person was Werner von Braun, whose team had developed the V-2 rocket. These questionable space deals, right? He later became one of the leading figures in the U.S. space program. Well, I would argue that the space program isn't what anybody thinks it is, right? And the Soviet Union conducted a similar effort, ultimately taking thousands of German specialists east, particularly during Operation, it's called Oskavelum or something like that. So anyway, and then there was a race for the documents, okay? And this part gets very interesting. So, at the same time, intelligence officers were all searching for Nazi Party membership files, SS personnel files and records, Gestapo files, foreign intelligence reports, industrial contracts, weapons research, banking records, occupational administrative files. And one of the largest discoveries occurred around Munich. In late 1945, Allied investigators recovered tons of Nazi Party records, many of which had been hidden in ministries, caves, small salt mines, castles, and abandoned offices. These became the core archival collection used for denazification, later for war crimes prosecutions and for historical research. So 1945, they found tons of Nazi Party records, okay? So, the former Berlin Document Center eventually housed millions of pages of Nazi personnel records. So, yeah, they were seizing up all that stuff, and the hunt was on for the records, right? Because they were looking for blueprints and all that kind of stuff. And there was the race for intelligence officers. There was also competition to recruit former intelligence officials. For example, Reinhard Gehlen, and pay attention to that name, okay? Reinhard Gehlen, key figure here. What I'm going to be doing is to keep this simplified. In this photo that Otto supposedly had, okay, it shows the Scherffs and shows the rest of them, Mingala, and I'll give you the list in a second here. So what I did was I took that photo and I took 4 people out of that photo. And you'll notice I didn't take out the Scherffs because, let's face it, Scherffs are kind of alternate history. But by taking out those 4 names, like Reinhard Gehlen, we can track them through there. Because actually, as it turns out, it is actually remarkable to find this picture of them together as a group. And the picture itself had been misidentified. So I went through the whole rigmarole of, okay, well, let's put these numbers into place. So, yeah, by identifying the same group of people in that picture, so the pictures of a half dozen of them, but so I just picked out 4 of them, okay? So that's why I'll keep mentioning those names here. So during the race for intelligence officers, Reinhard Gehlen surrendered to the Americans with extensive intelligence files on the Soviet Union. Because right at the tip of the end of the war, they were starting to separate themselves a bit from the Russians, because remember, they had to create the Cold War at that point. So rather than prosecute him immediately, U.S. intelligence helped establish what became known as a Gehlen Organization. which later evolved into Western Germany's Foreign Intelligence Service. So when Germany collapsed in 1945, Gehlen realized those same archives might be valuable to the Americans. So although the U.S. and the Soviet Union had just won the war together, tensions were already emerging. Within 2 to 4 years, those wartime allies became the principal adversaries in the Cold War, making Gehlen's Soviet intelligence a significant asset to U.S. and West German intelligence. So, what can be documented about that? Well, Otto knew Gehlen after the war because there have been historians that have written about it. And Otto also has been historically noted. He recruited people for Gehlen because Otto was in that let's describe it loosely as some kind of mercenary business. So he actually recruited people for Gehlen. Okay, so they remained in contact after the war. Okay, and they later cooperated together regarding Egypt, which is pretty fascinating, right? So now next, I just need to find a picture of the two of them wearing fez hats. No, I'm just kidding. So anyway, so the two of them worked together, and this has all been documented regarding Egypt, and both were involved in Cold War intelligence circles, the two of them, okay? Well, so let's take a look at Otto. 1948 to 1950. Otto moves through Bavaria, France, and eventually ends up in Spain. And this is the one story about Otto in Spain. During this period, he is documented as having contact with Reinhard Gehlen. In fact, historians generally agree that Otto recruited former officers for the Gehlen Organization while he was in hiding in Spain, of course. This is an important point because it establishes that Otto and Gehlen definitely knew each other after the war. And the reason I'm going through all of this is because the date of this picture and the age of these people shows that these people were all literally hanging out together before the war, before all this stuff, okay? So first I need to walk you through what their role was during the war, okay? Because finding them all hanging out together at Christmas time in Germany becomes very, very significant because the fact that they were hanging out before the war. Okay, so first I'll go through what they did after the war. And that was Otto. So the historians all agree that he recruited former officers for Gehlen. So that tied them together, right? And Otto in the 1950s settles in Madrid. And at the same time, Gehlen builds the Gehlen Organization under American sponsorship. Both men become involved directly or indirectly with Western intelligence activities during the early Cold War, and that's been well noted. At 1953, a documented intersection. According to multiple historical sources, Gehlen recommended Otto as a military advisor to Egypt after the 1952 revolution. Otto recruited former German officers to train the Egyptian forces. Again, this confirms they had a working relationship, right? And I find it particularly fascinating that it had to do with Egypt. So then a person identified as Otto appears to be wearing a plain white t-shirt or undershirt rather than formal clothing in the picture. Because what I had to do was go by each person and figure out, okay, there's records that this picture was taken in the 30s, and another group says it was taken in the late 20s, okay? And that is really critical, okay? So by looking at each of them visually, if the photo, let's say the photo that's called Christmas of 1929, if that photo was actually taken in 1938, because there's two versions. One version says it was digitized or whatever. I picked the simpler version, okay? More possibly, the picture was in fact Christmas 1929 because of the ages of these people. Because, for example, in the photograph, Otto would have been about 21 years old, which makes more sense because if the photo was taken in 1938, then he would have been 30 years old. So it's important to classify these people of having known each other before the war, okay? So anyways, the same thing with Martin Bormann, the financial guy who went off to found all these businesses and probably running most of corporate America today, his company, right? Anyway, so Martin Bormann appears to be wearing a dark sailor's type or suit, kind of a youth kind of outfit looking at what he's wearing. And he also appeared, to me at least, relatively youthful. If the picture was dated 1929, Bormann would have been 29 years old. If the picture was dated 1938, he would have been 38. And I don't know, to my visual eye, he does not look 38. He looks much closer to 29. So basically, I went through the drill with all of them, okay? And I'll go ahead and make sure that I publish this down below. So you could do the drill yourself, because like Joseph Mengele, now he looks really young in this picture, okay? They have an arrow pointing to him and saying Mengele, okay? If the picture was dated 1929, Mengele would have been 18. If the picture was dated 1938, he would have been 27. There's no way that person in that photo looks 27 to me. Just doesn't work, okay? So anyhow, so the bottom line is this. At Christmas of 1929, Martin Bormann would have been approximately 29 years old. Reinhard Gehlen would have been approximately 27 years old. Otto would have been approximately 21 years old. Joseph Mengele would have been approximately 18 years old. And it's a much different picture if it was taken. I believe the picture was correctly dated in 1929, and where the 1938 part came in, I really can't attest for any of that. But I'm going on the conclusion that the picture, to me, looks more accurate to be from 1929. And I haven't seen anybody go through this drill because there's just confusion. People say, well, we look at this picture, and we think it's 30, and then we think it's 20. There's a lot of confusion. Okay, so let's lay it out and kind of get rid of the confusion, because the people are just too young for this photo to have been taken 38 is really the bottom line. I mean, there's no way around that issue, right? So anyway, so let's take a look at them each individually. Like Reinhard Gehlen, 1920. Remember, this picture is from 1929, right? He would have joined the German army. He is simply a young career officer, which really tracks with how he looks in the photo. In 1929, he would have been 27 years old. He is still an obscure army officer. No public promise. He does not show up at any history books, okay? And then in 1933, so the picture was taken at 29, so a few years later, Hitler becomes chancellor. Germany begins expanding the military. Gehlen remains in the army, still not well known. 1935 to 1938, he's promoted into general staff work, begins specializing in military intelligence, still largely unknown outside military circles. 1942, this is Gehlen's big historical appearance. He is appointed head of Foreign Armies East. His job becomes analyzing the Soviet army. This makes him one of Germany's most important intelligence officers. Because remember, eventually they're going to have a tiff with the Soviets, okay? So, moving along, 1945, Gehlen surrenders to the Americans with his Soviet intelligence archive. His career enters an entirely new phase. Let's take a look at Otto. 1922, he graduates as an engineer. He works as a civil engineer. 1929, in this photo, he would have to be around 21 years old, and he's still a civilian. No public comments. Early 1930s, Otto becomes involved with Austrian national politics, later joins Austrian Nazi organizations. 1938, this is Otto's first major historical appearance. He participates in events surrounding this called the Annex, Germany's annexation of Austria. His actions reportedly helped protect Austrian President Wilhelm Miklas from violence during the transition. This is the first time Otto begins attracting attention. 1939, Germany invades Poland. World War II begins. Otto serves as an officer in the SS. 1941 to 1942, Otto serves on the Eastern Front, later transferred because of injuries. 1943, this is when Otto becomes internationally famous. He leads the raid that rescues Benito Mussolini from captivity at the Gran Sasso. Hitler personally decorated him, with the Iron Cross. Otto becomes Germany's most famous commando. So yeah, also Martin Bormann, already rising politically in the late 1920s. By 1933, he enters Hitler's inner political circle. By the early 1940s, he is effectively Hitler's chief secretary. And same thing with Mengele. If this picture is what I'm saying it is, which is from 1921, well, Joseph Mengele would be 29 years old and still a student. He looks extraordinarily young in this picture. I think that is probably correct. 1935, Mengele earns his doctorate. 1937, he joins the Nazi Party. 1938, Mengele joins the SS. 1943, Mengele is assigned to the Auschwitz concentration camp, becomes infamous for selections and medical experiments. So anyway, if I'm correct, and that photo dates to Christmas 1929, what we're looking at is a point between any of them became famous, okay? Gehlen is just an army lieutenant. Otto is a young engineer. Mengele is still a student. Bormann is the only one already moving into Nazi political circles. None has yet achieved the role for which history remembers them. That's why the photograph, if both the date and identifications are correct, would be historically significant. It would depict 4 future figures of the Third Reich before the war. Before Gehlen became Germany's top Soviet intelligence analyst, before Otto became Hitler's celebrated commando, and before Mengele became the SS doctor at Auschwitz. So the picture to me, if you look at it, if it really is from 1929, it really could knock your socks off, right? Because what are these people doing all celebrating Christmas together, right? What's Mengele doing there as a young student, later becomes his butcher, right? So, yeah. So if that picture is correct, if it hasn't been photoshopped, it doesn't look like it has any of those characteristics of it. So anyway, so that was exactly how I went through the photograph. And no mainstream historical research, so no one has ever looked at them together, okay? Most biographies treat them as coming from different worlds. Martin Bormann was a political operator. He joined the Nazi movement early. He worked his way up the party bureaucratically. He became indispensable to Hitler through administration and organization. Richard Gehlen was a career soldier. He stayed in the professional army. He specialized in intelligence. He did not rise through Nazi party hierarchy. And then we have Otto. Otto was an Austrian engineer. He lived in Austria before what they called the Anschluss, Anschluss. Otto became active in Austrian Nazi circles. He entered the Waffen-SS after Austria was annexed. Joseph Mengele. Mengele was an academic. He studied medicine and anthropology. He pursued university research. He did not join the SS until 1938. So what exactly is he doing in that photo, right? So historians document their intersections much later. So they connect Bormann to Hitler's leadership around the late 1930s. Otto enters Hitler's orbit after the Mussolini rescue in 1943. Mengele gets assigned to Auschwitz in 1943. Gehlen becomes chief of foreign armies east in 1942. So each of these people, this four group of people, they all kind of came up in very different ways, right? So the only pair that I could really find documented together, obviously after 1929, was Gehlen and Otto. Their relationship is well documented after the war. So Otto recruited men for Gehlen. Gehlen later recommended Otto for Egypt. So definitely the historians have written about these people tying together. So they certainly knew each other, Otto and Bormann, but it makes it much stronger of a story if they also knew each other when they were relatively quite young, right? So, yeah, what they've done is what I went to look for was, did anybody tie these four people together in any way, right? Like, is there anything saying that, yeah, they were seen out of the club together, best of friends, having dinner? Well, I could only find Bormann and Otto together, okay? And here's why, because I've been covering this all along about how history gets written, right? And that's how they never really come to reckoning with, like, where, like, all those children that get stolen end up, because they know where the children, like I'm talking about the 300,000 children from Spain. Historians know where the children came from. They know how they tricked and stole those children. They know basically who stole the children. But no historian actually figured out, well, where'd those children go? So anyhow, same thing like with that orphan train. Nobody asked a question of, well, exactly where those children come from. But anyway, so let me keep reading along here. So here's how they typically have been covered. So naturally I went to look for how have they been covered through history. And the best way to look was through their biographies. And Martin Bormann really gets referred to as Hitler's secretary. Otto became Hitler's commando. Reinhard Gehlen was an intelligence chief, and Mengele was an Auschwitz physician. So, but if this photo was verified, it would instead begin with, here are four young men in their late teens and 20s, years before the Third Reich, years before World War II, before any of them became historically significant. So, and if the identification of Mengele was correct, one of the first things people would probably notice is exactly the same thing that I'm noticing. He appears to be ordinary, even an attractive young man, because he just looks so young in that picture, right? He can't be 10 years later, is what I'm trying to say here. So, Bormann later one of Hitler's closest political aides. Reinhard Gehlen, later Germany's chief analyst of the Soviet military, and after the war, founder of the Gehlen Organization. Otto was later Germany's most famous special operations officer. Mengele was later an SS physician at Auschwitz. Those careers eventually touched politics, intelligence, special operations, and medicine. Four very different parts of the Nazi state. So yeah, finding them together as a little group together when they're so young, and they carried such significant roles, right? Each of the four of them. So anyhow, and then if you add the Scherffs as part of this whole mystery, then yeah, this is starting to read like this wild true crime story, right? So anyway, so that's that with the ages, okay? And yeah, it's all of their careers developed independently until they intersect with the Third Reich. Yeah, pretty significant, right? So let's talk about the records. I got wondering about what happened to all the paperwork from Nazi Germany. We know that Gehlen gave the Russian stuff to the Americans, right, when he got out of there. So anyway, so there's all this other paperwork. There was a recovery of enormous quantities of Nazi Party administrative records in and around Munich. As the Third Reich collapsed in 1945, the Allies were simultaneously trying to secure people, documents, technology, intelligence networks, and industrial knowledge before rival powers could obtain them. In late 1945, Allied investigators recovered enormous quantities of Nazi Party administrative records in and around Munich. Contemporary reports describe roughly 40 tons of records, including about 12 million memberships and filing cards. Those records became one of the primary sources for post-war denazification and historical research. Those files have been invaluable for historians because they document the Nazi Party membership, promotions, internal administration, personnel records, and the organizational structure. So this is the allegation but remember, if you're the Allied person and somebody hands you all these boxes of Nazi stuff, you don't think they're going to peek through them a little bit and kind of pull out the things they find discerning, right? Before they hand them over to anybody? I mean, I'll follow this trail the way through, but, you got all these people over there who clearly have some pretty interesting motives for the whole war and the eugenics and all this stuff, right? So do you really trust that? Let's say they divide up these boxes, what they seem to have done, right? So let's say the United States gets the most of it, right? You think that there's no temptation before these get entered into these historical records that now historians can research them, right? Do you think there's no chance that they left discriminating things in there that they might want to remove? Well, I would say they probably buzzed through those records like crazy and pulled their own names out. So I'm not making any allegations, but just put the personalities together. Let's say you got a bunch of psychopaths who have no conscience, and their goal is eugenics. You really think you can trust them? They pick up the records in Germany, right? When they secure them. And they're the ones who provide them for historical references that go to universities and stuff. So researchers can gather around these boxes that the U.S. got in Germany. But the party in between, nobody wonders about the party in between, right? So, and there's also these questions about restoring some of these records. So did Nazis restore old church records to identify Jews? Which depends on what you think about the Jews and this whole thing, right? So, but that's also supported by historical research. British historian Blewett examined Nazi archival records and found that paper restorers, bookbinders, conservation specialists, archive officials were recruited to restore deteriorated church and civil records so that genealogical information could be read and used in enforcing Nazi racial laws. And so those records included births, baptisms, marriages, conversions, deaths. Those records helped authorities establish ancestry under laws such as the Nuremberg laws. So then I was wondering, well, why were the church records so important? Well, this is because Nazis' racial policy was based on ancestry, not simply religion. For example, someone who had converted to Christianity decades earlier could still be classified as Jewish under Nazi law if they had enough Jewish grandparents. Officials, therefore, needed documentary proof reaching back generations. Church registers often represented the only surviving records of family lineage. As one Nazi official wrote, church books were among the most important sources for proving descent and genealogy. So I started wondering, well, if they're gathering up genealogy on the Jews who were supposedly the targets for this whole thing, right? And it's always been interesting that this particular group of people that they're calling the Jews, right? No, they certainly became celebrated, right? All these laws came about to protect the Jews and all that. So I had to wonder, is part of the allegation that maybe they were looking through all these records and stuff to prepare some sort of a hit list, right? So anyway, so one historian described the accumulated records as a kind of a hit list. That was her characterization of how the records ultimately functioned, rather than the Nazis calling them a hit list. So one historian also called them a hit list. So the underlying evidence is that these restored records were indeed used to identify people classified as Jewish, and they were used to enforce racial laws, facilitate deportations, and supply persecution that ultimately contributed to genocide. So the question also came up, so these people that were restoring all these church records, did they really know what they were doing? And the historian argues that many of them did. Her research concludes that at least some conservationists understood the purpose of the restoration work, and that their professional skills became part of the Nazi bureaucracy. She writes that restorers conspired with the Nazi regime to aid and abet criminal acts. This was the central thesis of her recent book, though historians may debate the degree of individual knowledge or coercion among different participants. So the bottom line is this. The major historical claims are well supported. Allied forces recovered enormous Nazi administrative archives after the war. Those archives included millions of party membership records. Nazi authorities relied heavily on genealogy and ancestry documentation. Church and civil records were restored specifically so ancestry could be established. Those restored records became part of the machinery used to identify and persecute Jews under Nazi racial policy. So the records fell into the hands of the Allies, okay? And this is where it gets interesting. The U.S. Army, British Army, Soviet Army, and other Allied forces seized the millions of pages of documents from Nazi ministries, the SS, the Gestapo, the military, and the Nazi Party. So there were approximately 12 million cards recovered around Munich in 1945. And that was among the most historically significant discoveries. Many records were deliberately destroyed by retreating German officials, especially in the final weeks of the war. So historians do not have a complete archive. See, that makes it even more interesting, right? So they themselves burn things up, which they seem to have kind of a history of, right? They burn things up as they're retreating. So now we got a problem with no records, right? Or scraps of paper. So anyway, they claim they were looking for locating missing persons, helping identify victims, perpetrators. Yeah, okay, so historical research allowing scholars to reconstruct how the Nazi state functioned. Over time, many of these records were transferred to archives. In the United States, a large collection eventually became part of the National Archives and Records Administration. Another major repository is this thing called the Arelsen Archives, which holds millions of documents on victims of Nazi persecution. Well, of course, they didn't capture all the Nazi records because some were obviously burned, others were destroyed, some were taken by the Soviets to archive in the USSR, and others remained in Germany. So, historians have spent decades piecing together collections from multiple countries. So yes, in short, a substantial portion of the Nazi Party's administrative records and many other government and SS records were captured by the Allies and became a key foundation for post-war investigations and historical research. So lots of records got handed over to the United States, right? They got the records on the Nazi Party, they got the SS records, they got the Gestapo records, they got the German Foreign Office records, they got the ministries, the Third Reich records, they got industrial firms, concentration camps. They got a lot of records went to the United States, okay? They really grabbed a lot of records. Now, obviously somebody could do a historical research book and spend the next 10 years figuring this out. So I'm only giving you a capsule of it, all right? But it looks to me like the United States walked out with most of the records, okay? Now, remember, I'm just kind of spitballing here because to really figure out specific numbers, you'd have to kind of spend years on this. So in general, we're looking at, okay? Because the Nazi Party membership records recovered in Munich alone consisted of approximately 12 million members and filing cards. So yeah, beyond those, the Allies captured literally tens of millions of pages of German government documents. That material was invaluable because it allowed investigators to identify Nazi Party members, document chains of command, reconstruct government agencies, locate war criminals, identify victims, support prosecutions at the Nuremberg trials, and preserve the historical record. So right here, preserve the historical record. So you have the country, the United States, in there, who over the years has probably proven to be a little bit less reliable, right? I think we can fairly say that, right? World War II people, very cooperative, give the United States all that power, right? Let them spy on the world because we can't have this happen again. So it's pretty interesting that they also captured all the records, right? Or a large percentage of the records. So they claim that they were divided, but the United States took very large collections. The United Kingdom retained some records. The Soviet Union removed vast quantities of documents to Moscow and other Soviet archives. Many records eventually remained in or were returned to Germany. So the United States did receive an extraordinary amount of documentation, but there was a group of them, but the lion's share went to the United States. So from a historical perspective, these captured records are one of the reasons historians know so much about how the Nazi state operated. They provided primary source evidence of policies, personnel, administration, and decision-making that would otherwise have been much harder to reconstruct. So, yeah, that's what happened to all the records. So, anyway, so I have a whole list of what they did, but anyway, so there were also looted books, art, Jewish archives, and cultural property. And that was among another group of things that got seized. Well, there was the Monuments, Fine Arts, and Archives program and collection points. So basically, the United States kind of got control of that too. But you might find differently, but this is how I'm reading it right now. So basically, when it came to, remember they had that movie, The Monuments Men, or whatever, they supposedly went over to Europe and rediscovered all this Nazi stuff that was stolen, or the Jewish stuff that was stolen. Anyway, so yeah, that stuff. So that stuff all got stolen. So they claim that those records map Nazi networks, who worked with whom. Well, I think they all kind of connect from the very beginning, so I'm not really sure. So, and then remember, also in this mix, we have Operation Gladio. Well, what was Operation Gladio? I spoke about that years ago. Well, Operation Gladio fits into this post-Cold War environment. But it just came out just a little tiny bit around the same time as they're out there capturing records, which makes it interesting, right? So, let me see here. So anyway, so Gladio was what they call the stay-behind networks. And that was developed in the late 1940s and 1950s as an anti-Soviet clandestine network in Western Europe. The formal Gladio structure is usually dated back to the 1950s and was publicly exposed by Italian Prime Minister Guido Andretti in 1990. So basically, up until 1990, no one knew about Operation Guido. So they're also in this mix of papers and roaming around through Nazi stuff, right? Well, the roots of the Gladio was really a formal NATO CIA-linked stay-behind system, and that came after the initial capture, and sorting of the Nazi record, supposedly. So right around that exact same time that all these records became available, or they seized them, or whatever the story is, Gladio gets swarmed. So the U.S. had Nazi records, German military intelligence records, personnel files, and captured expertise. Then the Cold War begins almost immediately. At that point, they started wondering about who they should persecute and what they should do with all these files. So that is where Gehlen, Operation Paperclip, and later, by only a couple years, really. Now, Gladio, they think they knew when it got started, but do you think it just burst into the scene that year? I mean, it couldn't be possible that it started around the same time as World War II, right? I mean, it's not like it's definitive because they kept it secret until 1990. So I kind of think the dates for Operation Gladio, they could be a little bit suspect, right? Because they didn't know until years later. So the stay-behind networks were established during the early Cold War. Their existence was not officially acknowledged until the 1990s. The turning point came when Giulio Andretti informed the Italian parliament that a secret stay-behind network had existed in Italy. That disclosure prompted investigations in Italy and other European countries. So basically, 1945, Germany surrenders. Allied powers capture enormous quantities of Nazi government, military, intelligence, and party records. 1945 to 1946, the Gehlen Organization is established with U.S. support using former German military intelligence personnel. 1947, the CIA is created. 1949, NATO is founded. So the late 40s and 50s, stay-behind networks are organized in several Western European countries in preparation for a possible Soviet invasion, because the Soviets by that point had turned vicious. They were no longer the Allies. So all that time, from the 50s until the 1990s, they had parliamentary inquiries in several European countries. So 1990 to 1991. So, yeah, the same group of people that got the records, they were hiding around Europe. I mean, this same Gladio group were basically U.S. intelligence people, right? So I think you really need to consider what's in these records, right? And basically what's left out of these records, right? Because I don't know. If I had committed a bunch of crimes and I got access to all the records of said crimes, there might be a temptation to change the records, right? So, anyway, so yeah, because when you look at the whole timeline of that, Germany surrendered on May the 8th, 1945. The summer of 1945, U.S., British, Soviet, and French forces occupied their respective zones and took possession of whatever government offices, factories, military installations, and archives were located there. July to August of 1945, at the Potsdam Conference, the Allies worked out many details of occupation and administration. At that point, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union were still formally allies, even though there was already considerable distrust between them. Well, they look pretty happy in photos to me, but hey, don't pay attention to what I have to say about this. So anyway, supposedly the relationship deteriorated rapidly after the war. 1946, Winston Churchill delivered the Iron Curtain speech. 1947, the Truman Doctrine and Marshall Plan marked a more explicit U.S. policy of containing the Soviet influence. 1948 to 49, the Berlin blockade made the East-West split unmistakable. 1948, NATO was formed. Well, good morning there, Belgium. How you guys doing over there? Need to sell a lot of cookies this Christmas? So when the archives were initially seized, the guiding principle, and this is according to their historians, okay, was largely geography. Each occupying power controlled what was in its zone. If a ministry or archive happened to be in the American zone, the U.S. generally took custody of it. If it was in the Soviet zone, the Soviets generally did. That said, there were also exchanges, joint investigations, and competition. Allied teams sometimes raced to reach important sites first, and intelligence officers from all sides sought particularly valuable scientists, records, and technologies. As relationships deteriorated into the Cold War, cooperation diminished, and each side increasingly kept and exploited the materials it controlled. So, yeah, and here were the major figures that had access to this paperwork. Hermann Göring personally amassed one of the largest private collections of looted art in Europe. Bruno Lage worked in occupied France selecting and trafficking looted artworks. Walter Hopper acquired paintings for Göring's collection. This other guy systematically confiscated art, libraries, archives, and cultural property throughout occupied Europe. So I would have to say, in regarding the gold and the jewelry, the principal institution was not an individual, but the Deutsche Bank. Gold taken from occupied countries and other assets were centralized there. Some of that gold was transferred through neutral countries, including Switzerland. All coming home to Switzerland, right? Switzerland was important because its banks and financial institutions provided a neutral venue for international financial transactions. I guess we all forgot about the Habsburgs in Switzerland, right? And the Gypsies in Switzerland. So I will continue reading. The Swiss National Bank purchased substantial amounts of gold from the Reichsbank during the war, including gold that was later determined to include looted reserves from occupied central banks. So that's pretty well documented. So somehow, I don't know, all that money got sent to Switzerland, and then they had the U.S. Army's Monuments Men. They were called the Monuments Men. They recovered many of these caches of things after the war. And the Reichsbank people managed the financial assets in gold. Yeah, so everybody kind of was involved in the money part of things, it appears. So many Jews put money, jewelry, securities, or valuables into Swiss banks before or during the war. After they were murdered, heirs often could not access the accounts because banks demanded paperwork like death certificates, impossible for many Holocaust victims. And then, of course, the Nazis, their looted gold, that went through that bank, and that included gold stolen from occupied central banks, and some gold was taken from victims. Switzerland, of course, bought large amounts of German gold during the war. A 1997 U.S. report that said that, they criticized the Swiss for this handling. Yeah, sure they did, okay. So by the 1990s, pressure from Holocaust survivors, Jewish organizations, U.S. officials, and investigators led to the Volcker Commission. And they admitted that Swiss bank accounts from the Nazi era, it found thousands of dormant accounts linked or permanently linked to victims of Nazi persecution. There was a big bank settlement. So yeah. And then another interesting connection between all these people is this. Outside of the Vatican is guarded by the Vatican is guarded by the Swiss, okay? Those people walking around outside the Vatican, they have those striped suits on and stuff. Well, that's called the Pontifical Swiss Guard. So now you got to ask yourself, how did these people from Switzerland end up guarding the Vatican? Well, because they all connect, right? So the Pontifical Swiss Guard is the Vatican's historical military guard. Their role is mainly to protect the Pope, guard papal residences and Vatican access points, provide ceremonial security, accompany the Pope on certain travels, protect the College of Cardinals when there is no Pope. The Swiss Guard says it has protected the Pope and its residence since 1506. So why in 1506 did these Swiss guards go over and start protecting the Pope? Well, that's a very good question, right? It just strikes me as odd. And the claim is this, that people claim that now it seems odd. But they say that in the early 1400s and early 1500s, Swiss mercenary soldiers were considered some of the best infantry in Europe. Popes were not just religious figures then. They ruled the papal states and needed soldiers. So here's the basic origin, which leads to another very interesting time. Pope Sixtus began building ties with the Swiss Confederacy in the late 1400s. Pope Julius II formally hired a permanent Swiss corps in 1506. The first Swiss contingent entered Rome on January 22nd, 1506, which is treated as the Guard's founding date. So their loyalty became legendary after the sack of Rome in 1527, when most of the Swiss Guard were killed defending Pope Clement and helping him escape. So the root is not banking or modern Switzerland. It's Renaissance mercenary politics. So yeah, those Swiss guards have a pretty, they're mercenaries, right? I don't usually think of mercenaries, but yeah, I want to have dinner with that guy. So the Pope, and this is according to their stories, okay? So the Pope hired, and see, I'm making the connection because remember, Switzerland is where the Habsburgs happen to be, right? And that's where all this money from Europe happened to flow through, right? So now they're connected to the Vatican, right? Rome, right? Like Roma gypsy, Rome. So anyway, the first Swiss contingent entered Rome on January 22nd, 1506. The Pope hired Swiss soldiers because they had a reputation for being disciplined, tough, and less tied to Italian factional politics. Italy at that time was full of rival city-states, noble families, foreign armies, and shifting alliances. A Swiss corps gave the Pope a foreign guard whose loyalty was personally sworn to him. That's why the Vatican still has them. So it is a 1506 security arrangement that survived into the modern world as tradition. So, but, it's interesting to me that the Habsburgs and the Gypsies ended up in the same era in Switzerland about the same time, right? Because, let's have a refresher. 1020 to 1030, that is the Habsburg roots. Habsburg Castle is in present-day Switzerland, built around 1020 to 1030. Swiss Confederacy begins forming in the late 1200s, partly in resistance to the Habsburg power. And of course, the Roma, they enter that era in the same time frame. They enter around the 1400s. And the Swiss Guards, they show up over there around the same time frame, right? So, I don't know. It shows a pretty good, I don't know, they all seem to kind of hang together around the same time because right in the center of all that is the Black Death, because the Black Death was 1347 to 1351. So the Black Death to me is kind of like when they cleaned house, right? Because so many people in Europe they got killed or murdered, however you want to look at that whole thing, right? And that was a massive population collapse. So yeah, it's pretty interesting timing when you fit in the Black Death, all that. It's kind of like almost like, well, we're in charge now, so let's wipe out some people. And then when we pick this up, we'll start around right after that time, right? Because right at that time was 1600s, and that was the time when the Pope hired the Swiss guys in 1506. But the 1500s to the 1600s, Europe had religious wars, royal courts, church power, land control, taxation, armies. Peasants and workers were under pressure. People were increasingly tired of being ruled by kings, princes, popes, bishops, nobles, and royal families. Then a new authority starts arising: science, medicine, reason, statistics, classification, public health, and expert rule. So yeah, because then the rulers had a new language. Instead of saying God chose the king, they could begin saying the experts say this is necessary. So right at that same time, there's a big shift, right? And exactly at that same time, in 1630, the Romanovs come to power in Russia. So yeah, anyhow, I'm going to need to take a break here. There's not much of this, wait a second, there's not much of this Romanov stuff left here. Let's knock it off now. Let me just finish this up here. So 1020 to 1030, the Habsburg Castle. 1347 to 1351, the Black Death. 1506, the Swiss Guard established. 1613, the Romanov dynasty begins in Russia. And then, of course, around 1917, both of the rules stop. So, yeah, I'm going to put this on hold for a second. Yeah, I do need to finish this part up here because it's very important. There was a lot of people committing rape right around the time of the war. And I spoke about this a few years ago, but I have some more clarification now. And it also draws a picture of this Nazi Germany deal. So U.S. Army personnel committed documented rapes in Germany, France, Belgium, and elsewhere. Military courts prosecuted thousands of cases, although historians debate how consistently justice was applied. Some units of the French army, particularly colonial troops, during parts of the Italian campaign, committed large numbers of rapes against civilians. There are documented cases involving British and Canadian personnel, although historians generally conclude they occurred on a much smaller scale than those attributed to the Russians, okay? So, here's what the historical record is today. Soviet forces committed a widespread mass sexual violence on a very large scale. Western Allied forces also committed rapes and other sexual assaults, and those crimes deserve recognition as well. For many years, Western Allied crimes received much less attention. So the U.S. and the Allies did not receive much attention. The attention was placed on the Russians, okay? And there's one influential historian on this topic, a woman named Miriam Gebhardt. In her book, Crimes Unspoken, she argued that post-war discussion focused so heavily on Soviet crimes that the sexual violence committed by Western Allied troops, particularly American troops, was comparatively overlooked for decades. Her argument is not that the Red Army did not commit mass rape. Rather, she argues that many rapes by U.S. and other Western Allied troops were under-recognized. German victims often remained silent, and public memory became dominant by the image of Soviet perpetrators. So, the Red Army committed widespread sexual violence on a very large scale. Western Allies also did the same thing. So, the Soviet crimes became more prominent in public memory, while Western Allied crimes were comparatively understudied for many years. And that will bring me to a point when I return later, because they're still raping people. Somebody just did a big piece about the rape of prisoners in Palestine. Do you realize I talked about the Palestinians being raped when they get in prisons, in a Solomon prison and stuff in Israel? Well, this goes back to 1945. They've been raping those people. So yeah, there's something about all these people that I don't want to let loose of this conversation, right? Are these people just massive pedophiles? Really? Or what's up with raping other men? These are men raping other men. So where's the classification for this kind of bizarre activity? So you leave home and with your cup of coffee and your lunch for the day and kiss your wife goodbye on your way out the door. Hey, honey, I'm out for working today. I'm going over to the Solomon prison in Israel. I'm going to rape a few people while I'm there. Oh, okay, honey, give me a call when you get home. What in the hell's going on with these people? You act like you're some normal person, but yet your activity says differently? There's got to be some sort of analysis of who are these people that are raping these other people. And it can't just be about control. There is something very fundamentally wrong when people swoop in on a country of people and do rape on a mass scale. Because part of the reasoning I can think of is this is also about psychological warfare. So imagine the damage to all of those people that got brutally raped after the war. And then, because after the war, they were so happy to see the Allies come in. And then what happened? Well, they rape them, right? So, and then it gets buried for all that time, further traumatizing. So yeah, this probably was a psychological impact part of it, right? They didn't kill those people with bullets, but they probably killed their souls for the rest of their lives. And there was raping of men and raping of children. It wasn't just women, okay? So yeah, you got to start to wonder, who are these people that their course of activity is to go out, take over a group of other people, and then to rape them? Like taking their land and all this stuff, is it good enough? You got to move in for the raping activity? I don't care if you're trying to perpetuate psychology on these people. There's something wrong with the people that call this out and want to have it happen, and then the people they recruit. Both groups, to me, have some sort of weird deal going on that, yeah, I had a busy day at the office today, honey. I only raped 4 prisoners. Yeah, they were chained up, but yeah, it was a good day. It was really a good day. Yeah, what is going on with these people? But anyway, I got to close off this file, so I'll be back on the other side. I don't care if this show takes me hours to get through today, so I'll be back. Okay, before I get started, I discovered this at the last, after I've been doing all the Tesla research, so I didn't know where to put it, so I put it here. This is an interesting part about this whole story. Now, Tesla was an American citizen, and supposedly when he died, he had all these patents. And Otto and them supposedly murdered Tesla. And when Tesla died penniless, okay, so who enters the picture? Well, a man named John G. Trump. And John G. Trump is related to the Trump that's on the screen right now. He's like the maternal uncle or something like that. I'll get to that in a minute. But so let me read this part that I just discovered. What it means, I'm not really sure. January the 7th, 1943, Nikola Tesla dies in room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel in New York City. 2 days later, on January the 9th, 1943, representatives of the Office of Alien Property take possession of Tesla's belongings from his hotel room because wartime officials were concerned that his unpublished work might have military value. So 2 days after he dies, the officials come in and take his things, which is interesting because Tesla was an American citizen at that point. So why the Office of Alien Property took possession? Big mystery, right? Around the same time, the Federal Bureau of Investigation becomes involved in coordinating interest in the papers. So the government grabs these papers from Tesla's hotel room after he dies, okay? The government then asked John G. Trump, who was an MIT professor and expert in high voltage electrical engineering, to review Tesla's technical papers. After examining the material, John G. Trump reports that he found no new workable military inventions or practical death ray weapon among the papers he reviewed. Because this death ray will come up later when the story about, tungsten and all that stuff comes up. So one point that continues to generate debate is whether John G. Trump saw every document Tesla possessed. His report covered the materials provided to him by the government. Some researchers argue that not every item Tesla owned necessarily passed through his hands, while others conclude his review effectively settled the question. The surviving records established that he examined government-provided Tesla papers and concluded they contained nothing of immediate military significance. So, yeah, I don't think that Tesla is who any of us think he is, but we'll have to get to that in a little bit here, because let's continue with his Nazi business. Now, there have been a lot of allegations during Trump rallies and stuff that there was a lot of interest in men on gay sex sites. So there's been a lot of allegations of the people saying that the people on the Republican side are a bunch of gay men and whatnot. Well, I've said myself that, and I've said this for years, that if people were to look at how we look today versus how we used to look, you'll notice that men no longer have a well-defined jaw. They no longer have that wide jawline. Well, a lot of men now are really concerned about that, and they're getting jaw implants. I can see it clearly on a lot of them. That's why you see a lot of men wearing goatees these days, because it hides where they got that chin implant. So men in general are having a very difficult time because they look at that ideal picture that I talked about in the last episode or two, that these people define to how a male or a female should look, okay? Women did not used to have those big male jaws. Just look at men and women together. If you look at somebody in their early 30s or 40s, if you've got a man and a woman on the screen, you will notice the women now have the big heads, the big teeth, the big jaws. They have been transitioning our DNA. And I've been saying this for years, and you probably thought, oh, that was so funny when you said that. No, I've never been joking. And here's how I think it happened, because what do all of these people share in common? Well, they all get born in hospitals, right? Well, you know what I think about hospitals and doctors and stuff. How hard would it be to slip people shots? Okay, they're already getting massive amounts of injections the minute children are born in this country, particularly. So my theory is that men have been feminized and women have been masculinized over time. And really, the proof is in the pudding. Don't call me crazy. Go look for yourself. Look at my face in old pictures. I have that small, narrow chin line, tiny little teeth and stuff. And that's how men are looking now. And the women have those huge, huge teeth. So it's causing a lot of confusion amongst men. Seriously. So they're all trying to wonder about taking testosterone and this and that. And it's kind of driving young men down a kind of a dangerous path. But I can't get distracted now. So yeah, I don't think, I'm not sure I'm sure that Tesla probably lived, but I have a lot of doubts about this whole thing. Not that it didn't happen, but was he part of the players or part of the being played? I don't really know. But before I get to that, let me cover a little bit about this, why I think this feminization of men has been taking place. I ran across a book, a man named Scott Lively, and very well documented. It's called The Pink Swastika. And it exposes a secret homosexual activist in Nazi Germany. And it's confusing because the Nazis did persecute homosexuals. The homosexuals the Nazis persecuted were almost exclusively the effeminate members of the gay community in Germany, and that much of the mistreatment was administered by masculine homosexuals who despised effeminacy in all its forms. And I'm going to be reading from this article. This is a summary of the information contained in Lively's book, okay? Ludwig Lenz worked at the Sex Research Institute in Berlin, which was destroyed by Hitler's brown shirts in 1933, likely because its records, including 40,000 confessions from members of the Nazi Party, would have exposed the sexual perversions of Nazi leadership. Lenz said that not 10% of the men who in 1933 took the fate of Germany into their hands were sexually normal. In fact, the Nazi Party began in a gay bar in Munich, said Ernst Roheim, Hitler's right-hand man in the early days of Nazism, was well known for his taste in young boys. William Shire says, matter-of-factly in his definition, rise and fall of the Third Reich, not only Rome was important in the rise of Hitler, but also, like so many of the early Nazis, he was also a homosexual. Hitler eventually had Rome shot, not because he was a homosexual, but because his influence over the brown shirts made him a political threat to Hitler's control. Excuse me. The Rome Purge, or was also called the Night of the Long Knives, was largely implemented by homosexuals. Hitler's brown shirts, the dreaded SA, better known as stormtroopers, were the creation of another homosexual, Gerhard Rosenbach, and stormtroopers were almost exclusively homosexual. They also, sadly, comprised most of the leadership of the Hitler Youth, resulting in frequent instances of sexual molestation. So, my theory that the brownists, the people that came from the UK to the Netherlands, and then some of them came here, my theory is there's something symbolic, since we're talking about symbolism and Hitler in this show, there's something symbolic about the fact these people are now running around wearing brown shirts, okay? So, the brown shirts were Hitler's enforcers, according to Nazi historian Louis Snyder. Rohem recruited homosexuals into the SA because Rohem felt Germany needed a proud and arrogant lot who could brawl, carouse, smash windows, kill, and slaughter for the hell of it. Straights, in Rome's eyes, were not as adept in such behaviors as practicing homosexuals. Of the brown shirts, historian Thomas Fuchs said the principal function of the army-like organization was beating up anyone who opposed the Nazis, and Hitler believed that this was a job best undertaken by homosexuals. Historian H.R. Knickerbocker writes Rohem as the head of 2,500,000 stormtroops had surrounded himself with a staff of perverts. Now, I'm not saying that all gay men go out and rape boys and other gay men, but you start to see kind of this pattern here. And now, then they have this history of, raping Palestinians for the last 45 years. Really, who are these people, right? Rape seems to be their modus operandi, but I'll leave that up to you. I'll just keep reading here. So Rohem had surrounded himself with a staff of perverts. His chiefs were almost always, without exception, homosexuals. Indeed, unless a stormtrooper officer were homosexual, he had no chance of advancement. Most of Hitler's closest aides were homosexuals or sexual deviants. This circle included not only Rohem, but the Hitler Youth leader, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Economics, Hermann Göring, who may not have been homosexual, but who liked to dress in drag, paints his nails, and put rouge on his cheeks, his personal attorney and his bodyguards. Hitler himself likely functioned as a male prostitute in the days of his youth in Vienna. Heinrich Himmler, I'm reading this from this book, and everybody claims this book is very well documented historically, okay? So it's not like I'm just whipping around and pulling this stuff out of random blogs, okay? According to their own historians, they all agree this book is accurate, okay? So, it sounds like a bunch of gay guys running things if you ask me. So Heinrich Himmler, second in power only to Hitler, was publicly opposed to homosexuality, but may have been a closet homosexual himself, and served Rohem faithfully and loyally until Rohem fell out of Hitler's favor. Himmler was deeply immersed in the occult, as was Hitler, which led them ultimately to replace every Christian holiday on the German calendar with a pagan counterpart. Well, yeah, I talked about this years ago. Christmas is actually a pagan holiday. Everything we're doing is pagan. You put on those rings to get married. Well, you're agreeing to Satan. So I'll keep reading here. In fact, Jews and clergy alike were targets of Nazi wrath. One of the favorite tunes of the brown shirts contained this line: "Stormtrooper comrades, hang the Jews and put the priests against the wall." And some, as Lively points out, the masculine homosexual movement in Germany created the brown shirts, and the brown shirts in turn created the Nazi Party. So next I'm going to talk about the skull and crossbones, because the skull and crossbones shows up, well, in Nazi Germany, and it also shows up at Yale University and attaches to the bushes, just the subject of today. Who are those bushes, right? So how did that unfold? Hang on there a second. How it unfolded was this. I'm going to take this. I'm trying to record this show without all of my fans on here, so I won't be going for a long time each time. So, okay. Okay. Let's talk skull and crossbones, okay? 1832, the Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is founded at Yale University, and they adopt the skull and crossbones as their logo. 1897, the Lord of the Rings connection begins indirectly. Yeah, this is all about, well, they believe all this stuff, so I'm just going to read it. Now, keep in mind, for some reason, I never read The Lord of the Rings. Yes, I know it was very popular and all that, but not a book I ever read or was attracted to. But it's all coated with this stuff. So first they have the Skull and Bones at Yale. But then in 1897, the Lord of the Rings connection begins indirectly. J.R.R. Tolkien is born. Later, he draws heavily on Germanic, Norse, Anglo-Saxon, and medieval European symbolism in his mythology. So 1930 to 1945, we have the SS Totenhof. That's Totenkopf. So during that time, the SS, remember ISIS and all that stuff, adopts the death's head and makes it one of the most recognizable symbols of Nazi Germany. So now we traveled from Yale University to the Lord of the Rings, and now it's an official Nazi Germany symbol. 1954 to 1955, the Lord of the Rings, the book becomes published. So, Otto, the guy that we're featured here, Otto, who was Hitler's bodyguard and was the one who had the box of pictures that we've been talking about, and the pictures contain all these people in them, right? So it's just very curious that these people, if that one picture, I believe that picture is true, and I also believe very strongly that picture was in fact taken in 1929, because they would have a lot of motivation for getting in there and getting people to believe that the picture was really taken in 1938, right? Because if the picture shows up being true from 1929, it shows a pretty long-range conspiracy on their part, right? So I can definitely see why there would be a coordinated effort to make people want to believe. If you believe the picture is out there with Otto and the Scherffs and all that stuff, and I'll be reading more articles about that in a second here. If you believe that part, well, you likely believe the picture came from 1938 because the Scherffs are in there, right? And people would then focus on the Scherffs in the 1938, kind of miss, like, well, why does Minglo look so young in this picture? Because Otto, for example, was an SS officer, and he wore the SS officer uniform. He had the SS, and this is where I picked up on this whole thing. That SS is called a runes, R-U-N-E-S, okay? And that's when my brain clicked into, oh, the runes, that's from the Lord of the Rings, right? Okay, so Otto also wore the Knight's Cross and the Iron Cross around his neck, and he had that fencing scar on his face. So, The Lord of the Rings, because I don't know what the book was about, I just got a quick recap. It's about a little fellow finds a magic ring that belongs to a very bad king. Instead of keeping it, he and his friends go on a big adventure to throw the ring away forever so the bad king can't use it to hurt everyone. The story is really about friendship, courage, and doing the right thing even when it's scary. So, yeah, that's all I know about the book. But here's how the timeline plays out on this whole Tolkien and all this stuff going on. The year 150 to 800 AD, Germanic people used what's called the Elder Futhark, Futhark, runic alphabet. Then 800 to 1100 AD, the Vikings Age. Runes are carved on stones, monuments, weapons, and jewelry. 1800s, European scholars began studying ancient Germanic languages, myths, and runes. And here's where it starts to get curious. 1865, the United States, the Secret Service, SS, is founded after the American Civil War. Well, you may not see a connection, but I certainly do, because the word Secret Service, those two S's, right, first shows up after the American Civil War. And another thing I noticed, I've talked in the past about how they can flood the zone on certain words. Well, there are a ton of words if you look at SS, right? You got the Nazis using SS, you got Social Security. I mean, you got a lot of words that use that SS. And I believe that they probably just flooded the zone with this SS stuff, because the first use of it I can find was the United States Secret Service is founded after the American Civil War. So if you think this is random, well, I don't know. I don't think it is at all. And here's how it lays out. 1865, the United States Secret Service is established on July the 5th, 1865, just after the American Civil War. Its original mission was to combat widespread counterfeiting of U.S. currency. Protecting the president did not become a primary role until later, after the assassination of William McKinley in 1901. Then in 1925, this is called the Schutzstaffel, Schutzstaffel, or the SS, is founded in Germany as Hitler's personal bodyguard unit. The abbreviation SS comes from the German word Schutzstaffel, meaning roughly protection squad. So first we have this group called the United States Secret Service to protect the president and all that stuff, right? And then, well, it started out to protect money, then it moved to protecting the president in 1901. And then, interestingly enough, in 1925, Hitler comes up with the SS as his personal bodyguard unit. I don't know. I see a pretty big connection there, right? So, 1933 to 1945, under Heinrich Himmler, the SS expanded into one of the most powerful organizations in Nazi Germany, overseeing the concentration camp system, security services, and the Waffen-SS. So the U.S. Secret Service, or the SS here, was founded in 1865. The Schutzstaffel, or the German SS, was founded in 1925. Well, I don't know. It seems like a pretty big connection to me, but hey, everybody's got to decide for themselves. So I laid it all out completely. 1892, J.R.R. Tolkien is born. 1908, this person called Guido von lists, and he publishes his Rune system, influencing later nationalist and occult groups. That was 1908. 1908, Otto is also born in Vienna. 1925, the SS is founded in Germany as Hitler's bodyguard organization. 1932, Otto joins the Austrian Nazi movement. 1933, the SS adopts the famous double lightning bolt SS rune insignia based on the ancient Sig rune. 1937, The Hobbit is published. Tolkien includes runic writing inspired by ancient Germanic alphabets. 1938, Germany annexes Austria in the Annoskul. 1939, World War II begins. Otto joins the Waffen-SS. 1941, Otto fights on the Eastern Front during Operation Barbarossa. 1943, Otto leads the rescue of Benito Mussolini from Gran Sasso. Also in 1943, Otto gets awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross and becomes one of Nazi Germany's most famous commandos. 1944, Operation Paperclip in Hungary. 1945, Germany surrenders. Otto is captured. And in 1954, The Fellowship of the Ring is published. 1954 also, The Two Towers is published. 1955, The Return of the King is published. 1950s to 60s, Otto is living in Spain and works with military and intelligence networks in Europe and the Middle East. 1970s, Otto founds the Paladin Group. Kind of sounds like Palantir, doesn't it? In 1973, they prepare for publication after Tolkien's death. So the book comes out again. 1975, this part of the story has Otto dying in Madrid. But the other story is that Otto is not dead. Otto is Hitler's most famous bodyguard, commando. Otto is a guy of all things. So the real question remains, do you believe that Otto had this box of pictures that he turned over to these people in Florida? I believe that very much so. Do I believe that Otto was potentially a pretty big liar and he was a mercenary and all that? Yes, I believe that Otto would do whatever it took to get things done, right? But I also believe that they likely screwed Otto out of a lot of money because probably when Otto, according to the history, went dead in Madrid in 1975, and these pictures don't show up, but they show up in Florida 20 years later. Well, I mean, they think Otto is away and dead in Madrid, right? The public does. Well, they would know that Otto really wasn't dead. So did they, at that point, start screwing him out of money? Well, very likely, right? So, I can't prove it, but according to how these people seem to operate, it's all about stealing, right? So would they steal from Otto? Well, yeah, of course they would. So anyhow, yeah, so I think according to history, if this is all true, that Otto showing up in history being dead in Madrid in 1975 gave the rest of the thugs a lot of leeway, right? Well, Otto, we're not going to pay you now because everybody thinks you're dead. What are you going to do about it, Otto? Yeah, so I could see that Otto was stashing these photos for a very long time, waiting for whatever he was going to extract as far as revenge. Think about it this way. What's the whole Epstein story about? Photographs and revenge, right? So I don't find it a particular stretch that Otto would hang out in Florida all those years, working like a regular person and stuff, and hanging on like a death grip to these photos, because I find it so explosive that the picture of all of them hanging out before the war is still actually boggles my mind. And I can also see a lot of reasons why they would want to cover that up, right? So anyway, the claim that is after the war, photographs connected to Otto Skorzeny eventually surfaced in Florida. Given Otto's position inside the Nazi system, it's not impossible that he possessed significant photographs or documents. History can tell us who Otto was. history can tell us where he lived and what he did. What history cannot tell us is why an old man living in Florida might choose to pass along photographs, documents, or stories at the end of his life. I think it is pretty common when people are old, they start dispensing things. And then when you're really old and you're involved in murders and stuff, you probably have other reasons to want to rat out the rest of your people, right? So anyway, so let's take a look at it. There's stories also abound in this Nazi story about, well, what happened to Hitler when he supposedly was killed, right? Well, here's part of the story, allegedly, right? Now, obviously, I wasn't in Germany at the time, so, excuse me. Otto and Adolf Hitler were flown out of the Berlin bunker into Austria by SS pilot Hannah Reich on April 22nd, 1945, in a small plane painted to look like a Red Cross emergency relief plane. A double, who was Hitler's cousin, took his place for 1 week before he was killed on April 30th, 1945, with a single bullet to the center of his forehead, and then buried outside the bunker in a shallow grave. And here's the other claim, that Adolf Hitler really died at the age of 114 years old in a Maryland hospital on February 24, 2004. That Hitler actually spent the last 35 years of his life living in Glacier National Park, Montana. He was known as a person called William Coates, Coates. So, I don't know. And according to this, Bush and Otto were the dominant individuals, and Dulles and Wild Bill Donovan acted as their frontmen. Pretty interesting allegation, right? So, there's also allegations, if you start reading these blogs and stuff, that George Bush was behind the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan on March 30th, 1981, by mind control victim John Hinckley Jr., whose father and family were well known to the Bush family. Well, that very well could be. I mean, I'll be getting back to more of that when I get to the Department of Defense down the road here. And a lot of, now, the part about they were able to train killed assassins, I don't believe that part is true for a minute. But the part that this kid could have been screwed up to the point by his family that he might have gone out and decided to shoot somebody, yeah, probably, because of how they're trained through all that MK Ultra stuff. So another thing that you'll run across is there's this thought out there that Joseph Mengele was the never-caught Zodiac killer of San Francisco notoriety. And they also claim that Mengele was also the Boston Strangler. And they say that Mengele also sent out the anthrax letters in Washington, D.C. So, I don't know. Those anthrax letters really triggered a lot of stuff. Somebody certainly sent them out, right? So, and Otto's role, and remember we're talking about these people in the picture, right? Otto's role, and we also have Reinhard Gehlen in the picture. Otto's role with Reinhard Gehlen, they claim that the two of them assassinated Nikola Tesla by suffocation on January the 6th, 1943. Here's how the story goes. The pair tricked Tesla on January the 5th into revealing the full details of his most important discoveries. After killing him, they stole his most valuable inventions, along with the contents of his safe, which were delivered to Hitler. And there's this person that enters the picture named James Rink. Now, I can't testify for any of these people, right? But this person, James Rink, says that these included anti-gravity technology, teleportation, scalar weapons, and free energy. So they claim that Otto and Reinhard Gehlen, the guy who went off to found the German industrialist thing, went in and just murdered Tesla. Well, I don't know. I don't find it like crazy, a crazy story, right? So, and then also the faked 1945 suicide of Hitler in the Berlin bunker. Well, I don't have a hard time believing that one because these same people have a distinct history for, I don't know, going after other people, right? And even murdering their own people. So it doesn't like send me into shock or anything. And somebody also alleges this, and I'll just read it from the one existing photo taken at the Association of Radio Engineers banquet in 1915. The person Scherff, who's allegedly a Bush family member, looks suspiciously like Walter Kruger. Kruger seems to be another Nazi time traveler. He was an important World War II general who commanded both the Wehrmacht and the SS at the same time. After the war, Kruger founded Kruger Corporation, a large military contractor in outer space. Another rumor about the Bush family is that George Bush's wife, Barbara, is the daughter of Satanist Aleister Crowley. So yeah, I mean, Crowley supposedly carried out two important satanic rituals for the New World Order. So one in 1941 with Rudolf Hess, and one in 1943 for the Philadelphia experiment. Another, I don't know, I don't find it shocking. A lot of them play multiple roles. There's somebody who's done a very good job of identifying them. They call it an actor-based reality. There's not that many of them. Normally, the royals are the ones who play these main roles. So it's a royal person playing the role of, let's say, a news reporter, this or that. So yeah, it becomes really convoluted. So is Barbara Bush really Aleister Crowley? Well, I don't know. It doesn't stretch my imagination. And then there's this whole thing about Preston Sheldon Bush. The biography of Preston Sheldon Bush states he was born in 1895 in Columbus, Ohio, one of 5 children born to Samuel and Flora Bush. And this Bush attended Yale, and he graduated in 1916, where he was a member of the Masonic Skull and Bone Society. So, and that fellow Bones people, they called them, or Bonesmen, William F. Buckley, a lot of these people all tie into this Luciferian deal with abusing children and all that. So, yeah, whatever you find one of them, you will find all of them. So, because he went to school, William Buckley was in the class of 1950, and Bush graduated in 1916. And yeah, that's where the skull and bones came from. So, and they all intermarried because 1921, Bush married Dorothy Walker, whose father went on to head the Wall Street investment firm W.A. Harriman and Company. So yeah, they all seem to interconnect. Another thing you might read about is they claim that Otto revealed that the 3 American Nazis founded the Internal Revenue Service in 1933 as a private Delaware corporation for Nazi military fundraising. Otto contended that the vast amount of American tax revenues generated by the IRS went directly into generating the Nazi war buildup from its very inception. The bagman who took the money to Germany was George H. Scherff Sr., alias Prescott Bush, who was the CEO of this company they all founded. So, according to Otto, after World War II ended, Prescott Bush was instrumental in setting up the country's intelligence apparatus and filling it with former Nazis from the SS. This suggests he had a relationship with President Truman, who was also an enthusiastic Freemason. So now I'm going to read this very interesting article called Meet the Scherffs, and it was published December 26, 2017. You may well know them as the Bush family. What we are taught about history in American schools is not history, but a fairy tale. Better yet, It is propaganda designed to hoodwink an unsuspecting society about its true heritage and the treasonous acts and sabotage that were conceived in order to bring about a new world order. You are about to learn the real identities of those who infiltrated your nation on behalf of secret societies intent on bringing about the total slavery of mankind. This sounds like an intro to the Twilight Zone, right? What you are about to enter is another step beyond research pioneering, and in the early 90s, by author-historian Webster Tarpley, based largely on deathbed clues provided by former Hitler bodyguard Otto Skorzeny and his book of photographs. Since Otto's death in 1999, the various leads he provided have been followed up and tend to support what at first blush would appear to be the unbelievable rantings of an embittered old man. What remains constant as we pour through publicly available official records, private correspondence, memoirs, newspaper articles, photos, and other clues is that the Bush family records, the ones that exist, are a puzzle palace of inconsistencies and curiosities. Since it is a congressionally established fact that Prescott Bush was in business with the Nazis during World War II, we can safely say that the Bush-Nazi connection exists. So who are the Bushes? How did they get connected with the Nazis? Is the connection still alive through U.S. President George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush? But we have the testimony of Otto and his photos, especially the one the Bush family was created to destroy America. It goes on to say, these guys were also part of CIA mind control experiments such as MK-Ultra, SS officers, and physician Joseph Mengele, the notorious sadist angel of death of Auschwitz, escaped Germany to South America after the war. George H. Scherff Jr. became the 41st president of the United States as G.H.W. Bush, and George H. Scherff Sr. was Tesla's trusted assistant. Imagine you were a member of a secret organization whose sole agenda was to control the entire planet. If your plan was to accomplish this goal without being perceived by your intended victims, discretion would be paramount. Your organization would devise a series of historical events that on the surface wound up to appear every day. Happenstance occurrences, natural disasters, man-made diseases, acts of murder, assassination, terror, manipulation of money and energy supplies, contamination of foods, pollution of natural resources, and war. The timing of these events would require patience, careful planning, cooperation from other positions of trust, stealth, and deceit. In essence, the whole mission must derive its power through deception and concealment and must have a master plan. Who were the designers of this master plan? Follow along as we connect the dots. The master plan, arrival of the bankers. At the turn of the 20th century, a plan to slowly take over the government of the United States began to unfold. Many works have been written about the Nazi machine that instigated 2 world wars, though few have traced the footsteps of the foreign financiers and the actors we prefer to call politicians. A brief glance at shipping records, passenger manifests, and financial transactions on Wall Street indicates a pattern of deceptions which was masterminded by this same machine. The level of cooperation from government agencies and their elected officials was not only disgraceful, but blatantly treasonous. In his book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, author G. Edward Griffin described the secret meeting that created the Federal Reserve in 1913. The architect of the plan, Saul M. Warburg, was a representative of the Rothschild banks in England and France, and his brother, Felix, headed the Warburg banks in Germany and the Netherlands. Of significance is the fact that the first official media report about the Federal Reserve occurred 3 years later. And the true story of Nikola Tesla and his murder, despite conflicting literature and historical accounts, Nikola Tesla, a Serb, was born on July the 10th, 1856 in Smilja, that's Smilja, Lika province of what is now modern-day Croatia. Prior to World War I, Smilja was on the border of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So in effect, Tesla was a citizen of the Austrian origin. Tesla was the son of a Serbian Orthodox priest who rose to the rank of archbishop. Tesla had the opportunity to study a variety of topics contained in his father's personal library. As a boy, Tesla accompanied his father on trips to Rome, where he was able to study the lesser-known works stored in the Vatican's vast scientific repertoire. If you're starting to wonder why I say, well, I think we should really start to question Tesla himself, right? Based on Tesla's own background, well, I don't really know exactly what to think. Did he come up with something revolutionary? Yeah, likely he did. Did they suppress him? Likely they did. Did they murder him? Yeah, more likely they did. But was he one of them that went awry? I don't really know. And that's going to be what you're going to have to think for yourself about, because with Tesla, upon completing his studies in engineering and physics at the Polytech Institute in Graz, Austria, Tesla attended the university at Prague. He demonstrated early on the innate ability to solve mechanical and scientific problems, especially in the area of electricity and the applications in power production. After working for Edison Telephone Company subsidiaries in Budapest, Paris, and other cities through Europe, Nikola Tesla went to America to meet the man whose company gave him his first job, Thomas Edison. Tesla found it difficult to work for Edison due to Edison's reneging on financial promises, but soon found backers to finance his research and development projects with his new inventions. Financiers such as John Peterpoint or J.P. Morgan, George Westinghouse, and John Jacob Astor were among those who saw the potential in Tesla's pioneering entrepreneurial spirit to capitalize on his technological discoveries in electricity, wireless communications, and physics. The only official documentation of Nikola Tesla's arrival to the United States was again produced at the Court of New York on April the 7th, 1882. And remember, this is the time frame that all those records got burned too. So on April the 7th, 1882, a 25-year-old Tesla arrived via the SS Norland, which departed from Antwerp. He had returned on this trip to the U.S. after lecturing in Paris. Tesla's destination was New York. Tesla migrated as a laborer, though this label hardly befit the man who would become the most prolific inventor in history, with some 700 technological patents to his credit. Previous accounts of Tesla's associations with Thomas Edison's projects place him in the United States in the 1870s. His many technological discoveries were certain to have been drawn the attention of those hungry for world domination and superiority. By and large, Tesla's inventions and his career were excluded from our history books because his inventions and patents were stolen and then weaponized. It was never intended for us to learn about the suppression of Tesla's advanced scientific discoveries, nor about those who profited from their theft, the orchestrators of the master plan. Though much has been written about Tesla's successes and failures, few have detailed the behind-the-scenes financial activities which disclosed a Nazi plot to acquire his technology, while research and development costs had largely been paid unknowingly by U.S. taxpayers. Many of Tesla's patents fell into Nazi hands prior to and during World War I and II. As a result, Tesla continuously found himself in litigation over patent rights and other issues. Although he had succeeded in winning the majority of his patent lawsuits, his technology had been repeatedly stolen and sold to the German Nazis and other foreign governments, so he never achieved the financial success he deserved. The embezzlement of his capitalization went unchecked throughout Tesla's career. At the time of his death by murder, according to Otto, on January the 6th, 1943, Tesla died virtually penniless. Nikola Tesla's successes in discovering new technologies did not go unnoticed by many industrial capitalists and world governments. In fact, many of his inventions were developed through a secret government programs which began soon after his discoveries in alternating current, or AC, electromagnetic energy, electric motors, generators, coils, radio transmission, energy-saving devices, wireless transmission technologies. Since Tesla was often buried deep in research at remote labs, many of his financial and legal affairs were supported and supervised by his close associate, George H. Scherff. Scherff also advised Tesla about pending patent litigation, contracts, proposals, demonstrations, and financial affairs. Tesla had begun construction of a wireless power transmission tower. It's called Wardenclyffe, Wardenclyffe, in Shortham, Long Island, with funds originally invested by J.P. Morgan. When Morgan discovered that the tower would transmit electricity for free and radio waves, he canceled the project and had the tower dismantled, then sold for scrap. Morgan was not about to allow Americans to receive free electricity, television, and radio. Tesla was devastated when he received the news, but continued on with his new inventions. So, who was George Scherff? Better yet, who was George H. Scherff Sr.? There exists no legitimate record of a George H. Scherff being born in the U.S. from the late 1800s through 1925. Yet George Scherff was Nikola Tesla's assistant and accountant. If he was born in Germany, could his birthplace shed some light on the mystery? Probably, if they exist. So I'm going to return with a little bit more about this bunker business and what they claim happened to Hitler and all of that. And they were using body doubles and all that. So I will return on the other side. Okay, and the beat goes on. In this segment, I am going to be discussing the following. Hitler's death. Pretty big deal about that. And also then I'll be introducing the Antarctica deal. And then there's also this deal about tungsten that where some massive explosion took off and nobody really knows, was it Tesla or who was it? So anyhow, what makes the whole thing about Hitler and his death is because the Russians got Hitler's remains, and that created most of the spin. But before I get started, I put the link down below. The show is called This Discovery in Morocco Will Transform Geopolitics. It's a fascinating clip. Don't have time to go into it now, but my friends over in Morocco, you know, the fez hat wearing people, well, they just so happen to control 70-some% of the phosphate Well, why phosphate, you ask? Well, do you like eating? Do you like eating your food? Well, it'll impact everybody, and it's all over there in the fez hat part of the world. It is actually a huge deal. So if you're asking, well, why am I doing a show about it? Well, because this young lady already did a show about it. I'm pretty busy right now, and I'm not going to be around in a number of years, so this has very little impact on me. So I will take a selfish position and rely on you, if you so choose, to take a listen to this show. It's called This Discovery in Morocco Will Transform Geopolitics. And yes, I would have to say this young lady is correct. If people can't grow food, it will be a big problema, right? So anyway, so right now I'm at the 4-hour mark. I have lots of photos over my website. The issue is this: I can't upload photos when I upload the show notes. Simple reason, because it would take a whole bunch of things to make it work, because otherwise, if you upload photos, they'll get all distorted in size, so the whole file would have to be worked all over again. And I am not going to be doing that, because all you have to do is click over to my website and you can see all the photos you want to take a look at. And there are some fascinating photos that people have been going through. You know, there's allegations that this person's that person. So it's very interesting stuff. And the photos do tell a part of it. But of course, that is entirely up to you. I think that Otto, in the end, I think he really did get his word out there. If I'm correct, and this photo was really dated 1929, big nod to Otto, because Otto would really be sending a very strong message that, hey, look at these people. They were all in on this way before everybody thinks they are. So anyway, so let's talk a little bit about Hitler. Part of the confusion is this. It's because of the Russians got involved. And let me explain before I get to that part a little bit about. There's this satanic theory they have about warning people about things, doing evil. And the word for it is called the revelation of the method, or the warning before harm theory. So what it is, excuse me, what it is this: those carrying out evil or deceptive acts supposedly must reveal their plans in advance through speeches, movies, symbols, media, or other public statements. By giving these warnings, they are believed to gain a kind of moral or spiritual permission, because people were told but failed to object. Supporters often point to films, television, advertisements, novels, speeches, or symbolism as examples of alleged advanced disclosure. And I would have to say that Iron Cross is a pretty good example, right? The phrase revolution of the method is most closely associated with the French writer René Guyon, although he used it in a different philosophical context than many modern conspiracy writers use today. The concept was later popularized in conspiracy circles by authors such as James Shelby Downward and others. So it's related to predictive programming, the claim that entertainment media conditions the public to accept future events. The other theory is the hidden in plain sight, the idea that elites openly display their intentions through symbols or public statements, or the other thing called the tacit consent, the belief that failure to object after a warning somehow constitutes consent. And you'll see that all over this place. They have us celebrating satanic holidays, like in the Middle East in the early 1900s, when they took over, they made those crescent moons and stars are satanic symbols. When people get married, they're putting on the ring of Satan or Saturn. So we have basically been surrounded by their satanic symbols. So yeah, I believe that is why they like to talk. And so let's talk about this Hitler deal. Well, there are several insiders whose statements about Hitler's final days have been debated by historians. Most did not claim Hitler escaped, but some gave contradictory or evolving accounts that have fueled later speculation. And this is how it works. Like there's a man right now, his name is Tom O'Neill, and he specializes in the MK Ultra stuff. So he's going around saying all this stuff about MK Ultra. He's, of course, appeared on the Joe Rogan show. And so here's what his theory is. His theory is during the MK Ultra hearings, they specifically said that they were not able to produce people who they could train or hypnotize or do whatever to become like radical killers and stuff like that. They never met that goal. So what's this guy saying now? Well, he's all into the Charles Manson thing. Well, I don't know. I played a tape in the last few years. I'm pretty sure that Charles Manson was played by George Bush. So I'm not sure I believe any of these people. So anyway, so here's what he believed. This is how they make the next spin happen. So he's all involved in this MK Ultra stuff. He goes to Congress. He's at hearings. He's written a book, right? He's been on Rogan. Check all the bookmarks, right? Well, his theory is this. Well, you know, when they were talking about how they didn't meet that criteria, that they really didn't produce killers and stuff, well, that was a bluff. They weren't telling you the truth then because I know the truth. So yeah, so he's now claiming that when they testified that they didn't really get to the goal of training people into assassins and killers, that, well, we didn't hear it right like he did. So that's how that stuff keeps going. Because, yeah, I'm real sure that George Bush, I mean, I did a show in the last few years. Somebody did a tape analysis of George Bush's voice and Charles Manson. Well, if they weren't the same people, they certainly sounded a lot alike. So, yeah, they play these roles. This is a plus to them. Ted Bundy, the Bundy name is an elite name. Ted Bundy got that role. They love to trick and play with us. So, and they also hate our guts. If you hear them talking, Joe Rogan has always hated our guts. When he got the Spotify deal, they had to go back and remove all of the times he called black people the N-word, okay? It had to be removed and taken down. So, yeah, Joe Rogan has always been a little thug, right? So, yeah, so this guy goes around and just starts reinventing things, saying, well, you know, yeah, we all heard what they said, but yeah, that's not really true. Well, okay. So how does this guy fit into all of it? I really hope that through all of this, before you pull up a chair and spend a long time listening to those people, maybe check out who they are, because right now they're all in a huge scramble. Rogan knows he's in trouble, so they do these little childish things where then he has on his guests and the guests discuss the problem. And their always conclusion is that, well, you know, those people, meaning us, are crazy. They're mentally ill. And they should be ignored. He has said that himself. So, wakey, folks, these people hate our guts. So let me get back to this Hitler thing. So, who was blabbing early on about Hitler? Well, from the very beginning, from the time that supposedly Hitler got killed, there has been a conspiracy, right? So, Joseph Stalin, of course, he was wearing an Iron Cross too, right? He is probably the most influential source of the escape rumors. I believe, let me tell you what I believe to begin with. I believe the escape story is probably true. And I believe the part that Otto was talking about, that Eva Braun and Hitler escaped together in a Red Cross plane. Now, I'll have a little bit more about the Red Cross here in a second. So, yeah, I believe that part. I believe that they had to get Hitler out of the area because planes were still flying. I checked all this stuff. I don't just follow along and jump to some conclusions. So, yeah, I believe that probably a Red Cross plane could have been used to get Hitler and Eva brought out of there. So, here's Joseph Stalin. In 1945, Stalin publicly suggested Hitler may have escaped. At the Potsdam conference, he reportedly told Allied leaders that Hitler might be in Spain or Argentina. Soviet officials issued conflicting statements for years before later acknowledging that they had recovered Hitler's remains. Many historians believe that Stalin's public comments were part of a political strategy to keep the Western Allies uncertain rather than reflecting Soviet intelligence conclusions. Well, good for them, but I think it's because they just can't stop themselves. And there was another person, Heinz Linge, Linge. Linge was Hitler's personal valet. He said he saw Hitler's body after the suicide. He helped carry the bodies outside the bunker. He described the burning of the bodies. His accounts changed in some details over the years, but he consistently maintained that Hitler died in the bunker. Yeah, I believe he died in the bunker because I used to love all those World War II documentaries, so I had no other fleeting thoughts about other than Hitler died in the bunker, right? The idea that he had gone off and lived a new life and all this stuff never, ever crossed my mind, okay? And we have another guy, Otto Gooch. Gooch was one of the last people to see Hitler alive. He testified that Hitler committed suicide. He supervised the disposal and burning of the bodies. He spent years as a Soviet prisoner where he was repeatedly interrogated. Some researchers question whether Soviet imprisonment affected testimony, but historians generally find his core account consistent. So all the historians seem to believe all that. See, this is why it's important. If you're going to be a historian, where do you get your money from? Well, the elites, right? So this is why these things don't really get covered that well, right? So let me continue on. Another character here, Traute June, Junge. June was Hitler's secretary. She was present in the bunker. She reported hearing about Hitler's death shortly afterward. She never claimed he escaped. Her memoir is considered one of the principal eyewitness sources for the bunker's final days. Then we have Hans Bauer. Bauer is particularly interesting. He repeatedly urged Hitler to fly out of Berlin. According to Bauer, Hitler refused and said he would remain in Berlin. Bauer later wrote that an escape by air was technically possible until very late in the battle, though increasingly dangerous. His testimony is sometimes cited by people arguing an escape was physically possible, but Bauer himself maintained that Hitler chose not to leave. And then we have Hannah Reich. Reich flew into Berlin with General Robert Ritter von Grimmen in April 1945. She also urged Hitler to leave. Hitler declined. She later flew back out with von Grimmen. Her account is important because it confirms flights were still occurring, but she did not claim that Hitler escaped. Then we have our old friend Martin Bormann, the guy that ended up setting up all the businesses, the money guy, right? Bormann's fate remained uncertain for decades. His disappearance fueled many escape theories. Skeletal remains discovered in Berlin in 1972 were later identified through DNA testings in 1998 to be Bormann's. So his long period of uncertainty contributed to broader speculation about Hitler. Well, I wouldn't be too quick to agree with these DNA tests, right? Because who connects DNA tests? Well, scientists, right? And I certainly am not indicating that every scientist or doctor is in on the game, but you really think they're going to go to a doctor or a scientist that isn't in on the game? That's not how it works. So, yeah, Bormann was missing, and they claim they found his stuff in 72. I bet you Bormann probably lived to be a ripe old age, running terror around the world and gathering up that money. So, and then we have Reinhard Gehlen, just to keep it in perspective here. He never publicly promoted a Hitler survival theory. His memoir assumes that Hitler died. His controversial claims focus more on Bormann and Soviet intelligence than on Hitler. And then, of course, we have Otto. Despite many later stories attaching his name to escape operations, Otto never published a claim that he rescued Hitler. He had no authenticated interviews of him saying that Hitler survived. So, several factors keep the question alive. The Soviets initially withheld much of their forensic evidence. What a way to play this one, right? Stalin publicly hinted Hitler had escaped. The bodies were supposedly badly burned, making identifications difficult. Many senior Nazis did escape Europe during clandestine routes after the war. Intelligence agencies investigated numerous reported Hitler sightings in the late 1940s and 50s. And don't lose track of who started these intelligence agencies, right? So, most were tips from the public that could not be substantiated. Yeah, if you control the tip line, you can kind of keep yourself in charge, right? And of course, the Soviet Union's public statements in 1945 and 46, which suggested that Hitler might have escaped. So, we have the testimony of the bunker witnesses who consistently described his suicide. We have the later Soviet forensic and archival evidence, which concluded that Hitler died in Berlin. And I don't know. I don't believe for a second that he died in Berlin, but I'll leave that decision up to you. It makes perfect sense to me that he hopped right out of there on a plane with Eva Braun and they flew into Vienna. I mean, how much more obvious can some of this stuff be, right? So, this was a question, one of the earliest reasons people believed Hitler survived was that the Soviet leadership encouraged uncertainty after the war. On orders from Joseph Stalin, Soviet officials publicly suggested Hitler might have escaped. At the Potsdam Conference, Stalin even hinted that Hitler could be in Spain or Argentina. A man named George Scherff also publicly stated that Hitler's body had not been conclusively identified. And this created fertile ground for later escape theories. So yeah, during the last days of Berlin, a small number of aircraft did fly into and out of the city. Some couriers, military officers, or civilians. One of the best documented flights involving test pilot Hannah Reich and General Robert Ritter von Grimmen, who flew into and later out of Berlin. So yes, the flights were working they weren't working just fine, but they were happening, right? Because flights occurred, later writers speculated that Hitler might have boarded one. However, no surviving German records. Well, that's a very convenient part. It was very lucky that the U.S. was able to get both of their records. Allied intelligence reports or eyewitness reports. So nothing places Hitler on any departing aircraft. The Red Cross connection comes later, and it's often misunderstood. So let me clarify the Red Cross part here. Naturally, I'm quite suspicious of the Red Cross from the very beginning, right? Well, they use a cross on their logo. They use a red cross. Red is the color of Saturn and Satan. That's why we have Santa Claus wearing a red robe. And, I would say that because they were founded in, Switzerland, I have a lot of reasons that I'm suspicious of the Red Cross. So let me share some of them with you here. Because also the Red Cross is big in all these wars and stuff. So after the war, mostly 1946 to 1949, not during Hitler's final days, thousands of displaced persons needed travel documents. He who controls the paperwork, right? The International Committee of the Red Cross issued temporary travel papers to millions of refugees. Researchers have documented that some former Nazis obtained Red Cross travel documents, sometimes through deception, sometimes because officials were overwhelmed by the refugee crisis. Figures such as Adolf Eichmann, Joseph Mengele, and others used these documents while escaping Europe via the so-called rat lines. The ICRC has acknowledged that its documents were misused in some cases. So, April 1945, Hitler supposedly dies. 1946 to 1949, many Nazis escaped Europe using false identities and, in some cases, Red Cross travel papers. Well, let me riddle you this. How hard would it really be to get these Nazis out of there? They're always talking about, I did a show about it a few years ago, how the Vatican was helping get the Nazis out of there, right? Well, I think they're just making it more complicated to probably throw a tripwire into the deal, because there were U.S. military planes there, right? All over Germany. There would have been planes all over the place from the U.S. and from France and from Russia, right? I don't think that this whole idea of all these planes and stuff and how they ended up escaping is all that true, because why would you have to go through all these machinations when you could really just hop on a U.S. military plane, which nobody's going to inspect, right? And fly to whatever country you want to fly to. So this whole deal about where they travel to and all this stuff, it kind of makes me feel like it may be an added element here. So anyway, so I started looking for, where did this Red Cross plane story come from? And so I looked for Red Cross March aircraft carrying Hitler and Eva Braun and escaping to Vienna. So, well, here's what they claim about Vienna. A detail that often gets overlooked is that Vienna had already fallen to Soviet forces on 13 April 1945, about 2 weeks before Hitler's death. That makes Vienna an unlikely destination for someone trying to evade capture at the end of April 1945. And I see it just the opposite, right? These historians think that, it made it too hard because of all the... Well, I see it makes it even easier, right? Just hop on a U.S. military plane and there you go, right? So, anyhow, there's a whole deal about all this, but here is where it gets started. Who started the Red Cross? Well, they happen to have been started right when the Habsburgs were up there in Switzerland, right? The 1859 Habsburg War at Salzburg helped trigger the Red Cross movement. And by 1864, the Red Cross Geneva Convention is being formed while the Habsburgs are still a major European imperial power. Well, yet more reasons to be suspicious of the Red Cross and their connection to the Habsburgs, right? So anyways, there's this thing about this fragment had a bullet hole in it, yet American researchers claim that the DNA testing of that skull has shown it belonged to a woman aged 20 to 40 and could not be Hitler. So what they did was they created this back and forth, right? And so the Russians have defended the skull's authenticity, but have not offered their own DNA proof. And this latest pronouncement appears to reinforce the idea that the skull is not Hitler's. So yeah, I mean, I could go on for the next month about all of this thing, but I don't know. Hitler and Eva died and escaped to Vienna in a plane marked Red Cross makes a great deal of sense to me. If accurate, this person, Lieutenant General Christoval's account casts doubt on the widely accepted version of how Hitler died. It also raises questions over the authenticity of a skull that the Russians had all that time, right? So, when Soviet troops captured the area in early May of 1945, the Soviet Counterintelligence Agency, SMERSH, recovered partially burned remains believed to be Hitler and Braun. Because the bodies had been burned, identification was difficult. The Soviets relied heavily on Hitler's dental work, dental crowns, jawbone fragments, and testimony from Hitler's dentist assistants who identified the dental work from memory. Well, either we've got a lot of very smart people or we got a whole bunch of liars here, right? And they all get to write books so they make their millions return the deal, right? Hey, play along with me, and after this is over, we'll make sure our friends at publishers publish your book as the bestseller. You'll make millions of dollars. And of course, the money dances in their eyes. So anyway, yeah, and Stalin was out there talking about him being in Spain and all this stuff. So yeah, hiding the fragment. Well, my conclusion is this. they were all working together, okay? The Cold War didn't just happen and Russia became the enemy. I mean, come on, that whole story is so weak right there to begin with. So, yeah, I don't believe any of this because the Soviets just became the next marketing plan, right? Well, we got to have somebody to be afraid of, right? Well, what about the Soviets? Well, they lost a lot during the war. Doesn't matter. They're Soviets. We'll call them communists. We're the Democrats. We're the democracy. They're the Soviets. This really isn't that complicated if you really stop and think about it. So anyway, so they can make all the claims they want, but well, the bodies were too heavily burned. The Soviets kept the evidence secret for decades. Stalin issued conflicting public statements. Western intelligence investigated numerous post-war sightings of Hitler, as they did for many Nazi leaders. Most reports proved unsubstantiated. The incorrect skull fragment became widely publicized before DNA testing disproved its attribution. As a result, books, documentaries, and internet claims have continued to question Hitler's fate. While there are still debates over some forensic details, the broad consensus among historians and forensic researchers is that Hitler died in the bunker on April 30th, 1945, and that the dental evidence is the strongest basis for that conclusion. Wow, something else, right? So let me tell you a little story about this Curious George, the cartoon figure. That got created because of the Bushes. I mentioned that a couple segments ago. Friends and acquaintances of Nikola Tesla recall him complaining about Scherff's son, George Jr., always snooping around Tesla's lab. On more than one occasion, probably during the late 1930s, Tesla caught the 14-year-old Scherff looking at his notes, pouring through his books, and stealing small items from his lab. Tesla gave him the nickname Curious George and likened him to a mischievous monkey. So yeah, and that became that cartoon. And they always have to make it into something, right? I think that's part of sadism, right? Because you want to have that thing living on. So if you catch a glimpse of the Curious George, then you get your own little personal inside chuckle, right? Ha ha ha, look, we pulled it over on it. Just think about how Bush even laughed. Ha ha ha. He has a pretty distinct laugh, if you ask me. So anyway, so yeah, so I don't know. My opinion, they were all working together. They just decided that if they gave it to the Soviets, it could be secured. Nobody could touch it. They could argue back and forth for years. In the meantime, Hitler's out living his life somewhere, right? I believe that guy. I've talked about him for years. If I had to list 5 people whose work has actually and positively impacted my work, it would be that man. And he has done some of the most significant work as far as identifying people through ear analysis, all of that. Mitchell E. Brooks. And I think he's got it right. He was the one that came up with the analysis that proved that, I think he proved it, that Hitler was really Walt Disney. I mean, these people are really, well, they play a lot of roles, they play a lot of tricks. So I still stand by his work because I've never done this for anybody else. I watched every single video that guy produced. So I'm not just casually saying that I agree with him about Disney and Hitler. I think he nailed it. So anyway, and also that young girl, she did the show about Melania. Melania plays several roles. I think she nailed it also. So anyway, there was this other, let's get back to this Tesla stuff because I need to close off this file. Okay, so there was this, and these are just kind of weird things that I picked up from reading hundreds and hundreds of pages. So it's called the Yugoslav Monarchy in Exile was summoned to visit Tesla in the fall of 1942. However, Charlotte Muzar, a secretary, paid Tesla the visit. From his condition upon her arrival, she felt as though he maybe not live through the night. Another friend of Tesla's, Kenneth Sweezy, visited him during the time and noted that he was existing on warm milk and Nabisco crackers alone. It was apparent that Tesla was nearing the end of his time. By late December of 1942, Tesla began meeting with 2 U.S. government agents in order to share some of his most sensitive discoveries. These men carried away many of his documents for microfilming. So, did that all happen? Well, I don't know, because after he died, the Office of Alien Property custodian took possession of what he had in his hotel room. The FBI was involved because of concerns about possible military technology, and they coordinated with the office. But why was the seizure carried out by the Office of Alien Property? Because Tesla was a U.S. citizen at that time. So, I don't know. Every story has to have a good cover story, right? So, I couldn't figure out who the government agents were. This thing gets really greedy once you start digging into things. And I suggest you if you want to research it further, start over on Yandex. That's the Russian search engine. And they just don't scrub like the Google people do. So supposedly George H. Scherff also visited the FBI, according to reports. So I don't know. Upon the untimely death of Nikola Tesla, perhaps the world's most renowned scientist in history, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI, received an unexpected visit from George H. Scherff Jr. That George Scherff Sr., Tesla's trusted associate, chose to send his teenage son to visit the FBI's notorious director should have raised a red flag, which it probably did among intelligence agencies. Scherff Jr. explained to Hoover that he had worked for Tesla and was entitled to his papers and other effects. He also expressed concern that a foreign government might be interested in his inventions. So why did George Scherff Jr. show up at the FBI? I don't know. And there was a Freedom of Information file on the subject of Nikola Tesla. It says, Mr. George H. Scherff Jr. advised that he had received 2 letters. Mr. Scherff stated that he was an associate of Nikola Tesla in 1914, and that for many years his father had been Dr. Tesla's private secretary. Mr. Scherff said that he had never heard of Leland J. Anderson nor any of the names mentioned in this letter, supposedly. So, I think we get the picture here. But people seem to think that they say it's highly plausible that the individual who spoke to the FBI was not even sure, but a stand-in. So, excuse me, it can get a little bit convoluted. So, do I believe all these stories? Oh, I don't know. In 1942, less than a year prior to Tesla's untimely death, it was already known that principals at New York's Union Banking Corporation had been caught trading with the enemy, which was Nazi Germany. Among the principals that was caught was George Herbert Walker, Prescott Sheldon Bush, son of industrialist Samuel Prescott Bush, who was president of Buckeye Steel Casting in Columbus, Ohio, and the director of the Facilities Division of the War Industries Board. According to the CIA, written history books and cleverly crafted political stories. So they go through this whole thing about the Bushes, and this history book doesn't have it right because he was really alive over here. It's pretty complicated, but the whole thing is likely made up, right? Because I believe that the pictures are real. I don't know why everybody's sitting there before World War II, because obviously they were associated, right? So let's talk a little bit about this next latest thing. There was an extraordinary 2006 Russian documentary was recently translated into English, revealing new information about a U.S. Antarctica expedition in 1946 to 1947. And here, I think this part is a bit buggy, okay? I'm sure that you'll have your own opinion, so I'm not going to pollute the water with mine, but I don't know. This whole thing starts to ride off the rails a bit, but so anyway, so what they claim was they had this U.S. Navy Antarctica expedition in 1946 and 47. Evidently, they really did have this expedition. It was originally scheduled for a 6-month period. The scientific expedition was officially called the United States Navy Antarctica Development Program. It was given the operational name of High Jump. High Jump. The naval component of Operations High Jump was also known as Task Force 68. So a lot of people were involved, okay? The naval expedition was headed by famed polar explorer Admiral Richard Byrd. And Byrd's a guy mentioned way, way back. So Byrd was the guy in charge, right? So Byrd, who had been ordered to consolidate and extend American sovereignty over the largest practical area of the Antarctic continent. Byrd's expedition ended after only 8 weeks, with many fatalities, according to initial news reports based on interviews with crew members who spoke to the press while passing through Chilean ports. Rather than deny the heavy casualty reports, Admiral Byrd revealed in a press conference that Task Force 68 had encountered a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. And this is the point, the root of where everybody got this idea that what was going to be going on in Antarctica were like UFOs and stuff zipping around from point to point. Because he said, this is his exact quote, Admiral Byrd revealed in a press conference that Task Force 68 had encountered a new enemy that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speed. And from that, the UFO industry just took off like a rocket. So yeah, so it was in fact an operation. Let's look for Operation High Jump. And the goals were to training in extremely cold weather, testing equipment, mapping Antarctica, establishing a U.S. presence. And so, yeah, why did it end? Well, the expedition was planned for 6 months, but ended only after about 8 to 9 weeks. Well, I think because there were a lot of crashes, the aircraft lost in storms and whiteouts, equipment failure, dangerous weather and ice conditions. There were casualties, but not many fatalities. So I think the thing kind of fell apart. So his quote often gets misquoted and exaggerated constantly. They claim he was talking about future military threats, long-range aircraft, Cold War concerns, not an encounter during the expedition, and not UFOs and not hidden bases. So, yeah, so the event did happen, but the rest of it, well, really, who knows, right? So anyway, so I'm going to need to take a break here, so I will return. I think I can probably finish this up in the next segment, but we'll see how long it takes. I've already decided I'll go until it's done, so I will be back after I take a break. So hang in there. Okay, before we get rid of this part about Tesla and all that, let's take a look at Nikola Tesla's timeline. 1856, Tesla is born in Simijan, which is then part of the Austrian Empire, which is modern-day Croatia. 1884, Tesla migrates to New York City and begins working in the growing electrical industry. 1887 to 1888, Tesla develops the rotating magnetic field principle, leading to the invention of the induction motor and helping establish the modern alternating currency, or AC, power system used for long-distance electrical transmission. 1891, Tesla invents the Tesla coil, an electrical circuit capable of generating very high voltage and high frequency currents. It becomes one of his most famous inventions. 1890, Tesla develops ideas and apparatus for transmitting information using continuous electromagnetic waves, work that anticipated later radio technology. 1893 to 1896, Tesla's AC system is selected for the massive hydroelectric project at Niagara Falls. November 16, 1896, electric power is generated at Niagara Falls and begins flowing to homes and businesses in nearby Buffalo, demonstrating the practicality of long-distance AC power transmission. And what about this? I mean, sure, they robbed him at the end and stole all this stuff, but did Tesla know about our bodies being electrical? I mean, he was the one who came up with all this electrical stuff, right? And I think the dividing point was he wanted to give away electricity for free and they didn't want to. Just something to think about. So I'll keep going here. In 1930s, Tesla made public claims about a defensive particle beam weapon he called Teleforce. Newspapers nicknamed it the Death Ray or Peace Ray. January 7, 1943, Tesla died alone in a New York hotel room at age 86. Although largely forgotten by the public at the time and in poor financial condition, his work later becomes recognized as a foundational to the modern electrical world. Today, Tesla is remembered as one of the key figures behind modern electricity, especially AC power systems, electric motors, wireless concepts, and high voltage electrical research. His name was later adopted by Tesla Inc., the electric vehicle and energy company. Yeah, and they also claimed that it was Gehlen and Otto posing as government agents who stole every invention, all the plans, notebooks, drawings, documents from Tesla when they went to visit him on January 6th and 7th of 1943. Tesla told them everything he knew, and then Otto suffocated him and put his body in the bed in pajamas, as if he had died in his sleep when found the next day. So yeah, I don't know. I think Otto is a pretty violent type of guy, right? I could picture him saying, "Nighty-night, Tesla," murdering the guy and then put him in a fresh pair of pajamas so he looked like he died in his sleep. Yeah, these people are just that devious, right? And here's another point that I have in my, I don't know if I trust Tesla column, okay? There's the Nikola Tesla Museum. Is a science museum and cultural landmark in the district of Belgrade, Serbia. It is dedicated to the life and work of inventor Nikola Tesla. So anyway, yeah, here's why I'm suspicious of the museum, because they always lock up stuff, right? So, well, you can't touch that. We'll put it behind some glass over here. So just our scientists can touch this stuff because it's now a UNESCO building. Well, UNESCO, I've rallied about this for years now. UNESCO is when the UN comes in and locks up the property, right? So I don't know. The museum was established in 1952 to preserve Tesla's legacy after his death in New York. It occupies the historic generic family house, a 1920s residential villa designed by the Serbian architects in Belgrade. And the museum holds the world's largest collection of Tesla materials, more than 160,000 original documents, 2,000 books and journals, 1,200 plus technical objects, around 1,500 photographs, and over 1,000 plans and drawings. So, yeah, so I don't know. I don't trust the UNESCO people for a half a second. So, yeah. So anyway, and then why did J.P. Morgan stop funding him when he figured out that the electricity was going to be for free? Maybe it wasn't a matter of they all agreed they were going to kill the rest of us with electricity. Maybe they just couldn't quite agree on whether they should charge us for it or not, right? I mean, this country has the worst healthcare in the world and worst outcomes. We pay the highest price of absolutely anybody. So the United States, this little experiment going on here, had been like tricked in a lot of different ways. So was Tesla another huge trick where they just both disagreed at the very end because Tesla said, yeah, we'll give it away. And the other part of the people think, no, we're going to charge for this. Let's get rid of Tesla. I don't know. Possibly. It makes sense to me, right? So anyway, so I have just tons and tons and tons of information about this because also this, let me conclude with this part. Wait a second here. Okay. The German space program. The origins of the German space program, the real need we had to rush over all those scientists were, goes back to 1918, when members of the Thule, Thule Society started to receive communications from extraterrestrials through this medium called Maria Orsic. These communications contained instructions on how to build anti-gravity devices, temporal displacement technology, and portal technology. In the early 1920s, Thule members Dietrich Eckart invited Adolf Hitler to attend a session with this person that was getting the communications, as Hitler had already been chosen by the Illuminati to be Hitler's leader for Germany. With help from extraterrestrials, the Nazis had by 1936 developed a fleet of flying saucers. So, yeah, you'll read a lot of these stories that, well, I don't know. I don't mean to offend anybody. Maybe this stuff is true and I'm just crazy, right? I think the one source is this person named James Rink. I really couldn't get much on that person, so I don't know. It takes quite an imagination if you ask me, so. And they tie it back into the Nazis because during the 1930s, the Nazis began construction of a base in Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, which was known as Base 211. In 1938, the first inhabitants settled there, and Germany invaded Poland 4 months later. By 1940, the Antarctica base had 300,000 inhabitants called Norwalks or something like that, who were provisioned by U-boats. They used geothermal energy to power their facilities and later free energy technologies. So, yeah, and this stuff, my opinion, it gets a little bit nuts. I'll finish reading this paragraph. It says, during the end of the war, the German High Command executed an excavation plan that allowed thousands of Nazi officials to escape to South America and Antarctica. General Patton and General Eisenhower were allowed to visit Base 211 and were shocked to see how advanced it was. Well, I don't know. This whole Antarctica stuff to me, yeah, sure they went there, but is it really significant? Well, here's the way to look at it. All the time that people spend talking about if Antarctica or if there's really UFOs and stuff, that's all time that you'll never get back because you won't be able to feed your family if you're not prepared, right? So if you fritter away all your time talking about UFOs and this person or that person, well, it's going to cut down on your ability to think for yourself, right? And get yourself prepared for what is likely lying ahead. So I'm going to put this on hold for now. I'll go through a couple of these things. There's other revelations that this person named Berman that talked to Otto said that he had personally suffocated Tesla. So this person claims that Otto and them did it. Well, I'm going to just leave that to be for right now. So I don't know. Tesla was the son of a Serbian Orthodox priest who rose to the rank of archbishop. Tesla had the opportunity to study a variety of topics contained in his father's personal library. I don't know. Did your dad have a personal library? I know my dad didn't. He was too busy working. As a young boy, Tesla accompanied his father on trips to Rome. Another indicator, I don't know, him and his dad cruising around to Rome in the 1800s. They had to have some sort of money, right? Where he was able to study the lesser-known work stored in the Vatican's vast scientific repository. And if you consider the fact that, well, they changed things around on the 1600s because people were tired of the royals and them, and they cooked up like the scientists and the doctors and stuff. Well, why does the Vatican have vast scientific repository? Well, because that's where all the tricks are played, right? So, upon completing his studies, Tesla, he studied engineering and physics at the Polytechnical Institute in Graz, Austria. Tesla attended the university at Prague. He demonstrated early on an innate ability. Yes, they always describe themselves as being just fabulously smart, right? After working for Edison Telephone Company's subsidiaries in Budapest, Paris, and other cities throughout Europe, Tesla went to America to meet the man whose company gave him his first job, Thomas Edison. Tesla found it difficult to work for Edison due to Edison's reneging on financial promises, but soon found backers to finance his research and development, and that's where he came up with J.P. Morgan. So, yeah, the only official documentation of Nikola Tesla's arrival to the United States was produced at the port of New York on April 7th, 1882. Tesla arrived via the SS Norland, which departed from Antwerp. He had returned on the trip to the U.S. after lecturing in Paris. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know about old Tesla here. By and large, Tesla's inventions and his career were excluded from our history books because his inventions and patents were stolen and then weaponized. It was never intended for us to learn about the suppression of Tesla's advanced scientific discoveries, nor about those who profited from their theft, the orchestrators of the master plan. Because, yeah, early on, remember, they could have used something besides gasoline, and that got tricked. So they claim that much has been written about Tesla's successes and failures. Few have detailed the behind-the-scenes financial activities. So, yeah, many of Tesla's patents fell into Nazi hands prior to and during World Wars I and II. As a result, Tesla continuously found himself in litigation over patent rights and other issues. Well, they always sue each other, right? I mean, they're downright hateful towards each other. So, I mean, Elon Musk is now out there yelling that Bezos, his ex-wife, is giving away too much money to poor people. I mean, it's endless with these people. So, Tesla was supposedly successful in winning the majority of his patent lawsuits. His technology had been repeatedly stolen and sold to the German Nazis and other foreign governments. So, right. And they say the embezzlement of his capitalization went unchecked through Tesla's career. At the time of his death, according to Otto, on January the 6th, 1943, Tesla died virtually penniless. And this is another thing that makes me wonder about Tesla, because these people are all about those symbols and stuff, right? On Good Friday, Orthodox Christmas Eve, Tesla was found in bed, dressed in a solemn black suit, arms folded over his chest. Hey, what happened to the pajamas? See, the story changed, right? They say that a great mind felt his death is coming. He put on the solemn black suit and then died. An incredible lie and mission impossible, even for a great mind like Tesla's. And another person says, this is the ultimate proof that he was murdered, and his killers dressed him in a suit and left him on his bed. His killers, Otto and Reinhard Gehlen. So, yeah. In fact, many of his inventions were developed through secret government programs, which began soon after his discoveries in alternating current AC. So, since Tesla was often very deep in research at remote labs, many of his financial and legal affairs were supervised by his closest associate, George H. Scherff. Scherff often advised Tesla about pending patent litigation, contracts, proposals, demonstrations, and financial affairs. So, Tesla worked also at a U.S. government project at Colorado Springs. So, yeah, I think that, and why did J.P. Morgan discover that the tower would transmit free electricity and radio waves. He canceled the project and had the tower dismantled, then sold for scrap. Morgan was not about to allow Americans to receive free electricity, television, and radio. Well, they could have already decided as a group of them, right? Tesla, Morgan, all these people as a group decided, yeah, we're going to kill these people. We're going to use electricity. The sticking point is this. Are we going to make them pay for it or not? I think that is exactly probably how simple it became, right? So, yeah, I have it all documented down below. I would have to say that Tesla and Scherff was at the root of all this deception. So anyway, so I'm going to put this on hold for a second. Just a little bit more about Otto. Otto died on December 31st, 1999. Another kind of suspicious date, right? His body was cremated, and this person says, I have a copy of his death certificate, and I saw his ashes. After the war, he helped George Bush found the CIA through Operation Paperclip and Odessa. His whole goal was that they had screwed him over, including George Bush, and out of large sums of money over the years. This was his last way of saying to get even with them. So, yeah, I don't know. And they claim that Tesla was meeting with government officials. It gets, well, whatever direction you look in, it seems to become even more confusing at times, right? So I believe that the story is likely true. I believe that the Bushes were likely playing these Scherff characters. They snuck over here from Germany. This fits the pattern of how psychopaths actually operates, right? So I don't know. What was Tesla doing riding around with his dad, going to all these places? His dad, his big library. What kind of father in the 1800s has their own personal library, but a pretty rich guy, right? So yeah, I mean, just because Tesla's family was rich, or maybe I'm proposing that he might have been rich, doesn't mean anything except for it certainly starts to smell like elite things to me, right? It just smells like elite behavior, riding around his dad through Europe, and then he gets his job with Edison, all these high-powered jobs. I don't know. I question Tesla, very much so. I don't question that he invented electricity. Don't question that at all. But the motive behind electricity, I question all of them. So anyway, so one more thing about here. Let me see. There's a lot in the files I have or my website about all of these pictures, but here's a very curious thing. Curious, right? Curiously, the day before the national theatrical release of the Hollywood production of the Curious George feature-length film, Alan Shalleck, the originator of Curious George and the Man in the Yellow Hat, was found murdered under a pile of plastic bags in his driveway in Florida at age 76. So yeah, the day before the Curious George film comes out, the guy who was the originator ends up dead in his driveway in Florida. Well, I don't know. These people will literally kill anybody in their path, right? They'll kill their best friend. They'd kill their mother if they had to. They're very dedicated to the idea of getting rid of the rest of us. So anyhow, I think I've just about covered everything that I have to say about Tesla and all of that. I'm going to scroll through all of my copy real quickly here. One more thing about the word Scherff. In German geological records and databases, the spelling of Scherff with two F's, Scherff, is very rare. However, in the United States, the opposite is true. The double F spelling is quite common. So common that there exists by one record of a George Scherff ever arriving in the U.S. So, yeah, Otto's familiarity with the Scherff family was unusual in the context of espionage. He always assumed the spelling to be the Americanized version, which was also published versions in writing about Nikola Tesla and all them. So, yeah, I explained this way several segments ago that Scherff is actually a German and Ashkenazi Jewish name. So yeah, the Scherffs for sure were in on the whole deal, right? According to what's been documented by alternative history, but no regular historian has documented any of this stuff. Well, I'm sure that no historian would get funding to document this stuff, but anyhow, I'm going to take a break. I got to return in another day or two, and I will be talking about this tungsten thing. My goal is to wrap up this entire thing in this show. I am not going to be on this game board for a heck of a lot longer, so I hope you'll stick with me and follow along. I'm not trying to produce really long shows, but I do want to put it all into one place. So let me put this on hold, and I will be back in the next day or two to talk about tungsten. And then we will be pretty much done with this subject, and then there's many other things to chat about. So I'll be back there. Heil Hitler! Are you practicing your salutes? Okay, a couple things before I get started here. The National Mall in Washington, remember I've talked about that? Well, that's where they're having this this big 250-year celebration is being held at the National Mall. What else is at the National Mall, you ask? Well, the Washington Monument was inspired by ancient Egyptian obelisks in the overall form, although it is much larger than the original Egyptian examples. Some people discuss obelisks in terms of symbolism, including connections to ancient Egypt, Rome, or Freemasonry. It is true that obelisks originated in ancient Egypt, and that many were later moved to Rome during the Roman Empire. However, historians generally describe the Washington Monument primarily as a memorial to George Washington, and as part of the 19th century revival of Egyptian-inspired architecture, rather than evidence of a specific hidden symbolic program. Well, funny they would have that thing right there looking at that big old obelisk, right? Another thing I like to talk about, just to update what I was talking about previously about Tolkien and that Lord of the Ring business. Tolkien himself once wrote that the Lord of the Rings was fundamentally religious and Catholic work, though he removed most explicit religious references during revisions. So while readers often focus on Norse mythology, elves, runes, and medieval legends, Tolkien's moral framework, ideas about good and evil, temptation, sacrifice, mercy, providence, and redemption was heavily influenced by his Catholic worldview. So, let's take another quick look at that SS Ruin logo. So, the Ruin logo actually predates Tolkien's published Hobbit ruins by 8 years. So, another thing that I want to point out here is that, so Tolkien was into the Catholics. Tesla was into the Catholic arms, right? Going to those Catholic Vatican things and stuff. Kind of an interesting connection. One could almost draw some conclusion that the Catholics are involved in this. Gee, what a crazy idea, right? Okay, I want to circle back around this year 1929, the year that photograph was allegedly taken. Well, I believe it was taken in 1929. You can say what you want about 1938, but hey, if I was in charge of this deal, I would go to all kinds of efforts to make sure everybody thought it was 1938, because 1929 changes the entire picture here. So I circled back to 1929. 1929 was an important year for the Nazi Party, not only because it came to power that year, but because so the Nazi Party didn't come to power in 1929, but several developments positioned it for its rapid rise in the early 1930s. So here's what's interesting. The picture was allegedly taken December of 1929, right? Well, prior to that would have been obviously January of 1929, right? January of 1929, Heinrich Himmler had recently become head of the SS. He was appointed in 1929, At that time, the SS was still a relatively small organization within the Nazi Party, numbering only a few hundred members. 1929 also, the stylized double S, that sig ruin, they wear that looks like the lightning bolts, was designed by Walter Heck and adopted as the insignia of the SS. October 24th, 1929, the Wall Street crash of 1929 triggered the global economic downturn known as the Great Depression. Germany was hit especially hard because its economics heavily relied on American loans under the Dawes Plan and the Young Plan. 1929 to 30, mass unemployment and political instability increased dramatically. The Nazis capitalized on widespread dissatisfaction with the Weimar Republic. September 1930, the payoff became visible in elections. The Nazi Party jumped from 12 seats to 107 seats in the Reichstag, becoming the second largest political party. So yeah, after around 1929, the thing really got popping, didn't it? 1932, Adolf Hitler ran for president, and the Nazis became the largest party in the Reichstag. So yeah, January 30, 1933, Hitler was appointed Chancellor of Germany. So historians often point to 1929 as a turning point because three major developments converged. The SS began taking on the identity and symbolism it became known for under Himmler. The Wall Street crash and ensuing Great Depression destabilized Germany. The worsening economic crisis created conditions that the Nazi Party successfully exploited in subsequent elections. Gee, there always is kind of an interesting cause and effect, right? That's why 1929 appears frequently in timelines of the Nazi movement, even though the party did not take power until 1933. January 1929 in recap, Heinrich Himmler becomes leader of the SS. 1929, still in 1929, the double SS ruin insignia is designed and adopted during the year. December 1929, that photograph dated to December 1929 would have been taken in that same year. So that photograph would have been roughly 11 months after Himmler took over the SS. Kind of interesting, huh? So what were they having? A little party over there before all this got kicked off? Well, I'll keep moving along. I would be remiss, now that I'm hours into this show, to not include Stephen Hawking's, a major psyops in the scientific world. Stephen Hawking's lived with, it's ALS, for about 55 years, which is extraordinarily unusual. Doctors diagnosed Hawking's in 1963 when he was 21 years old, and initially thought he might live only 2 to 3 years. He died in 2018 at age 76. So let's get this straight. People with ALS, once they get diagnosed, typically live about 2 to 3 years. Hawking, for example, is extraordinary, right? He lived to be 76 years old. So he outran the thing by years and years, right? Well, that's probably because Hawkins isn't who anybody thinks that he is. Hawkins was likely a psyops. Hawkins was likely played by multiple people because no one with that disease could have lived for so many years is the basic thing to start with, okay? So first of all, you got an extraordinary claim that, oh, look, he's alive. Let me read this meme, okay? It says, my favorite Masonic hoax of all time was convincing the dumb masses the most intelligent man alive was a disabled man who spoke through a computer and wrote over 10 books regarding space and our existence. Hilarious. You have to give them for that one. His fame among researchers was founded on a series of studies that wed Albert Einstein's great theory of gravity, general relativity, and the strange world of quantum mechanics normally apply to tiny things like atoms and molecules. What Hawking ended up with were descriptions of black holes that could boil themselves out of existence and equations that describe the entire history of the universe in a single sweep. Many researchers were frustrated. I'm sorry. I trained myself how to read ahead a few years ago, so when I'm reading, I'm also looking ahead. So when I look ahead, I might start laughing. You're thinking, why are you laughing at this part? This part isn't funny, but the next part is going to be funny. So let me try to straighten up here and read this. Many researchers were frustrated by the ease with which Stephen Hawking generated publicity, often overshadowing other talents with equally extraordinary or challenging ideas. His papers were typically at the extreme of mathematical science, a further step along the path he chose to follow in his student days, but they were not always close to the central scientific issues of the day. So you're wondering, well, why do they put a guy in a wheelchair? Well, lots of reasons, because if I were to say that Stephen Hawking was likely a fake guy in a wheelchair and start laughing, people would look at me like I was the crazy one, right? So if you challenge Stephen Hawking at any point, it's like, hey, wait a minute, why are you going after the guy in the wheelchair? Same thing they did with Obama. Right before they went to slaughter all the people in Yemen and stuff, they brought in a black president, right? I thought it was the greatest thing on earth. That was the last time I voted. And they brought in the black guy to kill the black people, right? So, yeah, same thing with this guy. So another one I'd be remiss to not bring up is Chomsky. I posted a link. I watched a very interesting conversation. This man who wrote a book early on about Chomsky, it was titled, I Warned About Chomsky, but I Was Ignored. Welcome to the club. So during the Cold War, MIT, where Chomsky was hanging out, received substantial defense funding. Many engineering, physics, computer science, and electronic projects had military applications. Today, MIT continues to receive funding from agencies such as the Defense Advanced Research Project, or DARPA, the Department of Defense, another reliable source, and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and other federal agencies. So right off the bat, you should say, well, gee, MIT certainly takes in a lot of government money, don't they? Well, all the universities are in on the deal pretty much, but if you hear that somebody went to MIT, sharpen up those ears a little bit. Because it's pretty much military, okay? So anyway, where does Noam Chomsky fit into this? Well, besides he showed up in the Epstein files, that's just a minor blip in the screen that caused most people to take a second look at Chomsky, but some of us have recognized Chomsky as a problem for a long time. So this is a part of what made Chomsky's career unusual. He worked at MIT while simultaneously being one of the most outspoken critics of U.S. foreign policy and the Vietnam War. Chomsky has acknowledged the irony of being employed at an institution that received significant Pentagon funding. His own department, linguistics, was not itself a weapons development department. However, his office was located at an institution where many other departments and affiliated laboratories were conducting defense-funded research. So, Noam Chomsky and Stephen Hawking were among the world's most recognizable intellectuals for decades. Both became public figures well beyond academia. They wrote best-selling books, cha-ching, cha-ching, gave interviews, and appeared in documentaries and popular media. Both had distinctive speaking styles. Hawking used his computerized voice synthesizer after losing his natural speech due to ALS, while Chomsky became known for his measured, analytical speaking. Both tackled big questions. Hawking asked how the universe works, black holes, time, and cosmology. Chomsky asked how the human mind works, how language is acquired, and how political power shapes society. They were roughly contemporaries. Chomsky was born in 1928, Hawking in 1942, and both spent decades as globally recognized scholars. They also shared a willingness to comment outside their primary specialties. Hawking often discussed the future of humanity, artificial intelligence, and existential risks. Chomsky frequently wrote and spoke about foreign policy, media, and political power in addition to linguistics. The contrast between them is just as striking. Hawking focused on the physical universe and mathematical physics. Chomsky focused on language, cognition, and political critique. One explored the cosmos, the other exposed the mind, body, and society. Quite a team, right? Too bad they're both agents. Too bad they're both CIA agents out to do harm to the rest of us. Yeah, it's quite effective when you put a guy in a wheelchair because that really cuts down the questions, right? Same thing with old FDR. FDR had other motives, of course, he made millions of dollars on that campaign. Sadly, real children were harmed. But anyway, let me keep moving along here. So yeah, that's obviously part of the strategy, right? Put the guy in the wheelchair to tackle the tough questions about the cosmos and stuff. Anybody questions him or any other scientist and you're run out of town? Yeah, that's a pretty good trick, right? So yeah, now we're going to be talking about this tungsten deal. This tungsten deal includes all of my favorite characters. It includes Russia and all these people. So let's talk tungsten. On June the 30th, 1908, a giant explosion flattened over 800 square miles of forest near the Tungsten River in Siberia, Russia. The area of the blast was extremely remote, but the devastation was immense. An estimated 80 million trees were flattened and whole herds of deer wiped out. The magnitude of the blast was thousands of times greater than the nuclear bombs dropped on Hiroshima, and its impact was felt as far afield as Great Britain. Had it occurred just minutes later, it would have destroyed the whole of St. Petersburg and killed millions of people. Whilst it quickly became apparent something monumentous had happened at Tungsten, the area of the blast remained inaccessible until the first expedition there in 1927. The 1927 investigation began nearly a century of debate about what caused the blast, with explanations ranging from comets and meteors to expulsions of natural gas and even many black holes. We're back at the black holes again. One of the alternative theories about tungsten revolves around pioneering inventor Nikola Tesla. Tesla was a scientific genius credited with several important innovations in electricity, magnetism, and radio. For many years, he explored ideas for the wireless transmission of electricity. In 1901, he began construction of the 57-mile-high Winding Cliff Tower in New York. Ostensibly for telegraphy, he used the tower to further his experiments into the transmission of electricity. But by 1906, his chief financial backer, J.P. Morgan, grew dissatisfied with Tesla's experiments and withdrew funding. Tesla's plans were in ruin. He became desperate and, according to biographers, suffered a nervous breakdown. It was suggested that Tesla tried to salvage his work at Winding Cliff and revived his fortunes by staging an audacious publicity stunt. Tesla had become convinced his wireless electric transmitter could be used as a weapon, able to transmit an electrical wave through the earth of such intensity it could destroy a target hundreds of miles away. Like the rest of America, Tesla was gripped by the exploits of Admiral Robert Peary and his assault at the North Pole. At the time of the tungsten blast in 1908, Peary was camped out at Ellesmere Island in preparation for his bid to reach the pole. Tesla had made a cryptic remark about contacting Peary somehow and had instructed him to watch the tundra for signals. What better way for Tesla to demonstrate the awesome power of his device to the world than to fire a bolt of energy towards Ellesmere and rip up some ice and cause a light show? Advocates of the theory that Tesla was behind the tungsten blast claim his publicity stunt went dramatically wrong. His concentrated wave of electricity overshooting its target and instead causing the explosion at Tunguska. So, this article I'm reading now is called, Could Tesla Really Have Been Responsible for the Tunguska Blast? The idea of death rays were very prevalent around the time of Tunguska. Several inventors, notably Harry Grimdel Matthews in England, claimed to have invented such a weapon. In 1907, there was much speculation in the press that the explosion that destroyed French battleship Ina in March was caused by some kind of wireless energy wave, with Tesla's name even mentioned in connection with the disaster. Tesla himself gave rise to much of the speculation by repeatedly claiming his Tesla himself gave rise to much of the speculation by repeatedly claiming his electricity transmission device could be used as a directed energy weapon. Writing to Liberty magazine, Tesla explained, "My invention requires a large plant, but once it is established, it will be possible to destroy anything, men or machines, approaching a radius of 200 miles. Tesla also wrote several letters to the New York Times in which he expanded on the potential of his invention as a death ray. And this is his quote, as to projecting wave energy to any particular region of the globe, this can be done by my devices. The spot at which the desired effect is to be produced can be calculated very closely, assuming the accepted terrestrial measurements to be correct." So, and then 2 months before Tunguska, Tesla also wrote this, "This is not a dream. Even now, wireless power plants can be constructed by which any region of the globe might be rendered uninhabitable without subjecting the population to other parts to serious danger or inconvenience." Did Tesla, beset by financial problems and desperate for his winding clip plant to succeed, use it for precisely the purpose he described to the New York Times? There were doubts over the meteorite theory, although the prevailing consensus as to the cause of the Tunguska blast is the explosion of a comet or meteorite in the atmosphere above the area. There are numerous reasons to doubt this. Several eyewitness reports describe unusual and prolonged lights in the sky, both before and for days after the impact, quite unlike those to be expected from a meteorite or comet. Even as far afield as England, the sky was lit up for days afterwards. Widespread reports of night turning into day flooded into the newspapers. One correspondent recounted how he was able to read a book illuminated purely by the night sky. Tesla specifically cited the ability of Wardenclyffe to light up the atmosphere on several occasions. He said, "I have planned many details of a plant which would be amply sufficient to illuminate the entire ocean so that such a disaster as that of the Titanic would not be repeated." Many of the eyewitnesses also described the earth shaking even before the explosion. Again, Tesla described how his device could shake the ground, even boasting on one occasion that he could shake the Empire State Building to its foundations. The meteorite theory is also undermined by the fact that no blast crater or trace of any meteorite has ever been found, despite exhaustive searches. If, however, Tesla really could transmit a directed energy beam through the ground, it would leave no traces or crater. So it has been pointed out that a line drawn between Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower and Tungsten passes through the location of the supposed target of his energy beam, Ellesmere Island. Whilst the correlation isn't exact, it's an interesting coincidence. Did Tesla, intending to shake up the ice at Ellesmere, overshoot his target and accidentally cause the devastation at Tungsten? So the concept that electricity could be wirelessly transmitted over long distance is now discounted as pseudoscience by most science. Whereas Tesla did successfully demonstrate short-range transmission of electricity, he was never able to demonstrate any ability to transmit it over great distances. Tesla, who was always desperate for an audience for his inventions, would have widely advertised the technology if he had really perfected it as he claimed. Tesla was a very eccentric individual. He had visions, claimed to receive signals from extraterrestrials, and somewhat oddly was in love with a pigeon. He was also an introvert, self-publicist, notorious for making far-fetched and exaggerated claims which he could not back up. For example, he once claimed he could fire an energy beam at the moon and disturb its surface. There have been many attempts to produce the kind of death ray proposed by Tesla over the years, but no such weapon has ever been produced, despite its obvious military applications. The vast amount of energy Tesla's death ray would require to operate, as he boasted, would appear to rule it out as any kind of viable device. It is estimated that to produce the estimated 10 megaton blast recorded at Tungsten, Wardenclyffe would need to transmit billions of watts worth of power, thousands of times more than the New York power grid he relied on was capable of producing. So this is called the birth of the death rays. The French ship Iena, I-E-N-A, blew up in 1907. Electrical experts were sought by the press for an explanation. Many thought the explosion was caused by an electrical spark, and the discussion was about the origin of the ignition. Lee De Forest, inventor of the audium vacuum tube adopted by many radio broadcasters, pointed out that Nikola Tesla had experimented with a dirigible torpedo capable of delivering such destructive power to a ship through remote control. He noted also that Tesla claimed the same technology used for remotely controlling vehicles also could project an electrical wave of sufficient intensity to cause a spark in a ship's magazine and explode it. It was in the spring of 1924, however, that the time seemed best for death rays. For that year, many newspapers carried several stories about the invention of such rays in different parts of the world. Harry Matthews of London led the contenders in this early Star Wars race. The New York Times of May 21st had this report. Paris, May 20th. If confidence of Grindel Matthew, inventor of the so-called diabolical ray, and this is so poorly written, I can't figure it out. So what they said was, Grindel Matthew stated that his destructive rays could operate over a distance of 4 miles, and that the maximum distance for this type of weapon would be 7 or 8 miles. Tesla have been reporting where the ray had been used to stop the operation of automobiles by arresting. This is so poorly written. So, yeah. So they're going back and forth over this thing. And then there was news has leaked out from the communist circles in Moscow that behind Trotsky's recent warlike utterances, I don't know. Tests of the destructive ray, the Times continued, had begun the previous August with the aid of German technical experts. So I don't really know what this is all about. So Tesla comes into this death ray picture, picking up the death ray stories on the wire services on the other side of the world. The Colorado Springs Gazette ran a local interest item on May the 30th. The headline was this: Tesla discovered death ray in experiments he made here. The story recounted with a feeling of local pride. The inventor's 1899 researchers financed by John Jacob Astor. Yeah, Astor, the Titanic guy. Tesla's Colorado Spring tests were well remembered by local residents. With a 200-foot pole topped by a large copper sphere rising above his laboratory, he generated potentials that discharged lightning bolts up to 135 feet. So he was over there generating lightning bolts and all that. So did Tesla do it? Well, I don't really know. I'll have to leave that up to you. I would say that it could have been a really huge test that just ran amok, right? And here again, it ran amok in parts of Russia, would make it harder for people to go back and forth and figure out. So I'm not really sure what to think about it. It's fairly complicated. I have it all down below. Did they really do it? Well, let's take a quick look at his chronology of his work from 1900 to 1915. 1900, Tesla returned from Colorado Springs after a series of important tests of wireless power transmission. It was during these tests that his magnifying transmitter set out waves of energy, causing the destruction of the power company's generator. So, and he seems to have a deal for doing some kind of dangerous sounding tests, right? Same year, 1900, Tesla received $150,000 from J.P. Morgan to build a radio transmitter for signaling Europe. With the first portion of the money, he obtained 200 acres of land at Shoreham, Long Island, and built an enormous tower, 187 feet tall, with a 55-ton, 68-foot metal dome. He called the research side Wardenclyffe. That's Wardenclyffe. As Tesla was just getting started, investors were rushing to buy stock offered by the Marconi Company. Supporters of the Marconi Company included Tesla's old adversary, Thomas Edison. On December 12th, Marconi sent the first transatlantic signal, the letter S, isn't that convenient, from Cornwall, England to Newfoundland. He did this with, as financiers noted, equipment much less costly than that envisioned by Tesla. 1902, Marconi is being hailed as a hero around the world, while Tesla is seen as a shirker by the public for ignoring a call to jury duty in a murder case. 1903, Morgan sent the balance of the $150,000, but it would not cover the outstanding balance that Tesla owed on the Wardenclyffe construction. To encourage a larger investment in the face of Marconi's success, Tesla revealed to Morgan his real purpose was not just to send radio signals, but the wireless transmission of power to any point on the planet. Morgan was uninterested and declined further funding. A financial panic that fall put an end to Tesla's hopes for financing by Morgan or other wealthy industrialists. This left Tesla without money even to buy the coal to fire the transmitter's electrical generators. 1904, in an article, Tesla writes for the Electronical World, Tesla notes that the globe, even with its great size, responds to electrical currents like a small metal ball. Wardenclyffe is declared complete, but the Colorado Springs Power Company sues for electricity used at the Colorado Experimental Station. Tesla's Colorado laboratory is torn down and is sold for lumber to pay the $180 judgment his electrical equipment to put in storage. Boy, they really write some convoluted stories. Okay, 1905. Electrotherapeutical coals are manufactured for hospitals and researchers. Tesla is sued by his lawyers for non-payments of a loan. So, yeah, he's getting sued by people. 1906 was the headline. Yeah, 1908, Tesla repeated the idea of destruction by electrical waves to the newspaper on April 21st. Why I'm reading this is, here's my interest in why Tesla's talking about this, because he seems to be focused on destruction, right? So, I mean, well, I don't know. I find it odd that the first part of his discovery about electricity seems to focus around destruction, right? And he's really pushing this idea. In 1915, again, in another letter to the editor, Tesla stated, "It is perfectly practical to transmit electrical energy without wires and produce destructive effects at a distance. I have already constructed a wireless transmitter which makes this possible. When unavoidable, the transmitter may be used to destroy property and life." See, this, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it seems to me that part of the reason that, I don't know, that he was coming up with this stuff was about destruction, right? I'm not seeing him saying things like, well, electricity is going to help people live better lives, right? So let me work through this breakdown here. Important to this chronology is the state of Tesla's mental health. One researcher, Mark Schieffer, a psychologist, believes Tesla suffered a nervous breakdown catalyzed by the death of one of the partners in the Tesla Electric Company and the shooting of Stanford White, the noted architect who had designed Wardenclyffe. Wow, I don't know where to start on that one. So they think Tesla suffered a nervous breakdown because of the death of one of his partners and the shooting of Stanford White, the noted architect who designed his place. So, yeah, okay. And there's this other strange letter, marked April 10th, 1906. Dear Mr. Tesla, I have received your letter and am very glad to know you are vanquishing your illness. I have scarcely ever seen you so out of sorts as last Sunday, and I was frightened. So yeah, in this period from 1900 to 1910, Tesla's creative thrust was to establish his plan for wireless transmission of energy. Undercut by Macron's accomplishments, beset by financial problems, and spurned by the scientific establishment, Tesla was in a desperate situation by mid-decade. The strain became too great by 1906, and he suffered an emotional collapse. In order to make a final effort to have his grand scheme recognized, he may have tried one high-power test of his transmitter to show off its destructive potential. This would have been in 1908. The tungsten event took place in the morning of June the 30th, 1908. An explosion estimated to be the equivalent of 10 to 15 megatons of TNT that flattened 500,000 acres of pine forest near the Stony Tungsta River in central Siberia. Whole herds of reindeer were destroyed. The explosion was heard over a radius of 620 miles. When an expedition was made to the area in 1927 to find evidence of the meteorite presumed to have caused the blast, no impact crater was found. When the ground was drilled for pieces of nickel, iron, or stone, the main constituents of meteorites, nothing was found down to the depth of 118 feet. Many explanations have been given for the tungsten event. The official accepted version is that a 100,000-ton fragment of Encke's comet, composed mainly of dust and ice, entered the atmosphere at 62,000 miles, heated up, and exploded over the Earth's surface, creating a fireball and shockwave, but no crater. Alternative versions of the disaster see a renegade mini black hole or an alien spaceship crashing into the Earth with the resulting release of energy. Associating Tesla with the tungsten event comes close to putting the inventor's power transmission idea in the space speculative category as ancient astronauts. And I'm reading from this piece still. However, by looking at the above chronology, it can be seen that real historical facts point to the possibility that this event was caused by a test firing of Tesla's energy weapon. In 1907 and 1908, Tesla wrote about the destructive effects of his energy transmitter. His Wardenclyffe transmitter was much larger than the Colorado Springs device that destroyed the power station's generator. His new transmitter would be capable of effects many orders of magnitude greater than the Colorado device. In 1915, Tesla said he had already built a transmitter that, when unavoidable, might be used to destroy property and life. Finally, a 1934 letter from Tesla to J.P. Morgan, uncovered by Tesla biographer Margaret Cheney, seems to conclusively point to an energy weapon test. In an effort to raise money for his defensive system, he wrote this: "The flying machine has completely demoralized the world, so much so that in some cities, as London and Paris, people are in mortal fear from aerial bombings. The new means I have perfected afford absolute protection against this and other forms of attack. These new discoveries I have carried out experimentally on a limited scale created a profound impression." Again, the evidence is circumstantial, but to use the language of criminal investigation, Tesla had motive and means to be the cause of the tungsten event. He also seems to confess to such a test having taken place before 1915. His transmitter could generate energy levels and frequencies that would release the destructive force of 10 megatons or more of TNT, and the overlooked genius was desperate. The nature of the tungsten event also is not inconsistent with what would happen during the sudden release of wireless power. No fiery object was reported in the skies at that time by professional or amateur astronomers, as would be expected when a 200,000-pound object enters the atmosphere. That's 200 zillion pound object. The sky glow in the region mentioned by some witnesses as being visible just before the explosion may have come from the ground. Geological researchers discovered that in the 1970s, just before an earthquake, the stressed rock beneath the ground creates an electrical effect causing the air to illuminate. If the explosion were caused by wireless energy transmission, either the geological stressing or the electrical current itself might cause a glow in the air. Finally, there is the absence of an impact crater. Because there is no material object to impact, an explosion caused by broadcast power would not leave a crater. Given Tesla's general pacifist nature, it is hard to understand why he would carry out a test harmful to both animals and the people who herded the animals, even when he was in the grip of financial desperation. The answer may be that he probably intended no harm, but he was aiming for a publicity coup and literally missed his target. I'm going to be taking a break here and get some rest, and when I come back, I'm pretty sure I will be able to wrap up this entire story about Tesla and all of this craziness. Yeah, I think my opinion so far is this. Yeah, likely he did it. I mean, he certainly made a lot of comments about it, right? My biggest question is this: why all the talk about all this destruction, right? I thought the guy was a good guy, right? Everybody's always painted Tesla as like this hero that nobody really understood and he got killed and what a shame, right? I'm not really sure that that's the right approach to take with this guy. I think he may have been as evil as the rest of them, that he was just their guy, right? Because why is he talking about electricity in terms of destruction, right? Future plans for destroying our bodies and our lives? I just find that curious because if I had only heard the Tesla story, which is out there, Tesla's such a great guy. He was so misunderstood. He wanted to bring us electricity. We love Tesla, right? Well, maybe there's another story here. Why isn't anybody talking about Tesla and cooking up all these pretty dangerous tests and stuff, right? This doesn't sound like somebody who's all in for good, right? Just doesn't strike me as that way. But after a break, I will be back, and I'm quite certain I can wrap up this show at that point. So I'll be back on the other side. Okay, let's get back to this Antarctica business. There's this guy named Robert Peary, Peary. He was just 700 miles from the North Pole when this whole thing went off. So who is Robert Peary? He was an American Arctic explorer, best known for claiming, hear the word claiming, to have reached the North Pole on April the 6th, 1909. His claim made him internationally famous, although it remained the subject of historical debate, with some researchers questioning whether he actually reached the pole. So I'll keep reading from this article. At the end of 1908, the whole world was following the daring attempt of Peary to reach the North Pole. Peary claimed the North Pole in the spring, Peary claimed the North Pole in the spring of 1909, but the winter before, he had returned to the base at Ellesmere Island, about 700 miles from the pole. If Tesla wanted the attention of the international press, few things would have been more impressive than the Peary expedition sending out word of cataclysmic explosion on the ice in the direction of the North Pole. If Tesla could not be hailed as the master creator he was, he might have wanted to be seen as the master of a mysterious new force of destruction. The test, it seems, was not a complete success. It must have been difficult controlling the vast amount of power in the transmitter and guiding it to the exact spot Tesla wanted. Ellesmere Island and the Tungsten region are all on the same great circular line from Shoresam, Long Island. Both are on a compass bearing of a little more than 2 degrees along the polar path. The destructive electrical wave overshot its target. Whoever was privy to Tesla's energy weapon demonstration must have been dismayed, either because it missed the intended target or would be a threat to inhabited regions of the planet, or because it worked too well in devastating such a large area at the mere throwing of a switch thousands of miles away. Whichever was the case, Tesla never received the notoriety he sought for his power transmitter. In 1915, the Wardenclyffe Laboratory was deeded over to Waldorf Astoria Incorporated in lieu of payment for Tesla's hotel bills. In 1917, Wardenclyffe was dynamited on order of the new owners to recover money from the scrap. So this idea of death rays was very prevalent around the time of tungsten. Several inventors, notably Harry Grindell Matthews in England, claimed to also have invented such a weapon. In 1907, there was much speculation in the press that the explosion that destroyed a French battleship Aina in March was caused by some kind of wireless energy wave, with Tesla's name even mentioned in connection with the disaster. Tesla himself gave rise to much of the speculation by repeatedly claiming his electricity transmission device could be used as a directed energy weapon. Writing to Liberty magazine, Tesla explained, "My invention requires a large plant, but once it is established, it will be possible to destroy anything, men or machines, approaching within a radius of 200 miles. Tesla wrote several letters to the New York Times in which he expanded on potentials of his invention as a death ray. As to protect wave energy to any particular region of the globe, this can be done by my devices. The spot at which the desired effect is to be produced can be calculated very closely, assuming the accepted terrestrial measurements to be correct." Just 2 months before tungsten, Tesla wrote tellingly, "This is not a dream. Even now, wireless power plants can be constructed by which any region of the globe might be rendered uninhabitable without subjecting the population or other parts of serious danger or inconvenience." Did Tesla, beset by financial problems and desperate for his Wardenclyffe plant to succeed, use it for precisely the purpose he described in the New York Times? Although the prevailing consensus as to the cause of the tungsten blast is the explosion of a comet or meteorite in the atmosphere above the area, there are numerous reasons to doubt this. Several eyewitness reports describe unusual and prolonged lights in the sky, both before and for days after the impact, quite unlike those to be expected from a meteorite or comet. Even as far afield as England, the sky was lit up for days afterwards. Widespread reports of night turning into day flooded into newspapers. So yes, and they say that his place was right in the line with where the event could have been. And there's one other article, Tungsten and Tesla. There is another possibility, if widely improbable, cause of the mysterious event at Tungsten in 1908. One of Nikola Tesla's great projects was a wireless transformation of energy over large distances. He believed that this could be harnessed in war to destroy incoming attacks from over 300 kilometers away. Tesla built his death ray at Wardenclyffe on Long Island, and it is a possibility that he tested it one night in 1908. The story goes something like this. At the time, Robert Peary was trekking to the North Pole, and Tesla asked him to look out for unusual activity. On the evening of 30 June 1908, Tesla aimed his death ray toward the Arctic and turned it on. Tesla then watched the newspapers and sent telegrams to Peary, but heard about nothing unusual in the Arctic. However, he did hear about the unexplainable event in Tungsten and was thankful no one was killed. It was clear to him that his death ray had overshot. He then dismantled his machine, and he felt it was too dangerous to keep it. So is any of this stuff true? Well, I don't really have a clue, but I would find myself being very, very suspicious of Tesla. I don't think he is what people are saying that he is. There's something here that just doesn't seem to make sense to me. So I'm going to put this on hold for a second. I'll keep reading from this piece. In 1958, President Eisenhower created the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. Its leader was a Project Paperclip rocket scientist named Wernher von Braun. NASA was established in 1958 for two purposes. The first was to deceive the public by making it appear that space exploration was at its primitive stage. The second was to channel billions into the real space program. The United States actually had a joint space ventures with the Soviet Union, which were called Solar, Warden, and Radiant Guardian. France had a secret space program as well. While von Braun helped the U.S. government pretend that rockets were the only way to launch craft into outer space, his countrymen were busy colonizing the galaxy. And this is another I think it sounds kind of crazy, but maybe it's not, right? In the 1960s, the Antarctic Germans built a second Antarctica base. Task groups were created to expand out into the solar system, and bases were built on the Sirius planetoid moons around Saturn. So, yeah, they're always bringing up Saturn, and I don't really know. Like I said, they claim that funding for the secret space programs in 1913, the Federal Reserve was created. 1930, the Bank for International Settlements, or the BIS, was founded and given sovereign immunity. That, my friends, is where the money is flowing to. 1936, the Hague Convention expanded the immunities of the BIS. These immunities were extended to its members, consisting of 63 central banks and the Federal Reserve System, while other immunities extend to sympathetic important institutions. Gee, isn't that just handy, right? They come up with a way to hide the money over in the BIS, over in Switzerland, and then they come up with rules about making themselves immune. Gee, funny how this all works out. 1945, the Bretton Woods Agreement. Yeah. Crank up that money, right? So, since 1946, the U.S. has given 76 transnational non-governmental organization immunities, privileges, and tax exemptions under the BIS umbrella. So, according to People, in 1947, the U.S. was defeated by Nazi Germany in Antarctica. And this is where it really falls off the rails for me. They claim the surrender agreement with the Nazis required the U.S. to provide 50,000 slaves to the Nazis each year for its secret space program. Nazis were brought into the U.S. through Project Paperclip and quickly began to take over the OSS and later the CIA. Money from collateral accounts was then channeled off course to build up the Dark Fleet and later all their other plans. Yeah, this stuff had been going back and forth for so long that, I don't know, I basically think they all connect at some point, right? And I really, well, I don't know, because here's the part that draws my attention. On Good Friday, Orthodox Christmas Eve, Tesla was found in bed, dressed in a solemn black suit, arms folded on his chest. They say that a great mind felt his death is coming. He put on the solemn black suit and then died. An incredible lie in Mission Impossible, even for a great mind, as it was Nikola Tesla. This is the ultimate proof that he was murdered and his killers dressed him in a suit and left him in his bed. The killers, Otto and Reinhard Gehlen. Nikola Tesla's successes in discovering new technologies did not go unannounced by many industrial capitalists and world governments. In fact, many of his inventions were developed through secret government programs, which began soon after his discoveries in alternating AC electromagnetic energy, electric motors, generators, coils, radio transmission, energy-saving devices, and wireless transmission technologies. Since Tesla was often buried deep in research at remote labs, many of his financial and legal affairs were supervised by his closest associate, George H. Scherff. Scherff also advised Tesla about pending patent litigation, all of that. So, what was their connection? Well, were they there to steal the stuff for Hitler, or is that just part of the cover story, right? So, I don't know. I think this gives us a lot to think about. The Scherff part is interesting. Otto is very interesting. Even when somebody is a known liar and a killer like Otto, they do speak the truth. It's not like they're full stop lying full time, right? So let me put this on hold for a second so we can wrap this up. Nikola Tesla, man or magician? From the invention of the particle beam to radar, the electric car, robotics, and remote-controlled drones, Tesla mentally modeled solutions to problems with such clarity of mind that he could visualize the individual parts of a machine or mechanism in 3 dimensions, then run simulations in his head and check for wear and tear. He even pioneered interplanetary radio communications with Giuliano Marconi, whom he later fell out with when the U.S. Patent Office mysteriously overturned his patents and effectively credited Marconi with the invention of the radio, who was in fact using several of Tesla's patents. Tesla was so far ahead of his time, the genius of many of his early inventions used to develop the radio and television, fluorescent and induction lightings, and MRIs and X-rays only came to light after his death. He dreamed of free electricity for all. But here's where everybody gets caught up, right? I would like to position this. Instead of just joining the herd and saying, yeah, what a great guy he was. He wanted us all to have free electricity. Just stop and take a step back. Our bodies are electrical machines. Electricity is being used as a eugenics tool against all of us. Why do you think that I'm dying? Because of the eugenics effect, right? I have a transformer hooked up to my smart meter. I have transformers all around my property. They're using very crude electricity to get us right now. They want us to think. They want us to think. They're using all this advanced stuff. I hear people talk about, yeah, they're getting me with direct energy weapons. You know how your credibility goes when you start making claims like that? Well, first of all, that would entail they'd have to bring somebody with a car or something around by your house, sit there 24/7, and then zap you whenever they felt like it. That is an insane way to look at it. That is not true. They want you to think that's true. They want you to think they're so smart. They got all this technology. They're so advanced. No, it is not true. They're using the basics inside of our own home, using electricity because they know that our electrical bodies cannot handle these loads of electricity. So electricity became their eugenics field, right? So is Tesla the good guy in this picture? Well, I don't really know. I feel relatively conflicted, right? I think that he was in on it to spin it. And the longer they can position Tesla, oh, this great guy, he didn't want any money. Where does this sound familiar? Where does this sound familiar? That little creep from AI running around. Oh, I don't want money. What do all the tech bros say? Oh, we don't want money. As they're driving around in $1 million cars and stuff, they always say that. Yeah, Tesla, he didn't want any money. He just wanted to bring us electricity. Well, I would caution us to be thinking about this Tesla guy as anything, but, well, I don't know. I would have to say that because they claim that the Bush family was created to destroy America. Yeah, I think they were here to end the experiment, right? These guys were also part of CIA mind control experiments. You got Mengele in the mix. You got the whole group of them, right? Imagine you were a member of a secret organization whose sole agenda was to control the entire planet. If your plan was to accomplish this goal without being perceived by your intended victims, discretion would be paramount. Your organization would devise a series of historical events that on the surface would appear to be everyday happenstance occurrences like natural disasters, man-made diseases, acts of murder, assassination, terror, manipulation of money and energy supply, contamination of foods, pollution of natural resources, and war. The timing of these events would require patience, careful planning, cooperation from others in position of trust, stealth, and deceit. In essence, the whole mission must derive its power through deception and concealment and must have a master plan. And the master plan was the arrival of the bankers. At the turn of the 20th century, a plan to slowly take over the government of the United States began to unfold. Many works have been written about the Nazi machine and instigated 2 world wars, though few have traced the footsteps of the foreign financiers and the actors we prefer to call politicians. A brief glance at shipping records, passenger manifests, and financial transactions on Wall Street indicates a pattern of deception which was masterminded by the same machine. The level of cooperation from government agencies and their elected officials was not only disgraceful, but blatantly treasonous. The architect of the plan, Paul M. Warburg, was a representative of the Rothschild Bank in England and France, and his brother Felix headed the Warburg banks in Germany and the Netherlands. Of significance is the fact that the first official media report about the Federal Reserve occurred 3 years later. Despite conflicting itinerary and historical accounts, Nikola Tesla, a Serb, was born on July the 10th, 1856, on which is now modern-day Croatia. Prior to World War I, his town was on the border of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so in effect, Tesla was a citizen of the Austrian origin, the son of a Serbian Orthodox priest who rose to the rank of archbishop. Tesla had the opportunity to study a variety of topics contained in his father's personal library. He accompanied his father to Rome and all that. I don't know about Tesla. How did he get that job with Edison, his first job in Budapest and Paris? How did all this happen to poor little Tesla, right? Is Tesla the ultimate victim? He discovered AC. He discovered electromagnetic energy, electric motors, generators, coils, radio transmission, energy-saving devices, wireless transmission technologies. Yeah, Tesla did all that. And I would say that I'm not in love with electricity because I see it for what it is. But should you try to broach this subject with anybody in your social circle about electricity, immediately, and I mean immediately, the walls go up. Wait a minute. Why are you saying that? We all need electricity. And they all jump past the first point by saying we all need electricity. No, we do not. We come from a very advanced society. We didn't write stuff down. We communicated telepathically. This earth is really our testing ground. We come here for specific reasons to see if we learn and what we got out of the whole thing, right? And those of us that believe in reincarnation are not sitting here in fear of these people because that was all planted to give the ultimate in fear, right? Come up with these big bad Nazis and all this stuff, clicking their heels on those black boots. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! I wonder how many times you have to say it. Do you just raise your hand and say it once, or do you keep shouting it? Heil Hitler! Hitler! I don't know. I'll have to check into the protocol. Maybe it's rude to say it more than once. I don't really know, but I'm not sure that I really care. But anyway, so yeah. And you got these full stop people, the Bushes in the middle. Just think about George Bush. That's how he laughs. I mean, come on. Many Christian traditions teach that Satan is deceptive rather than openly recognizable. The idea that Satan has many faces is usually understood metaphorically. Evil does not always appear obviously evil. Instead, it may present itself in attractive, persuasive, or respectable forms. Several biblical passages are commonly cited. Genesis, the serpent appears as a subtle and persuasive character, tempting rather than threatening outright. Another from Corinthians, Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. This is one of the clearest biblical statements that deception can appear righteous or beautiful. In the book of John, Jesus describes the devil as a liar and a father of lies, emphasizing deception as Satan's defining characteristic. In the book of Peter, Satan is compared to a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour, highlighting open danger as well as subtle temptation. From Espherius, Christians are warned about the schemes or wiles of the devil, implying varied methods rather than a single approach. From these passages, many Christian theologians have concluded that Satan's many faces can include temptation through pride, greed disguised as success, hatred disguised as justice, false teachings disguised as truth, despair disguised as realism, vanity described as self-improvement, power disguised as security. Different Christian traditions emphasize different aspects. The Catholics' teachings often stresses that Satan is a fallen angel whose primary weapon is deception and temptation, while also affirming human free will. Eastern Orthodox Christianity often speaks of spiritual warfare against the passions, pride, envy, anger, with Satan seeking to exploit these weaknesses. Many Protestant traditions emphasize discernment through Scripture and warn against false teachers and counterfeit spirituality. It is worth noting that the exact phrase, Satan has many faces, is not a biblical quotation. It is a modern expression summarizing the biblical theme that evil can take many forms and is often deceptive rather than obvious. A related idea appears in the writings of the early church fathers and later Christian authors. I always found it weird they call themselves fathers, right? Church fathers. I take a lot of offense. I know it may sound strange, but when people say, well, welcome, my YouTube family. No, wait a minute, pal. I'm not your family, okay? Just cut that from your dialogue. They always want to sound so inclusive. Yes, you're my family. No, I'm not your family. I have a family. Thank you very much. So, yeah, these church fathers, but I'll back off for a second here and keep reading. Okay. Augustine of Hippo taught that evil often consists of the disordered love of otherwise good things. Thomas Aquinas described demons as using deception to influence human choices rather than forcing them. C.S. Lewis famously illustrated this concept in the Screw Tape Letters, where temptations come through ordinary, everyday thoughts and habits rather than dramatic supernatural events. Across mainstream Christianity, the central message is not that Satan literally changes appearances into many different people, but that deception, temptation, and evil can manifest in many different forms. Christians are therefore encouraged to exercise discernment, test teachings and claims, and evaluate actions by their alignment with biblical principles rather than by appearances alone. Well, I would just slim it all down there, right? Actions speak louder than words. Whatever you are saying, do your actions meet those words? That is my theory for operating, because everybody wants to make all these claims. Yes, I'm from the working class. I'm just here to help all of you people. They want to integrate themselves into our lives to then trick and abuse us. It's really quite as simple as that. And I'd like to close with this thought. The people of Albania are reminding the world that ordinary citizens don't have to accept the status quo in silence. Albania is teaching this to us. Whether through protest, organizing, or simply refusing to look away, change begins when people stand up instead of staying on the couch. The choice is ours. Today's story is either one of the strangest coincidences in modern history or something else entirely. I'll leave that up to you to decide. Keep those children close. Keep your eyes on the ball. Have you figured out why you're even here? Have you even thought about that? We're surrounded by demons, is what I have to say to you right now. They're unleashing demons. Stay away from that alcohol. Be safe out there, and goodbye for now.